welcome to my channel again. Today I will present you some of the findings I have got from the experiment with a large language model and to show you some of the interesting findings. This is basically to introduce you different portals where you can use LLM, free, open source, and you can experiment on anything you want. And today I'm going to show you one of the particular finding about summarize URL without accessing to the internet. So basically, let's start from the interface. So at this moment, I found that Hugging Chat is an interesting platform where you can chat with different LLM models. I think most of them are open source, so you can choose and chat directly in Hugging Chat. The second portal is this chatbot arena. You can see there are different models. You can have a direct chat, you can have a battle without knowing which model you are using, and you are going to give it some comments, a thumb up or thumb down. And also there is a leaderboard to show you the different model comparison by the users. Then there is a llama2.ai, this website. Actually, the name may be a bit old now, because now you can choose a Llama 370B model, like what I did here. And also here in a Gemini, I think everybody knows about it, is the product of Google, and also the ChatGPT. Okay, ChatGPT is still a very valid source for you to use LLM, although it's not open source like Google Gemini. And then there is a local application. Actually, the local application, I want to add some information for you to reference, because I tried to actually use the LLM locally. I tried a different method to use more sophisticated, like downloading the model and to implement the model locally. However, because I think there's some limitation about my PC, so now I just found this desktop application. It's called LM Studio, where in the front page you can see lots of model, where you can search for a particular model and download this model. Then you can run it locally. Just a rule of thumb, I think models over 5 gigabytes, because I mean, you need to check the complexity of the model, how many parameters it has, and also to search. I mean, on the internet, you can also understand the bigger the model, the slower you can run it locally. So after some testing, I decided now I only use these models. As you can see here, I have Llama 7B for with different versions, and also the stable LM and Gemma. So today I'm going to show you the results generated by the last model. Is a Meta Llama 3 instruct. Yeah. So when you choose it, it will load the model, and you can run it locally. So basically, the first part, just a wrap up. You can use different portals to try the LLM, some open source, some not open source. You can use the traditional, like well-known GPT, ChatGPT, or Gemini, or you can use Llama2.ai, Chatbot Arena, Hugging Face, and also the local application to choose different models. The good thing about the different chatbots online is that you do not need to download anything. You just use it. That's it. And most of them have this chat history recording, so you do not lose your historical records. And for the local application, the advantage is to actually use it even without internet. Okay, so now let's dive into the simple example today I want to show you. So if you are interested in this economic paper, economic bulletin published by European Central Bank, yeah, you might want to summarize, for example, this very long document. Okay, it has many information about the economy, projections, and so on. So before I use the LLM, like now, very intensively, I already noticed that there are some AI tools like Wise One, where you can summarize. You can see here to summarize or cross-reference some of the content is very useful. Yeah, but it sometimes at a different level of the usage of the tool, you need to pay. Yeah, it's very convenient. I mean, when you look at the URL, you look at the content, you know which part you want to dive in to summarize. Okay, it's useful. But now today, I want to try the LLM, see how they can interpret only the URL. I mean, the URL here are just a string of text, so it's very simple, and you can find some of the tokens. I mean, if you separate it to some tokens, you can see ECB, Europa, EU. Some of them have the meaning, but if you are going to say EB or 202, okay, they do not have a very detailed meaning. Okay, so as we can see, when we chat with the different chatbots, let's see what they can give us. So basically, for every chatbot, I'm going to say summarize. I'm deselecting the search web. Summarize this URL. Okay, it is generating result. Let's wait. Let's do it simultaneously. Also this one. Okay, for the arena, now I choose Llama 370B and Mistral 822B. These two models. And in Llama 3, I use Llama 370B. Okay, they are generating. Okay, also here, also this GPT-4. Yeah, and also in my local machine, I'm going to use this one, Llama 3 Instruct 7B. Okay, they are working now. So let's see. First of all, my expectation is that when the LLM model runs through this string of URL, it will get the most relevant information from its let's say its training model, trained model. Okay, so without accessing the internet, let's see if the results are accurate. So basically, let's see here. I mean, at this moment, I think the Llama model, Llama 3, output the results very in a very structured way. As you can see, there are sections, very clear, right? Some other models, sometimes you do not find it so structured. Okay, let's just see here. It says, okay, let's put it here so we can check it. Okay, so let's just say, okay, let's find some point to refer to. For example, like 1.5. The GDP growth is projected to be around 1.5 in 2024. It is referred to Euro area economy. Okay, let's see if it is right. Okay, we can see here, staff expect economic to pick up and grow at 1.5 in 2025. So let's see what is the GDP growth rate of 2024. Let's see if we can find it. I think this one is the projected GDP. Okay, growth projection to 0.6. So it can derive some of the information from the model itself. However, this approximation is not so close. Okay, so but you see, it's not very. I would say it's not drastically different, because if you are going to see 1.5 and 0.6, just by looking at this, there are not much difference. Okay, but we can say it's biased without referencing to the online resources. Okay, let's check this one. 1.3 is inflation. 1.3, let's check. 1.3. Okay. No, inflation, we do not have such data. So let's just say, just by checking this, okay, it is actually hallucinating based on its trained history. It gave us such a result. But let's say there are some of the risks, like geopolitical tensions. Yeah, I would say if European Central Bank has published several issues of the economic bulletin, and all of these issues are inside of the training data of this model, it can refer actually to the past data and give an estimation. For example, like these texts are relevant, although they are not 100% accurate. We can see here. Okay, let's see China. Yeah. Consumer spending remains subtle against the backdrop of a weak real estate market. Yeah, it makes sense. So let's just say, from the point of view of the text, the approximation is kind of acceptable. But regarding the detailed number or statistical information, we need to be careful, because it cannot be very accurate. Okay, so the rest of the information you can try to check, but I think I would give it 60 points to this result. It's not perfect, but it's not 100% not useful. So if you change to another way, if you wanted to summarize this text, it will be I think much easier for this model to work on these tokens, fixed tokens, very easily. If it works on the URL, it may hallucinate and provide some inaccurate information. So let's see here. Yeah, in the chatbot arena, I tried two models, Llama 370B Instruct and also Mistral 822B. So here we can see like the information here. Let's see. Okay, Mistral actually only gives an outline. I mean, there's no data. There's no numerical data inside of it. And it says discuss the impact of COVID-19. I think COVID-19 is already a very, very old incident to humanity. But let's see. Okay. It still mentioned COVID-19. Yeah, so it's not so bad to refer to this event. And we can see blah, blah, blah. There are some information here. In general, it's not what we want. We want more structured output. And here we see Llama is very structured. Okay, and let's check this one. Inflation has decreased but remains above target rate of 2%. Let's try to check the inflation. Okay, let's see here. Sorry. Staff now project the inflation to average 2.3% in 2024. Yeah, this statement is not bad, I say, but it does not mention a year. So which year is it talking about, right? But you can see here, it says the GDP growth moderating but remain positive in fourth quarter of 2023. I say fourth. Okay, GDP is 0.3 in the fourth quarter, down from 1.0. Yeah, it's acceptable. So the same the same idea like before. If it talks about range, like these two, there no it does not say now the data is exactly 2% of the inflation. It actually says the target of the ECB. So the target of ECB does not change for a rather long time spectrum. So it is acceptable, this result. But if you are going to look at some also here the other information like the general trend of the economy, it is correct. Okay. So and here let's see ECB asset purchase program. Let's check the APP. Okay, 2-week asset purchase program, 2.6 trillion. Let's check. 2.6 trillion. No, we do not have such data. So it might refer to other sources. Okay, let's check also the GDP growth 1.1. Yeah, it's not the exact growth projection. Okay. So, like I said, if the response is more about the range, the trend, some of the description, it does not divert from reality. For example, like the case here, the ECB does not change their comment about economic trend very frequently. So at this moment, these models, I would say, still 60% the score. Let's check this one. This is online version chatbot of Llama 370B. Yeah, inflation, you see the comment is more or less the same. Let's see here. It gets smart to say around 1%. Okay, so approximation does not make the results worse. Okay, because if it is in the right range, you can actually trust its reliability. It's reliable. So 3.5. Let's say refinancing rate is 3.5. No, it does not mention this part. But you see here, the real, like the Llama model, I really like the output. It's very structured. This is kind of different from the other models. Okay, so yeah, let's give it a pass and let's see here. Okay, let's say Gemini. My interpretation of this response, of course, without accessing the website, it does not give me the approximation result. From a good point of view, from a positive point of view, it is actually letting us know that it cannot generate approximation for this exact URL. Okay, this is showing their responsibility. They are, I think, they're good at it. Okay, to have some security policy, to not interpret something which only based on the model itself. Okay, so but if you really want to get some how can I say, to want to see more output, of course, this model is not an ideal choice. But of course, if you can copy paste the text, let it summarize, of course, you can try. But like I said, from the textual information, if our source token are all the same, the result does not make much change. Yeah, but we can try it later. So for ChatGPT 4, the result is the same. So it gives a very short summary, and I think these information, for example, it actually says which is this issue, because based on the previous training data, it can actually interpret this point and ensure inflation to remain at 2% median target. Yeah, it makes sense because this is ECB's commitment, like for the past period and for now. So let's see what GPT says about interpreting the URL. Actually, I already checked it before. So it says it recognizes it through a structured way, structure recognition, and domain knowledge. Yeah. So, and also the purpose of explanation. Yeah. And last one, safety and security tips. Okay. It only says to be careful about the link. Okay. So, actually, in another time, I tried to ask GPT-4 what's his view of this interpretation of URL only. So it actually said it is the models are running it as a text message, identify the pattern, and go through the model itself. Okay, so in the end, I just showed you the test of the interpreting URL. I wish this will be useful for you. So quick wrap up. So it is not recommended to use it without accessing the internet to do a search. And we need to be careful about the interpreted result from only the URL. So it can be misleading. Okay, although I'd say 60% of the content you can utilize, but always be careful. Okay, so today I shared with you some of the amazing chatbot platform, either online or in local environments, and also a small test about interpreting URL. I wish you like it and I wish you find it useful. See you next time. Bye bye. Hello everyone. Today I'm going to share with you another project I tried with ChatGPT, and the main purpose of this project is to try to let GPT to help me to build the different stock evaluation models and to check the trend of the stock price and their intrinsic value. Before going into the details, I want to first of all summarize what you can learn on or get the information from what I will going to say. First of all, is that the GPT model has its limitations. I mean, there mainly are two parts. The first part is that if my prompt is not well designed, the result may not reach my target. Second part is that its interpretation of the code is not perfect. So you need to constantly check, debug manually and with its help. So just go back and forth to help you get better coding results. And the second point is that the data preparation and the API are very important. So you need to understand in very detail what the data you are going to analyze. And you need to check the data frame and to understand. And to get some real-time data, you need to use API or some Python libraries which has the real-time data retrieval mechanism. Then I think the domain knowledge is very important, because if you had some prior understanding of how to evaluate the stock price, it can be handy because you can check with the GPT results and to improve its performance. Now later I'm going to show you I actually use 3 versions. I use GPT 3.5 to do attempt number 1, 3.5 to do attempt number 2, then I change to GPT 4. So based on this journey, you are going to see that the results are not 100% capable to be applied to real scenario, but you can get some of the information from it because I tried the best to not intervene the outputs of the GPT, and also I try my best to adapt or to adopt the result from GPT without manually changing many things. So eventually I will get some basic framework of this code, so in the future I can modify it. The last part, as I said, debugging. Debugging is quite important because when the code cannot run, the only option, at least for me, is to debug and to find the problem and to resolve it. So let's go on to the code part. Today I'm not going to show you the GPT interface because I think the code part is more than enough. So basically, to get this conceptual framework or to get the key concepts of the intrinsic value of the stock price, ask GPT to list all the possible models to evaluate. Of course, it gave me the answer that I think is quite okay. Then I choose a stock, is Apple stock as the stock I want to analyze to calculate the different intrinsic value. Okay, so it actually also gives me some of the descriptions, and I think it's quite okay. Okay, now let's go to the code part. So basically the first code part, GPT is not going to go very deep in every line of the code. First of all, it uses some hypothetical static value. I think it's very easy to generate such content than a more complex calculation. So its logic is more or less like this. If the code is about some model calculation, it will give detailed model calculation formula, but some of the parameters, like you can see here, like discount rate, is always a very important parameter to evaluate the stock. It actually gives you a hypothetical number, 10%. Okay, but whether you are from finance major or not, you will understand that the discount rate, you have many different ways to derive to calculate. You can always find multiple reference sources, but it's a very complicated process. So the GPT actually ignores that part, give you some of the static number, let you try, and give you the result. Okay, so actually after the first attempt, you can see that, yeah, we can see some value, but the values have very drastic difference between each other. So if you had some financial modeling experience before, you will notice that usually, even after manual calculation, the different model may yield different value, but the difference is not so drastic, not so high. So I keep on improve this code. So okay, I say, okay, you give some assumptions, right? So now I want to print to see the different matrix you use. Okay, so this code is very easy. It does not involve many computes, I think. So GPT just give me the code to print both the current price and then the matrix, and yeah, I can see different data here. Okay, so next step, I want to see a dynamic chart. Like my previous attempt, I think Plotly, this library, can actually give me the dynamic chart option to see the trend of the data and also to make some marking on it. For example, now I want to see the intrinsic value being plotted. Okay, so actually GPT can also give me this result. I think it's very intuitive and useful. Yeah, let alone there are still some problems about generating the intrinsic value. The result at now, I think the code structure is okay. So without going to more details to get an accurate discount rate to calculate the more accurate intrinsic value, now I focus on improving the coding part. So I try to expand it to other stock. So when expanding to other stocks, of course, now you need the list of the stock ticker, like here, the stock you want to choose, right? The more you add to this coding part, the more time you need to let the system to calculate the result, of course. And of course, at this stage, we can see the calculation for different stock so intrinsic value. Yeah, I think it's the model, the code works well. Okay, but again, remember, these are all calculated based on a hypothetical value. They need to be changed either manually, or if you have some more automatic way to calculate, you should implement it. At this moment, we focus on only to display the value and also the code structure. Okay, now I want to update it to dynamic value. As you can see, this part, first of all, I ask GPT to actually produce the similar result as previously. I see the Apple price with intrinsic value and also historical price. However, if you ask the GPT again, usually it will give you a simple result first. This one only contains the historical results, historical price. Yeah, but it's okay because it's dynamic. For example, if you choose this part, it will zoom in. And you can also see when you zoom in one graph, every graph will be zoomed. Okay. It is very nice to see the different trend like this, if you find it useful. Limitation is that the zooming option will simultaneously change every graph representation. So let's go to the next part. So GPT actually gave me the 0.9 estimation of the intrinsic value. Yeah, so I would suggest or to you to look closely of the result of the GPT generation, because each time it will give you sometimes give you some surprise, like this one. To calculate a simplified intrinsic value using 90% percentage to calculate is the main price of the reference period, okay, and that takes a discount. Okay, there is no economic meaning about it because nobody uses this to calculate the intrinsic value. But as for the purpose of showing the result I want, yes, I get the result. So based on this intrinsic value calculation logic, I get the intrinsic value price and also mark it in the graph. And the trend of the historical price is also here. The problem here is that the intrinsic value calculated from the initial period, initial range of the time. So if you change the range to C, the stop price, for example, like this, when you zoom in, the intrinsic value does not change. The intrinsic value is always the same. Okay, I think from a structural point of view, this graph is okay. Yeah, so even if I ask the GPT to get a better result, as you can see here, there is no much improvement. Yeah, for example, like intrinsic value and also the historical trend is more or less like the previous result, right? So GPT, this attempt at this moment, I realize that it cannot improve further. Okay, and still you can see that there are some many limitations, like the detailed calculation, how it defines discount rate, how it calculates the data. For example, like the intrinsic value from the discount cash flow. Okay, the future the future cash flow, let's see. The future cash flow is earning per share times 1 plus earning growth rate. I think it's wrong. Yeah, you need, if you are going to discount cash flow, you need the cash flow data. Okay, yeah. So at this moment, code block number 1, we can get this result. Okay, I think from a pure coding point of view, it can be a base to improve. Then let's jump to part 2. In the part 2, I tell the GPT that its calculation have some problem. Okay, especially about the discount rate and so on. So I said, okay, please incorporate like the WACC, weighted average cost of capital, and the different metrics to calculate discount rate. Okay, it understands now, like the cost of equity. We follow this calculation method, but still, for the risk-free rate, it does not get to the government bond yield or other risk-free rates. In general, we can see that the key components are all listed here, and yeah, it actually calculates the cost of equity, cost of debt, and then calculate the WACC, weighted average cost of capital. Although the data is not perfect, as I said before, let's see how the GPT gives us further answers in later stages. Okay, so yeah, all the calculations, the definitions and calculations are done with its own logic, and I think in general it's right, although some of the values are hypothetical. Okay, then in this main code block, actually, if you ask the question repetitively, it sometimes will put all the previous records together. So you can see in this code block, it actually calculated all the parameters that you need to do the intrinsic value calculation. And after everything is done here, we can see all the values. Okay, so let's see the value. It's very interesting now because when you see if the value is negative, actually it's not intuitively it's not correct, because if it is negative, there are some very different implications. Okay, you can see the value is below the current market value, so it is overpriced in the market. Okay, but if it is negative, this is a rare case. Okay, so at this point, I finished the GPT 3.5 attempts. So I think at this moment, the key takeaway is that the basic conceptual framework concepts, GPT get it right, but the accuracy of the data, the validation of the calculation results, we need to do it manually. We need to adjust manually. Otherwise, the results cannot be used for actual user case. So let's try the GPT-4 model. Yeah, I try to upload the previous code block and ask it to actually improve. Actually, it gave some of the suggestions to improve the model. In generally, dynamic financial data fetching, better error handling, adjustable growth rates, inclusion of debt and equity values, validation checks, improve the visualization. Okay, I think the most important part is there are two parts I think most important. One is to dynamically get the data. Okay, get a valid API or get the financial data more accurately. And about the validation checks, I think it's also very important because if you have a third-party valuation report of the stock, it's better to double-check with the third party, or you can do some common sense check based on the calculation. So one of the check is that we can calculate all these values, but if it is too high or too low than the current value, we need to investigate the reason behind which financial matrix, which financial data is not as normal level, we say. Okay, so let's see. Basically, it did the same thing as GPT 3.0. However, it actually did some small changes, like the fetch financial data with ticker. It was not saw before. This is actually a placeholder function to simulate financial data fetching. So basically, it does not work as a very sophisticated function. It is just a placeholder. Okay, so the rest are more or less the same. Okay, and let's see. Okay, when we get error, we ask the GPT to improve. Okay, so here we can get some results as a comparison, and the plot is similar to the previous example from 3.5. I don't see many improvements. Then here, GPT asked me to install this library to get additional results. I think it's called the Pandas Data Reader. Okay. So, okay, we get some error, and I ask GPT to improve, and then we do it again. Okay, so basically there are some like total cash from operating activities. This variable was not present, so GPT tell me to check the dataset, and check if some of the attributes exist. Okay, then it gave me the feedback of these financial metrics. I actually did it one time to get the financial account names from the same route, and I saw many of them. So there are many ways to check the data frame. I do encourage you to check it before asking GPT, because you see now when I ask GPT, some of the fields is not present, then it asks me to check, and you see key error, okay, which means that this variable is still not in the data frame, and it failed to retrieve Apple's financial data. So there are some problems. Okay, so I tried again, and okay, in this step, actually, for example, we get some of the free, like the free cash flow, the beta, and the current price. Okay, these can be fetched, but this is just a partial checking. Okay, then I'll try it again to get both, to actually want to redo the mapping, redo the graph of the historical price trend, and also the intrinsic value. But this code does not work because in this code block, in this code file, I did not specify the Apple before. So we redo it again. GPT actually rerun all the code, then return this kind of price. And of course, it's very interesting because I asked to construct a trend graph, but a trend chart, but it gave me some of the trend signal is up or down. Yeah, it's quite interesting in point of view how LLM is understanding my request. So I do it again. It gave me it gave me the value, and also yeah, some of the value does not work. Okay, so here I ask GPT to improve again. So actually now it gave me the historical value and set period to 3 months, and implement different valuation matrix. Okay, methods to get the value, and eventually, okay, here we go. We have this graph. Of course, I think it's not very useful, but this general framework is useful with some modification. It can be used to display. But there are two issues. First of all, now all the intrinsic value are way below the historical price. This is wrong. This is just wrong. Then display of different values should be in different color. Otherwise, you cannot easily distinguish. Okay, so today I'm going to finish here. I wish this experience sharing can be useful for you. So basically, the key takeaway is that we need to improve our prompt and to use a stepwise strategy to get a more accurate response. Because when as you see in both models, when I actually focus on one question, sometimes it can provide me all the code, redoing all the code altogether, but the meaningful improvements are very limited. So I would suggest a more detailed query to GPT model. Then I think we need to implement our domain knowledge more carefully, and also need to check the data sets and also to the detailed calculation and so on. We need to actually define it better, because GPT cannot help us to get a very complex result, like the detailed calculation of the discount rate, because there are so many components. I think GPT sometimes is trying to avoid utilizing too much compute to a simple task, so it may simplify the answer. Last point, I think whenever you generate this code, it's not 100% useless. Save the code block, improve, and also do very useful markup to mark the part that you change and describe the logic. Is very useful. So you can improve in the next chance when you use such code and to get better results. Okay, thank you, and see you next time. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel again. Today I'm going to show you how to use very simple models from Hugging Face to complete different natural language processing tasks. So basically I'm going to use the free models hosted in Hugging Face, which supports the pipeline method for us to use the different models in different tasks. If you have seen my previous tests about Hugging Face models before, you might find the previous versions either oversimplified or the pipeline was not designed very well, or the workflow is not designed very well. But in this version, I'm going to simplify just to make sure that each part of the code can be run independently, so you can integrate them to your workflow or to your task more easily. Now let's go to the code. So first of all, we need to install the dependencies. The most important package is a transformer package, but of course if you want to add additional dependencies here, okay, you can integrate different packages to the workflow. But here I'm going to show you the very straightforward way to play with the models. So about text generation, you see I have chosen the distilled GPT-2 model, and also this GPT-Neo 125 model. So it is very easy. We just load the pipeline and mention what is the task we are going to deal with and which model we're choosing. And we're going to set up the initial prompt. You can set a sentence, a paragraph, as long as you do not go over the context window. And you can generate this text by incorporating this pipeline to your initial prompt, mentioning about the max length of the output and also the number of return sequence. And you can see there are two results that I put here. Of course, because these models are very simplified, some of the answers are not making much sense, right? For example, this one, the first one is to write some fairy tale story, but you can see the second sentence does not go very well. The second one is about discovery of artificial intelligence. This is the AI community has been growing in numbers and sophistication. It makes a bit of sense, right? So you need to test to understand if the model is working well. But of course, it cannot match to the very complicated, very big models like the GPT-4 or the Claude models, right? Then, if you want to further test, you can change the max output length. As you can see here, if you change it to a longer length, you're going to get more results. But some models may not give you what you want, like this one. Like the second model, it kind of repeats the information again and again, right? And this is about text generation. The pipeline is very straightforward. And of course, you can also fine-tune the model to with your own data sets. But please remember, because the simpler model, they have less parameters, so they cannot deal with very advanced task or to achieve very useful results like the big models. Now, let's take a look at the text summarization. So the pipeline utilization is similar for all the different tasks. The important thing is that you need to make sure your understanding of the input and output are clear, so you can choose the different model. Like this one, we just put a paragraph of text here, and we're using different models to summarize it. Of course, about the summarized results, we need to have the max length, minimum length, these kind of parameters to control the output. And also there are some additional parameters like a dual sample. Now I choose it to be false. Of course, you can also try the other options. Now let's see how it goes. So this text is about artificial intelligence, a description of the artificial intelligence, and mention the different aspects and description text. And you can see here, we have the first one. From self-driving cars to virtual assistants like Siri and Alexa, AI is reshaping industries and daily life. Well, makes sense, right? Despite its potential, AI raises concerns, including ethical dilemmas like privacy invasion and biases in algorithm. And the second one does not seem to close the sentence in the end, but it makes some sense because the general description is okay. Okay, so these models are very small. This is the advantage. You can fit into a local machine very easily, or just run it in Colab, right? Without running out of the RAM, or necessarily incorporate a GPU to run it. But the results you need to distinguish and do different tests, and even you can incorporate different evaluation to see if the different results are matching your criteria. Let's check the entity identification part. So entity identification is also a very important task when you are dealing with language processing. So we are using this text paragraph as our base to analyze. As you can see here, there is Bert logic cased, fine-tuned. Is a very long name, right? If you want to see its detailed description, you can go to Hugging Face to check this model. And also the Bert base NER. These two models, and we can see it actually identified some of the entities, right? Like United Nations, but it actually separated these two words. Okay, but it marked them as international organization. Okay, and also AI is identified. Although for me, it's not an entity, but it has some criteria to mark it. But some things like this one does not make much sense, right? Let's see the next model. So in this model, we can see, okay, there's California. Yeah, it can be considered as entity, Google, and AI, or identified, like Open AI, right? But it also separated token, which is not very clear to me, to be honest. But from this task, you can see that some of the entities are identified. But if the entity range is too broad for you, you can specify which kind of entity you want to identify, right? You can either fine-tune the model, or you can change some parameters during the pipeline and to make sure that the result is really useful for you. Okay, now let's go to the next topic. It's called mask token generation. As you can see here, I'm taking one sentence as my base of analysis, and I'm going to mask the tokens after the first token, and I'm going to ask the model to generate token after token. Because whenever you interact with these models, as you can see here, it will generate the text based on your requirements with a fixed max length. But here we want to see a progressive generation of the text. We need to do a manual engineering of the process. So as you can see here, the generate sequence is going to handle and interact with the model token after token. And eventually, we're going to generate the sequence and print out. As you can see, this is the result of the two models. And after each step, we're going to see one additional token. And in the end, we are going to see the whole sentence. And eventually, we can also compare the original sentence and the generated sentence. The original sentence is artificial intelligence is revolutionizing industries worldwide. The first one, artificial intelligence software development tools. The second one says artificial intelligence, Springer, and does not make much sense, right? One thing you need to bear in mind is that this kind of process simulation is outside of the model. So it is not in the same place as a model where it utilizes the attention mechanism or different mechanism to generate text, right? It is outside of the model. But it could be useful if you want to do some manipulation outside of the model. Then let's see this task about mask token generation with longer non-mask part. Okay, so in this example, I'm just expanding the example to longer text sample. As you can see here, now I'm going to mask the second and the third sentence and keep the first sentence here. The basic structure does not change much, so we are going to see the results. As you can see, the first one starts predicting, but this word I'm not sure if it is Japanese or some other language, so I cannot recognize. Okay, eventually it's like a random results, right? Let's see the second one. Artificial intelligence is transforming industry worldwide, and the major research area in research are in effect the Human Genome Project worldwide. Well, at least this result is better than the previous one, although it does not make much sense, right? So this example is just to telling you when you do some alteration, you can see different results, okay? And see different manipulation of the natural language processing task. The next one we're going to see here is about text to voice or text to audio file. So the first test is about transforming these two sentences to audio file. We're going to use the speech T5 model and also the TDS model. Both are available in Hugging Face. But one thing you need to understand is for the speech generation task, you need to have a processor, model, and vocoder, 3 parts predefined before you go into the workflow, right? And here we're going to prepare the text, get the embedding, if any. If there's no embedding, we're just going to put a placeholder here. And we're going to use the model to generate the speech and write this file in the environment. And let's see the results. I'm not sure if you can hear it from my recording. In case you cannot hear it, you can try to run the code by yourself and check it. So basically, this is a very fuzzy sound. It's not very clear. Okay, but in general, you can identify what it is saying about. Okay, so we have all these audio files generated. Okay, now let's go to the next task. It's about translation. About translation, one thing I want to say is in a broader range of translation tasks, you do not necessarily always need to use a very advanced model because some small models can already do a very good job. Like these models I chose here. One is Helsinki NLP, one is Facebook model, and let's see how it goes. So I'm translating this English sentence. Artificial intelligence is transforming industries worldwide. It translates to Italian. Intelligenza artificiale sta trasformando le industrie in tutto il mondo. So both translations are good and acceptable. Of course, you can increase the tokens of your text piece and try the different translation task. Here I want to mention these models again because I already shared with you in the previous videos. Here I want to emphasize that machine translation task has been going through many years of research. So if you have a very specific task that you want to do, or not a very complicated translation task, you can use the small models. You just try it and see if that meets your demands in the use case. The last one I always like to test and play with is about sentiment analysis. So the first model is DistillBERT. I use this model for different natural language tasks. In the future, I'm going to share with you when I finished all the parts. Then also the BERT-based sentiment analysis model. It is going to give you a different result. Okay, and also we have some workflow here to actually analyze the sentences one by one. And also we are going to print out, for example, like the confidence score to let you know how confident is the model about the results. So like here, for the first model, we have 3 examples. The first one, it says is positive. Yeah, I think is right. The second one is negative. Both confidence is 100%. I think the model is very confident about results. Then the last one, acceptable but nothing extraordinary. I think it's neutral, right? But it tagged as negative. So we have 2 right answer, 1 wrong answer. Then we see the second model. The first one, it gave 5 stars, right? Positive, okay. 1 star is negative, okay. 3 star is neutral. I would say it's close, right? But the confidence score is not like the first model, very confident, because like the last one is not very sure. Is around 63% of the confidence. I think it is neutral. I agree. So here is also the summary. You can see for the first 2 examples, I think both of the models predicted the sentiment correctly, but the last one, 2 models have quite different results. So to do sentiment analysis, there are so many ways. You can also use a different technique from the very basic machine learning techniques, right? But if you use this kind of model, if you have additional data set, you can fine-tune the model, or you can test on your data set to see if it works well. So I'm going to conclude here. I wish you like this video. If you like my channel, don't forget to subscribe. If you like my video, feel free to share it and give it a like. Leave any comments you like. I really enjoy discussing with you about any issues of the project and any ideas, any concepts about machine learning, AI, trading, coding, and so on. So I wish you a good weekend and see you next time. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Today I'm going to share with you another project I have done just yesterday. This project actually was inspired by some discussions in the online social media platform. I saw that some of the economists have been discussing about the US job market, labor market, because labor market movement is one of the important factors that influence our macroeconomic situation and could potentially impact or can influence the central bank's decision to raise rates or lower rates. So basically, when I saw those data, I was thinking about why not find a model to calculate the implied unemployment rate. The reason I'm going to discuss about implied employment rate was because that during my finance major and also during my previous work in the financial industry, we were always curious about the intrinsic value of assets or of a company. So I just think about this parameter, unemployment rate. What if we can find a model to calculate the implied rate and compare with the actual rate? So implied rate is like intrinsic value of this parameter, and to see how this market is actually having this parameter. For example, if now the real employment rate is actually lower than expected. Okay, so the let's lower than expected is comparing what we expected, the expected value with actual value. But if we know that the intrinsic value means that the current economic situation would prove that such unemployment rate is adequate, any fluctuation above or down from this value would have some implications. So I suppose it's useful to discuss, but the problem is that I do not have this idea of this model, economic model, econometrics model. So what do? Now I still get help from GPT. I'm going to show you, so this time in this video, I'm going to show you less about GPT because some of the questions is like coming back and forth, okay? So the GPT actually helped me most about several things. First is to help me understand the model I would like to explore with coding. So first of all, I'm asking, what is the traditional economic model which will incorporate the employment rate? Okay, so I want to know if this parameter would enter into any of the econometrics models. Okay, I want to find the entry point. So GPT actually gave me a lot of models, right? I'm not going to go through everyone in detail. Okay, so then I asked it to choose one model to allow me to calculate the implied employment rate in the United States. Tell me which type of data should I prepare. So based on his the information he actually provided, it suggested that we should use the ADAS, aggregate demand, aggregate supply model. Okay, so actually it continued to give me all these explanations and so on. I'm going to go past it. Okay, so then I'm basing on all the answers from the GPT. From this point, I'm going to ask it to show me the calculation formula because we might have some series. For example, when demand is oversupply of a product, the price would have the price of the product would likely to rise. So we know that kind of intuition, but we need a more concrete formula. So actually, it find me this Auckland law. Actually, it will help me to calculate the implied unemployment rate. So as you can see, this formula is here. Okay, so there is a change of the unemployment rate, a constant, and a C coefficient. Okay, it also gave me a reference coefficient as two for United States. Of course, if you want to be prudent about this analysis, you always need to check every parameter, every formula in the academic literature and in academic books and so on. Okay, I have not done that. I'm just want to show you how I go through this analytical procedure. So then this delta y is the percentage change in the real GDP. Okay, so then it continues to give me some hint that to apply this in practice, we need current and historical unemployment rate. It makes sense. And the real GDP growth rates. And it says to me that I could get this data from which data source. Okay. At this point, I think the theoretical framework is already established. Okay. Now we need to go to the part where we get all the data. Let's take a look at the right-hand side. So I have some back and forth with questions, answers with GPT. Eventually, I got some of the data. Okay, for example, like this part, I just get from the open internet source and get this data. I copy paste to GPT, and it formulates, okay, actually sort this kind of information to give me this code. I would suggest you to always refer to the official data source. For example, like it says from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics or U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis, or FRED. I think the data source from the Federal Reserve. They are all very good data resource. The problem is that you need to download each of the data sets, or you build an active API to fetch that data for your analysis. So I just want to make it quick. I copy some of the available data from different sources, and I create a different data frame. For example, like this one, I actually created the real GDP. This is real GDP growth rate. Okay, this is the data I get, and also formulate in this way. And then there is a potential GDP. Of course, it was in value term. Then I change it to percentage term on later stage. This is the second part of it because it's a very long data frame. I copied it twice. Then I use the part 1 to merge with this part 2. Okay, and then change it to, I think this is a percentage change. Let me see. Yeah, until here. Yeah, this is actually the percentage change. So let's continue. Until here, this is the unemployment rate. The methodology is the same. I copy some of the open source data, put it in GPT, and GPT formulate this part of the code for me. So actually, I do not need to upload this CSV, open the CSV or Excel. I just copy this text file from the internet and to GPT. GPT will formulate to me. I think I have, yeah, like this. I said create, this is one of the example, create a real GDP in Python. I got this plain text, okay? It actually created this data frame code for me. This is sometimes when I want to test something very quickly, I do not want to manipulate too many data source, too many data file, or different type of files. I use this way. Text to code, code to local environment. Okay, so then I have all these data. Now I need to try to merge the data together. Okay, so this part, usually if you do not want to intervene the GPT, you want to write by yourself, it is totally fine. I think sometimes it might be more efficient because when you merge the data sets, okay, in GPT, sometimes it will have many errors. Like sometimes you have a different array length or array format, okay, it will have an error. I will not show you all the error, but usually you will meet them. And especially here, the potential GDP, actually the dataset I have has extended to 2030 and so on. So for the other historical data, they all ended at March of 2024. So the mismatch is obvious. And the data type, how you organize the different data frame, have you put the year, month, and the day format for the date? Have you actually make sure that all the date formats are the same? There are many details that you need to take care of. So my suggestion is that if you want to debug using the GPT, you always pay attention. You need to understand the structure of your data, just to avoid too many back and forth. Okay. So this is let me see this data. I'm merging some of the data. Real GDP growth rate, potential GPT growth rate, and this is unemployment rate. Okay, so let's continue. So I have done some, let's say, retry of the code. So you see this part, we have some repetition because the merge part is actually uh, uh, more or less some repetition here. But in this step, what I wanted to do is to see this chart, to see a dynamic chart. Of course, usually GPT, no matter is 4 or 3.5, most of the time it will not give you the most direct answer to the dynamic chart. You need to talk with it, understand, and change. Okay. Based on the previous experience, if you already saw my previous video, that you already know which package you could focus on. You can feed that information in your next prompt, so it can actually give you a dynamic chart. Okay, so basically, I want to see the data sets in a dynamic chart. This does not give me that, but now I can see some fluctuation of the real GDP growth rate. But the potential GDP growth rate is actually not as I expected, right? So I think maybe there is some problem also with my data. So let's continue. So this part we have some repetition. Like I said, whenever you ask GPT to actually to improve your code, sometimes it will based on your old code and change something and give you everything. So when you run it, always pay attention. Did it change your data frame structure and so on? Okay. So at this point, what I focus is to see this dynamic chart. I think now we're okay. We see it. Okay, so we have the potential GDP here, the real GDP here, unemployment rate here. Okay, every data is here. Okay, so at this point, I want to tell you that I was using the full GPT-4 model. However, whenever it had some serious problem about the data structure and so on, so I could not reconcile, could not find the solution. So at this moment, I actually copy all of the Auckland law formula here and to feed it to GPT 3.5 to speed up the process. Because I know from this point on, according to my experience, I think when you want to fast debug and so on, if I'm stuck in GPT-4, it's better that I change to 3.5 to get quicker response. So just want to share with you that from this step, I also go back to the data frame, original data frame. I change it several times to get the result you see now. Okay, but I would like to save your time and do not go over it again. Okay, so let's go on. So this part, actually, I'm going to apply this Auckland law to actually calculate the data. Okay, so there are some warning messages at this moment I ignored. Okay, if you are interested, you can see what it means and what is the implication. But for now, I see the dynamic chart very good, and I can see what the data I want, what data I do not want, and there is a potential GDP growth rate is missing. So there must be some problem here. I keep on asking it. So it actually did some modification. Okay, help me check the data, check all the code, and let's see what it gives. Okay, at this point, I have this potential GDP growth rate shown here. Okay, to be honest, at this moment, the percentage change of the potential GDP, the potential GDP rate, I need to check the data. But at this moment, I did not rigorously check it. So at this moment, I only get what the GPT calculated this data and put here. Okay, using the code to get the dynamic chart, and also the system actually gave me this implied unemployment rate. So one thing I think it makes sense is that you see, I have the time from 2022 March to now. Sometimes the implied unemployment rate would be below the real unemployment rate. Sometimes it would be higher. I would say this kind of makes sense because if you actually saw the economic news recently, some of the wordings that the channels they will use is that the Fed see the job market, the unemployment rate is not as they expected. So I guess they were using some of the models to predict, okay, to predict the unemployment rate, and also unemployment rate. They would expect that when they raise the interest rate, the economy has a higher cost of funding. So actually, people would spend less, and after all kind of interactions, job market should be going down. So the unemployment rate should rise, but unemployment rate are stable for the recent months. If you see some of the news, it's very counterintuitive. Okay, now US is still in a high rate range. Um, the Fed is considering to lower the rate when they see the job market is deteriorating. Okay, so they need to lower the rate and to boost the economy. So there are some of the common sense and some of the economic theories here. If you are interested, you can dig into it. Okay, so at this moment, I think this project gets some of the initial step. Okay, like I said, if you want to be more rigorous, please go back to check the economic foundation for the Okun's law. Does Okun's law make sense? Right? Then check the historical data, economic data, and so on. Okay, and to see if the fluctuation and so on actually match the real situation. But it is not an easy job. You need to see many data sets, you need to see many reports, right? But I mean, at this moment, I think we only need to do some adjustments and to perfect this model. And I think this model would be useful. For example, if let's imply the unemployment rate, you can already calculate it using some of the historical data and some forward-looking data. You can make predictions. And because the implied unemployment rate, I think this model is oversimplified. Okay, my intuition tells me that it is oversimplified. So maybe you can also incorporate some advanced models like a long short-term memory, like a neural network. I have not done it yet, but I think this is a starting point. In the next step, if I find some ways to improve this model, I'm going to also share with you. Okay, so basically, after all this coding, merging the data frame, calculation, and so on, yeah, and you can see here is applying the Okun's law to estimate the unemployment rate. To use the implied unemployment rate equals the real unemployment rate, okay, plus the C parameter, let me enlarge it, times the real GDP minus K. And you know, there are some assumptions. Both are 2.0, both coefficient, and also the normal rate of growth of the labor force, plus normal rate of increase in labor productivity. Okay. So let's go on. Yeah, you can also check the merged data frame. I just want you to know that some of the data is quarterly data, so monthly data is not available. Okay, so to actually clean up this data set is also very crucial. Okay, you can either clean it or let the graph do its job. I think both ways are fine. To further add additional data frame to this visualization, I added the hourly rate data. So I think the hourly rate data, how much payment the workers can get for an hour, I think it's also a very important indication, because when you see if the unemployment rate does not change, but the hourly the hourly rate is dropping, so I guess some of the macroeconomic data will change like differently. Yeah, because actually if you have less payment in the workforce, it will transfer to the final product has lower impact to the cost of the final product. So the inflation actually will not increase too much. It does not change too much. Okay, I don't know if it makes sense, but if you want to see the different theory, you can dig into it. Okay, now I just think this data set is interesting and useful. I put it here. Okay, then I merge it with this the existing data, of course, because the hourly rate is using a different matrix. I'm putting it on the right hand side. Okay, and of course you can always check and merge the data frame. Okay, this project actually stops here. So what can we use this visualization? Actually, I think first of all, the dynamic view to check all the macroeconomic data would give you some intuition about the current US economy. Because, for example, like the real GDP growth rate, I would say it's quite stable on the 2.5 to 5% range. And we can see the unemployment rate. Okay, unemployment rate is quite stable. Right. And the implied employment rate actually should be much higher. I would say that if my assumptions are correct or close to reality, it means that now maybe the central bank, they are using this model to calculate the unemployment rate. This is their expectation. The reality is constantly contradicting their expectation. Okay, except like July 2023, actually expectation and reality are very close. Okay, we can get some of the initial conclusion like this. Okay, so just what I have just showed you, that this is one of the way to actually explore an idea and visualize it. Okay, and also do some calculation with the help of GPT and also the Python code. Okay, so just to summarize, first of all, I get an idea. I ask GPT to help me find a reasonable theoretical framework. Then I go to find the data, structure it with GPT, and put back the structured data into local environment to visualize it dynamically, and eventually to use the model to calculate the implied parameter that I want to know, and to compare and to get some initial conclusion. But for sure, you need to check a reasonable the different data set and to understand if it really makes sense. Okay, so thank you for watching. I hope this is useful for you, and see you next time. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel again. Today let's explore the local implementation of RAG chat. So today I'm going to use Gradio or Llama and the Llama 3.2 1B model to build a local chatbot where we can use different citation sources to get the response that we want. But please remember, this app is a base version. You can have many ways to improve it or implement in different use case. So now let's check the code and also the application. So on the left-hand side, you can see this is the user interface with Gradio, and on the right-hand side is the code base. So one important thing is that when I build this application, of course, with also the different coding assistant, I always do it from a ground up processing. So, for example, I build different applications here, like DuckDuckGo. It will actually do the query to DuckDuckGo search engine, and also Google News, and also Wikipedia. The idea is that I want to use these free search engine and the information source to make my large language model response more robust. As you can see here, I built these applications, test them, and then link them all with Gradio app, this main programming file. So I give this suggestion because if you want to build from the high level programming file first, you will get a lot of obstacles. For example, it is very hard to do the manipulation of different components and so on. So I make each individual work and put them together. As you can see here, in the individual file, the logic are all similar. So basically, we are going to query the engine, get the results, put it in a JSON file. This is not very complicated. And if you want, you can, of course, start from scratch. For me, I just do it with a code assistant and build a very simple logic. I test it, it is working. So I'm going to move on to the next step. I do the same for DuckDuckGo, Google News, and Wikipedia. Then I go to Gradio app and I make sure that all the functions are imported correctly. And the other part is to build the context for large language model. So I'm going to put all the information queried together. And here I'm going to query Ollama large language model. Here, of course, I set a system prompt to make sure that the language model understands what results I want. But here is a problem. If you do not include the system prompt in your prompt, sometimes the results could be less stable. But I'm not sure because my test case are just several queries. You can also test on your side. So in theory, usually you do not need to add a system prompt. You just need to structure your prompt well. But here, as you can see, I put the system prompt in the front, put the context, and also my user question in the end. In this way, I'm making sure that my prompt is structured very well. Okay, you can also try to take it away, the system prompt, or leave it here. And in the end, we are going to produce this result and show it in Gradio interface. So the rest of the code is about the user interface and so on. Okay, and please remember, saving the different query information or search results in a JSON format is very beneficial because, for example, when you test the different programming files, when you test them, you see immediate results, and it's stored very well. And if you want to further build up like a database or your user history, you can also utilize it. The other benefit is that when you incorporate into your prompt with the JSON format, you can choose different ways to incorporate in your prompt. So you have more flexibility when you ask a large language model. For example, in the future, you only want the top 1 or top 2 results from the search engine. You can identify those parts and put it in your prompt. Or like my current case, I put everything inside to a large language model. Now let's take a look at the left-hand side. So this part, first of all, you see there is a description about this RAG enhanced large language model chatbot and which search sources we use. And here I'm asking, how is the Apple stock doing? As you can see, the first response. It identified that it is Apple company, and also showed some information and also citations. But the citations are not listed in the end of the response. It's not 100% as I expected, right? So I ask again. I actually improved my personal prompt part and to see the results. No, nothing changes. I do it again. You can see this time we have some results. Okay, but it does not show me how the stock is performing. So partially I think it's because my prompt is very fuzzy. I'm asking how it is doing. And also you can see there are different sources. Some of the sources are reliable. Some of them are also hallucinated. I can guarantee you this. You can try on your side. And then I ask how is NVIDIA stock doing? Okay, it does not have much information, this one. Then I ask again. It showed some response, but not what I want, right? So I ask again, how is this stock performing recently? And we can see here, it shows some results, but structured less than what we expected. Now, let's try another prompt, right? We can say, how is Microsoft stock performing recently? Make sure citations are listed in the end. So it will process my prompt. So again, how you structure the search-based information, how you put it into large language model, how you design the workflow, they are all very flexible. So if you think this is not your desired way of processing the information, you can use additional loop to improve the results, refine the information, or even produce in different formats. Okay. So let's see here. Okay, the text does not mention the year. Okay, this is not what we want. It actually goes back to the years, talks about the history, right? Okay, so let's try it again. So in a case of a very small model, and you are building your DIY version of the RAG process, you always need to test and see how the results would meet your requirements. As you can see here, okay, has been trending down. Okay, this is one information. In recent months, okay, we can see there are some information here, but we do not have the citations, right? Let's try it one more time before we close this project. Okay, let's see. Okay, that actually gives some information here. Yeah, but without citations. You can always try on your side. So I guess there could be some improvements in the future if you want to work on this project, right? Like I said, how you structure the system prompt, user prompt, how you process the information, okay? We call it objective information you queried from the search engine and put everything together. Or you want to build some additional loop to refine the information and put it into the prompt. But of course, when you use a local small model or ChatGPT, like a O1 model, the results could be very different. Okay, so I would encourage you to do more tests. But for this version, we have a free and easily accessible local RAG chatbot. So I wish you can find it useful for your future projects. If you have any question, feel free to leave a comment. If you like my video, give it a like, share with your friends, and please do not forget to subscribe, and see you next time. Bye bye.
All right, welcome everyone to another deep dive. Today we're going to be taking a look at the EU's new competitiveness compass. Everyone's interested in how the EU plans to, kind of boost its global standing and all that. So that's what we're going to be taking a look at today. Our core source for this is actually a press release straight from the European Commission's website.
Okay.
And it's dated January 29th, 2025. So this stuff is hot off the presses.
Yeah, very recent.
Maybe you can tell us a little bit more about the European Commission, like what exactly is it and why is this document so important?
Sure. So the European Commission, you can kind of think about it as the executive branch of the European Union. So they're responsible for proposing laws, implementing decisions, and basically managing the day-to-day business of the EU.
Okay.
And this document is really important because it lays out their vision for the future. How do they see the EU developing and competing on a global scale in the coming years?
And I think it's interesting, too, because, we're not necessarily based in the EU, but I think it's still something that's important for, people around the world to kind of be aware of because it does have those, ripple effects.
Yeah, it's going to have global implications for sure, even if you're not directly involved in European business or policy.
Yeah, for sure.
These things tend to have, far-reaching consequences.
Yeah, definitely. So I guess let's dive into, this competitiveness compass, right? It sounds kind of adventurous.
Yeah.
What is like the big picture here? What are they hoping to achieve with this?
Well, the first thing is they're kind of acknowledging that the EU's productivity hasn't really kept pace with other major economies over the last, say, 2 decades. So they're kind of playing catch up in a sense.
Right.
But their aim is very high. They want to make Europe like the global hub for, future tech, services, clean products, all while, being a leader in climate neutrality. So it's very ambitious.
Yeah, that's very ambitious.
Very ambitious plan.
I did notice, in the press release that the EU Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, she seems pretty confident, right? Like, what did she have to say about this?
Yeah, she was quoted as saying that Europe has everything it needs to succeed.
Oh, wow.
But that they need to act quickly to address their weaknesses. And I think that's really where the 3 core areas for action come in.
Okay, so there's 3 core areas. What's the first one?
So the first core area is closing the innovation gap.
Closing the innovation gap.
And what they want to do is basically turn Europe into a breeding ground, if you will, for startups, particularly in what they're calling deep tech. So, AI, quantum computing, biotech, things like that.
So like cutting edge stuff.
Yeah, the really cutting edge stuff. And they even proposed, these AI gigafactories, which is kind of a catchy term.
AI gigafactories. What is that? I haven't heard that term.
So imagine like a network of research hubs spread across Europe, but all laser focused on developing and scaling up AI technologies. So it's really about taking it beyond just the research phase and actually turning it into, actual products and services.
Yeah, so they can compete.
Exactly.
Because it seems like they're not just talking about research here. It's really about, like, putting it into practice.
Yeah. Bring it to market.
Yeah.
And to do this, they plan to, streamline regulations, make it easier for startups to get funding.
Okay.
They also want to create a single set of rules for these innovative companies across the entire EU market.
So instead of like a patchwork of...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So right now it's kind of a patchwork of regulations from country to country, which can be really confusing and difficult for businesses to navigate. So having one clear set of rules would definitely help.
Makes sense. Okay, so that's the first one, closing that innovation gap. What's the second one?
So the second one is decarbonization as a competitive edge.
Decarbonization as a competitive edge. That's interesting.
Yeah. It's an interesting way to frame it, right? Because a lot of people think of, the transition to clean energy as a cost for businesses.
Right.
And so they're really trying to spin it as like an opportunity to actually become more competitive.
How would that work?
So their focus is on making clean energy more accessible and affordable.
Yeah.
They're also acknowledging, the challenge of high energy prices, because obviously that's a concern.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is they're not just pushing for like brand new green industries. They're really trying to help existing industries like steel, metals, chemicals to make this transition as well.
So they're bringing everyone along. not just...
Right, not just focusing on the new.
Yeah.
They're trying to bring everyone along.
Okay. So it's kind of like a more holistic...
Yeah, more holistic approach.
Yeah, I see.
And they're developing specific action plans to, help those industries adapt. They have this clean industrial deal in the works.
Oh, interesting.
Which will, hopefully lay out a roadmap for how these industries can decarbonize.
That's a good point.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that's number 2. What's the third one?
So the third one is reducing dependencies and increasing security.
Reducing dependencies. Okay, so what does that mean exactly?
So it's really about, global supply chains, access to raw materials, trade agreements, all those things that, kind of connect us globally.
Right.
It's kind of a geopolitical element to this as well.
Right. It's how everything is so interconnected,
Exactly. They're really aiming to diversify their partnerships, especially when it comes to critical resources. So they're looking at new clean trade and investment partnerships to kind of secure those resources globally. And they're even considering using public procurement rules to favor European companies in key sectors. So it's really about achieving strategic autonomy.
So essentially, they're trying to become less reliant
on
other countries?
Particularly for those essential resources.
Right. Especially in this kind of like global climate where things can change so rapidly.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen in recent years how supply chains can be disrupted and, the geopolitical landscape is constantly shifting. So they're really trying to make sure that they have, more control over their own destiny in a sense.
That makes a lot of sense. But then, okay, so we've got these 3 core areas and these big ideas. But how do they actually plan to, make this happen? Is it just all talk?
Right. Well, that's where these 5, what they call horizontal enablers come into play.
Horizontal enablers. I don't know if I'm familiar with that term. Can you explain that a little bit?
Sure. So basically, these are like the practical tools that support the 3, bigger picture goals. So the first one is simplification.
Simplification. Okay.
So that's cutting red tape, making it easier to access EU funds, and making things easier for SMEs.
Okay. So SMEs, that's like small and medium-sized enterprises, right?
Exactly.
Okay. So less paperwork, more action, basically.
Exactly. Less bureaucracy, making things easier for businesses to operate.
Got it. What's the next one?
So then there's strengthening the single market, which is really essential for making the whole EU more competitive.
Okay.
So that means, removing barriers between countries, updating regulations, that sort of thing. Basically making it easier for businesses to operate across borders within the EU.
That makes sense.
Then the third one is financing competitiveness.
Financing competitiveness. Okay.
So this is about making it easier for businesses to get the capital they need to grow and innovate. So it's developing new investment products, creating incentives for risk takers. They're even talking about creating a European savings and investments union.
Wow. So they're really rethinking the whole financial ecosystem.
Yeah, they're trying to think about how can they make the EU more attractive for investors? How can they, mobilize capital to support these innovative companies.
Yeah.
And then the fourth one is skills and jobs.
Okay, so it's not just about money and, technology and stuff. It's about the people, too.
Exactly. So this is all about investing in people, right? So it's promoting training, attracting talent, making sure people have the right skills for the jobs of the future. They're even calling it a union of skills.
A union of skills. I like that. That's a good name.
Yeah, it's a catchy name. It's basically acknowledging that, in this rapidly changing world, people need to constantly be learning and adapting and acquiring new skills to stay competitive.
Yeah, and it sounds like they're trying to provide a framework for people to do that.
Exactly.
Okay, so that's skills and jobs. What's the last one?
So the last one is better coordination.
Better coordination.
So this is really about making sure that the EU and the individual member states are, all on the same page and working together effectively. So to do this, they're introducing a competitiveness coordination tool to kind of align everybody's efforts. And then there's also going to be a competitiveness fund to provide, financial support.
So it sounds like they're trying to orchestrate this, really complex symphony of change.
Yeah, it's very complex. There are a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, it's a lot to unpack. So we're actually going to be back in part 2 of this deep dive to kind of explore the potential impact of this plan, what it could mean for, the global landscape, all that good stuff.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to discuss.
Welcome back. So we just, we dug into, all the details of the EU's competitiveness compass.
Yeah.
And it seems like they're pretty serious about this.
Very serious.
About, really making Europe like a major, global powerhouse.
Yeah, I mean, they're not just aiming to catch up. They want to, set the pace.
Yeah, they want to be, right at the forefront. So let's shift gears a little bit and talk about like the potential impact of all this.
Okay.
Like what could it mean for the rest of the world if the EU, if they actually manage to pull this off?
Well, I think, if the EU does become more competitive, I think it would likely mean a more innovative global economy as a whole, right? So you could see breakthroughs in key areas like AI, clean technology, things that would ultimately benefit everyone.
So kind of like a rising tide lifts all boats kind of situation.
Yeah, exactly. But, some boats might get a bigger lift than others.
Right. That's true. So for example, like let's take that decarbonization aspect, right? Like how could that potentially play out on a global scale?
So I think, if the EU really pushes ahead with decarbonization, some experts are predicting that they might mandate, for example, all public buildings to be carbon neutral by 2030. And if that happens, I mean, that would create a huge demand for green building materials.
Right.
And that would then, force innovation. It would potentially make those materials cheaper, more accessible globally.
So it would kind of benefit like the construction industry.
It would, yeah. It would benefit a lot of different industries.
Yeah.
And it could really accelerate, that transition to a low carbon economy.
So that's a really interesting example of how like a specific action could have these like really far-reaching consequences.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's kind of a domino effect.
What about that that strategic autonomy thing, right? Like how could that reshape things?
Yeah, that's a big one. So like we were saying before, the EU is clearly aiming to, reduce its reliance on other countries, especially for those essential resources, right? So they're going to forge new trade partnerships. They're going to explore ways to kind of boost domestic production. And this could shift global trade patterns. It could even create some friction with existing partners.
So it's like a balancing act then, right? Because on the one hand, they want to, secure their own interests.
Right.
But on the other hand, they don't want to, alienate.
Yeah, they don't want to isolate themselves.
Yeah.
It's a tough, road to navigate.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've talked a lot about the economics of it, the geopolitics of it all, but what of the social impact, right? Like how could this plan actually, impact people's lives on a more like personal level?
Well, one thing that's really interesting is their emphasis on skills and training.
The union of skills?
The union of skills, yeah. Imagine a Europe, right, where lifelong learning is not just, encouraged, but it's actively supported through government programs and incentives and things like that. I think if they can really create that union of skills, it could be a model for other countries that are struggling to adapt,
So it could have like, downstream impacts on like education systems and, corporate training.
Absolutely. Yeah. Workforce development programs. I mean, this could really have a significant impact on the future of work on a global scale.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. Okay, so we've talked about, all the potential upsides, but obviously, no plan is perfect, right?
Yeah.
So let's take a look at some of the potential roadblocks that the EU might encounter, on this journey. What are some of the like internal challenges, right?
Well, I think, the EU is 27 different countries, each with their own economic and political interests.
Right.
And so getting everyone on board with a plan as ambitious and far-reaching as this, it's going to be a challenge. I mean,
it's like herding cats, right?
Exactly. It's a lot of different perspectives, a lot of different priorities to balance. And then, of course, there's the issue of implementation.
Yeah, because it's one thing to write it down on paper.
Yeah, exactly. And then it's another thing to actually, make it happen.
Yeah, to put it into practice.
It's going to require a lot of coordination, a lot of political will, and, hopefully a lot of bureaucratic efficiency.
And we all know how fun bureaucracy can be.
That's right. So those are some of the internal challenges. And then, you've also got external challenges.
Right. So what about like the global headwinds?
Well, global competition is a big one, right? I mean, the U.S., China, they're also investing heavily in innovation. They're vying for global leadership.
Yeah. So the EU really needs to
they need to move quickly.
Yeah, they need to step it up.
They need to be strategic. They need to be smart about how they do this.
It's like a race.
It is a race, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very high stakes race.
Absolutely. And then, you never know what's going to happen in the world, right?
Right, yeah.
I mean, geopolitical tensions, trade wars, pandemics.
Yeah, anything could happen.
Anything could happen.
And then just throw a wrench in the whole plan.
Exactly.
Right, so it's like they got to be adaptable, they got to be resilient.
Absolutely. They have to be able to adjust to changing circumstances.
Right, right. So, I mean, it's clear that they've set some, incredibly ambitious goals here.
Yeah.
And, remains to be seen whether they can achieve them all.
Right, right. I mean, but I think even if they fall short of some of their targets, I think the very fact that they're putting forth such a bold and comprehensive plan is a sign of their determination.
Yeah.
They're serious about this.
They're serious, yeah. So it's kind of a statement that they're not content with the status quo.
Oh, exactly.
They want to actually shape the future, not just react to it.
Yeah. Be proactive.
Yeah, be proactive. All right. Well, we're going to be back in part 3 of this deep dive to, wrap up our exploration of the EU's plan and leave you with some final food for thought. All right, welcome back to the final part of our deep dive into the EU's competitiveness compass. We've talked about, the goals, the potential impact, the challenges.
A lot to consider.
Yeah, a lot to consider. So as we kind of wrap things up here, what are some of the key takeaways? What do you think, the average listener should really keep in mind, as they go about their day?
Well, I think the EU is sending a pretty clear message with this competitiveness compass. It's not just about making small adjustments,
Right.
This is a big change, a pretty fundamental reshaping of their economy. They're not just dipping their toes in the water here.
Right.
They're diving headfirst into this transformation.
Yeah, they're going all in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not just a few policy tweaks here and there.
Yeah.
It's really about, changing their entire approach to innovation, to sustainability, to how they engage with the rest of the world.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty ambitious, right?
It is.
I'm thinking about that clean industrial deal we were talking about. If they actually manage to, decarbonize these heavy industries like steel and chemicals and things like that, I mean, that could have a huge ripple effect.
Oh, absolutely.
Not just in Europe.
It would have global implications.
Yeah, because suddenly you've got, steel that's produced with significantly lower emissions.
Right.
That's being used in buildings and cars, all over the world.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the kind of impact they're going for. It's not just, limited to Europe.
Right. And it's not just about the environment either, right? I mean, that strategic autonomy thing, it could really reshape global trade, technology, all of that. I mean, if they really can become less reliant on other countries for those resources, for technology, that could shift the whole balance of power.
It really could.
In those industries.
Yeah. It has implications for, like you said, supply chains, national security, It's a pretty big deal.
Yeah. And, on a more kind of human level, we were talking about that union of skills idea.
Yeah.
And it seems like they're really acknowledging that, in the future, people are going to need to constantly be learning and adapting and, upskilling themselves. So I think that's a really important message as well.
It is, yeah. It's really about investing in people.
Yeah.
And recognizing that, the future of work is going to be very different from what we've seen in the past.
So, I mean, it seems like there's a lot at stake here,
Oh, there's a lot at stake.
Not just for Europe, but for, the whole world.
The whole world, yeah.
So, I mean, they're taking on a massive challenge.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
It will.
But even if they, only achieve a fraction of their goals, I think it's something that, everyone should be paying attention to.
Absolutely. It's a story worth watching.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, that's going to do it for this deep dive into the EU's competitiveness compass. We hope you found it informative and thought-provoking.
Yeah. Thanks for listening.
And until next time, keep exploring.
All right. Let's dive in. Today, we're tackling AI safety, and we've got a pretty hefty report to guide us, the International AI Safety Report 2025. It's a collaborative effort, which is awesome. We've got big names like Google DeepMind, Meta, Microsoft, you name it. They've all come together to give us a, sort of snapshot of where AI is headed and the potential bumps in the road. And
what's really interesting is that this report, it's not about, trying to dictate policy or anything like that. It's more about providing policymakers, and all of us really, with a clear-eyed view of AI's trajectory, both the good and the bad, the exciting and the potentially concerning aspects.
Right. It's about giving us the information we need to make informed decisions about how we want to shape the future of AI. So no doom and gloom here, right? Just a level-headed assessment of what we're dealing with.
Exactly. It's about understanding the landscape and identifying the potential pitfalls so we can navigate them effectively.
Okay, so big picture. Where is AI headed? What are the big takeaways from this report?
Well, one thing that really stood out to me is that the report lays out a framework for understanding the entire life cycle of an AI system.
A life cycle. Okay, I'm intrigued.
Think of it like raising a child. First, you give them access to tons of information, right? Books, experiences, the whole world. For AI, that's the pre-training phase, where it gobbles up massive amounts of data. This builds the foundation for everything that comes next.
Okay, so it's like AI preschool. We're feeding the AI brain with all the knowledge it needs to grow up big and strong.
Exactly. And just like with a child, this early stage is crucial for development. The quality of the data that goes into pre-training can have a huge impact on the AI's capabilities and behaviors down the line.
Right, garbage in, garbage out, as they say. So what's the next stage in this AI upbringing?
That would be fine-tuning. Refining the AI's skills and knowledge. It's like giving a student practice problems and feedback, helping them get really good at specific tasks.
So it's like sending our AI kid to specialized classes, maybe math camp or coding boot camp. We're honing their skills for the real world.
Exactly. And then finally, graduation day arrives. That's deployment, where the AI is released to interact with real-world applications.
Okay, so our AI kid is all grown up and ready to get a job. They're out there solving problems, making decisions, hopefully making the world a better place.
Hopefully. But here's the thing. Each stage of this AI life cycle has its own set of unique risks.
Oh, I bet.
So it's not just about the final product, the deployed AI. We need to be thinking about the risks at every step of the way, from the data we use to the way we train the AI.
Exactly. It's a holistic approach to AI safety, and the report really emphasizes that.
So the stakes are high from day one. We need to be thinking about the ethical implications, the potential for bias, the unintended consequences, all of that.
Absolutely. And the report doesn't shy away from that. It dives into those issues in detail.
Okay, well, I'm ready to dive in. Give me the lowdown on what we're up against. Okay, first off, let's talk about resources. The report reveals the sheer scale of investment in AI right now. It's mind-blowing. It's projected that by 2027, just the pre-training phase, that initial data gobbling stage, could exceed $1 billion for some AI models.
Whoa, $1 billion just to get the AI student enrolled in preschool? That's a serious commitment.
It is, and it shows just how much faith we're putting in AI. It's seen as a game changer, and companies are willing to invest big.
Makes sense, but it also raises the stakes, right? If we're pouring that much money into AI development, we better make sure we're doing it right.
Absolutely. We need to be responsible stewards of this technology, and that means taking safety seriously.
Okay, so $1 billion preschool, that's one takeaway. What else is the report highlighting?
Well, another big takeaway is the sheer speed of AI development. It's happening at an incredible pace. Just look at GPT-4, for example.
Oh, yeah, the language model that can write poetry and code and, well, pretty much anything you ask it to.
Exactly. In a little over a year, its accuracy on PhD-level science questions shot up from 33% to 70%.
Wow. That's like going from failing high school science to acing a college-level exam in the blink of an eye.
It is. And it shows just how rapidly these systems are learning.
Okay, so AI is getting smarter, faster. That's both exciting and a bit intimidating.
It is. But it's not just about answering science questions. AI agents are now doing things autonomously. That used to be the exclusive domain of humans. They're browsing the web, writing software, even tackling cybersecurity challenges.
So AI is catching up to us in areas we thought were uniquely human. That's both amazing and a bit unnerving, I have to say.
It is. And it raises a lot of questions about the future of work and the role of humans in a world where AI is becoming increasingly capable.
Right. If AI can do everything we can do, only faster and cheaper, what does that mean for us? It's a big question, and one we'll need to grapple with as AI continues to evolve.
Absolutely. But before we get too deep into those existential questions, let's break down what's driving this rapid progress in AI.
Okay, I'm all ears.
It comes down to three key factors. First, we're throwing more computing power at these problems. The computing power used for AI training has been doubling roughly every 6 months since the early 2010s.
Whoa, so it's like Moore's Law on steroids? The hardware is getting more powerful faster?
Exactly. And that's enabling us to train larger and more complex AI models. The second factor is the data. The data sets we're using to train AI are getting exponentially larger.
Right. We're living in the age of big data. Everything we do online, everything we say, everything we buy, it's all being collected and used to train AI.
It is. And that's giving AI systems a much richer understanding of the world and of human behavior.
Okay, so more computing power, more data. What's the third factor?
The algorithms themselves, the algorithms we're using to train AI, are becoming more efficient at learning from that data.
So it's like we're giving AI bigger brains, better textbooks, and faster learning abilities all at once.
Exactly. And that's a recipe for rapid progress.
Okay, so rapid progress is great, but it's not without its risks. The report mentions malicious use as a serious concern, right?
It is. And this is where things start to get a bit unsettling. AI is a tool. And like any tool, it can be used for good or bad.
Right. A hammer can build a house or it can break a skull.
Exactly. And the report dives into how malicious actors could weaponize AI.
Okay, let's hear it. What are the AI campfire stories that are keeping you up at night?
Well, one of the biggest red flags is the ability to generate fake content on a massive scale. We're talking about AI churning out fake news articles, fabricated images, manipulated videos, all designed to sway public opinion.
Wow, that's chilling. So instead of shady figures in basements,
Yeah,
we might have AI bots creating and spreading disinformation.
exactly. And what's even more concerning is that AI can produce this content at an alarmingly low cost and with incredible sophistication.
So we could be flooded with fake news. That's practically indistinguishable from the real thing.
That's the worry. And studies have shown that AI-generated content can be just as persuasive as human-generated content.
Okay, that's seriously unsettling. So not only can AI create fake news, it can create fake news that people actually believe.
It's a real risk and one we need to be prepared for.
And this malicious use isn't just limited to disinformation, right?
You're right. The report also highlights the potential for AI to be used in cyber attacks.
So instead of hackers in hoodies, we might have AI bots breaking into systems and stealing sensitive data.
While AI isn't ready to replace human hackers on the toughest challenges, it's getting better at finding vulnerabilities and carrying out attacks.
Okay, so we've got AI-powered disinformation campaigns and AI-enhanced cyber attacks. This is starting to sound like a dystopian science fiction film.
It does, but it's important to remember that these are real risks and ones we need to address now.
Right, we can't just bury our heads in the sand and hope it all goes away.
Exactly. We need to be proactive, not reactive.
Okay, so proactive AI safety. Where do we even begin?
You know, as we were talking about those risks, I realized something. The report doesn't just list out potential problems. It actually dives into how we can manage them. And that's pretty encouraging.
Okay, good. We need solutions, not just a list of potential disasters.
Right. It's not all doom and gloom. The report emphasizes a defense in-depth approach.
Yeah.
Which is kind of like layers of security. You know how we do this with nuclear safety and infectious disease control. No single method is foolproof. So we need multiple layers of protection working together.
Backup plans for our backup plans. Makes sense, especially with something as powerful and complex as AI.
Right, exactly. You need a safety net.
So what kinds of protective measures are we talking about here?
So the report outlines a range of tools and strategies. For example, red teaming, which basically means deliberately trying to break AI systems to identify vulnerabilities.
So it's like having an ethical hacker poke around and try to find weaknesses before the bad guys do.
Exactly. You got to find the weak spots before they do.
Smart. So what else is in this AI safety toolkit?
And there's adversarial training. It's kind of like giving AI systems a crash course in recognizing attacks and defending against them.
Training the AI to be its own security guard.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
I like it. So it's like we're being proactive, not just reactive.
Right, exactly. And to add to those defenses, the report highlights a new initiative called the AI Safety Benchmark.
Interesting. Tell me more about that.
Well, it's designed to assess the safety risks of AI systems in real-world scenarios.
So it's like a standardized safety test that all AI systems have to pass before they're allowed out into the world.
Yeah, kind of like that. It's about setting some ground rules and making sure that AI systems meet certain safety standards.
Okay, I can see how that would be important, especially as AI gets more powerful and integrated into our lives. But, even with all these safeguards, I can't help but wonder, given how fast AI is developing, will it be enough? Can we really keep up?
That's the million-dollar question, right?
Yeah.
AI capabilities are advancing so rapidly. Can our risk management efforts evolve at the same pace?
It's like a race against time.
It is, and that's where things get even more interesting, because the report goes beyond just technical fixes.
Okay, I'm all ears.
One of the things that surprised me was the sheer breadth of expertise involved in creating this report. It wasn't just computer scientists and AI researchers.
Really? Who else was involved?
They brought in people from all sorts of fields: ethics, law, economics, psychology.
Wow. So it's like they created a think tank
Yep.
of experts from all walks of life to figure out how to make AI safe for humanity.
Exactly. And having that diversity of voices is crucial because it helps us identify potential blind spots and come up with more comprehensive solutions.
It's like if you only ask engineers how to make AI safe, you're going to get a very different answer than if you also ask philosophers, social scientists, and everyday people what they think.
Right. Different perspectives are so important.
So it's not just about building better AI, it's about building better systems around AI. Systems that take into account the human and societal factors.
You've got it. It's a two-pronged approach.
Makes sense.
So on the technical side, for example, the report highlights some promising new developments in explainable AI.
Explainable AI, what's that?
Well, it's all about making AI's decision-making processes more transparent and understandable to humans.
So instead of just spitting out an answer, the AI can show its work, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. It's like giving us a peek behind the curtain.
I like that because if we don't understand how AI is making decisions, how can we trust those decisions, right?
Right. Trust is a big issue with AI.
And it's not just about trust, it's about accountability too. If something goes wrong, we need to be able to trace it back to the source and figure out how to fix it.
Exactly. Explainable AI gives us that ability.
So it's like having a window into the black box of AI.
That's a great analogy. And the report also discusses efforts to standardize assessment and mitigation approaches for AI risks.
Yeah.
Which I think is really important.
Standardization.
Yeah, because if everyone's using the same playbook, so to speak, it's much easier to compare results, share best practices, and work together to improve AI safety overall.
Right. It's like having a common language and a shared set of tools.
Exactly. And speaking of working together, the report really stresses the importance of international collaboration on AI safety.
Well, that makes sense. Because this isn't just a national issue, it's a global issue.
Exactly. AI doesn't respect borders.
And the choices we make in one country can have ripple effects around the world.
That's right. So we need to be working together to establish global norms and standards for AI safety.
So it's like we're all in this together. We need to figure out how to steer this powerful technology in a direction that works for humanity as a whole.
That's a great way to put it. And the report concludes this section with a powerful reminder. The future of AI is not predetermined. A wide range of trajectories are possible, and much will depend on the choices we make today.
Okay, that's both a sobering and empowering thought. It's like we're standing at a crossroads.
We are. We have the power to choose the path we want to take.
But with that power comes a tremendous responsibility.
Absolutely. And the report provides some valuable insights into how to approach this responsibility with wisdom and foresight.
Okay, so give us the cheat sheet. What are the key takeaways that can help us guide our choices and ensure a positive future for AI?
One of the most important is the need for a multi-stakeholder approach.
A multi-stakeholder approach, what does that look like?
It means bringing everyone to the table who has a stake in AI's future. Governments, industry leaders, researchers, ethicists, and, of course, the public. Everyone needs to have a voice.
So it's about creating a dialogue that includes all the different perspectives.
Exactly. It's about fostering collaboration and collective responsibility.
Makes sense because AI is going to affect all of us.
Right. And the report highlights some encouraging examples of multi-stakeholder initiatives that are already underway, like the Partnership on AI and the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence.
Those sound promising.
They are. These groups are bringing together people from all over the world to discuss the challenges and opportunities of AI and to find ways to work together to ensure a beneficial future.
So it seems like there's a growing recognition that AI safety is too important to be left to any one group.
Absolutely. It's a global issue that requires a global response.
Okay, so we've talked about governments, industry leaders, researchers, but what about the role of individuals? Can everyday people like our listeners make a difference?
Absolutely. You, our listeners, have a crucial role to play.
All right, listeners, I'm ready to take notes. What can we do?
Well, first of all, stay informed about developments in AI. Read articles, listen to podcasts like this one, follow experts on social media.
Okay, stay informed. Check.
And then participate in public consultations on AI policy. A lot of governments are seeking input from citizens on how AI should be regulated.
So make our voices heard. Got it.
And support organizations that are working on AI safety. There are lots of nonprofits and research groups dedicated to making AI safer and more beneficial.
Okay, put our money where our mouth is. Support the good guys.
Exactly. And finally, don't be afraid to advocate for responsible AI development. Talk to your friends and family about these issues. Write to your elected officials. Share your thoughts online.
So it's about educating ourselves, making our voices heard, and supporting the organizations that are working to make AI safer for everyone.
Precisely. We all have a role to play in shaping the future of AI.
Okay, I like that. It's empowering. We're not just passive bystanders. We can actually make a difference.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And speaking of making a difference, the report doesn't shy away from acknowledging the tough decisions that policymakers face when it comes to regulating AI.
Regulation. That's a tricky subject.
It is. AI regulation is a complex and evolving landscape. And the report provides a really helpful overview of different approaches, from voluntary guidelines to more stringent legal frameworks.
So it's not a one-size-fits-all solution.
Exactly. The right approach will probably vary depending on the context and the potential risks involved.
Okay, that makes sense. But how do policymakers actually go about regulating AI? What kind of tools do they have?
Well, the report discusses a range of options, including things like pre-deployment testing, auditing, and monitoring.
So it's like creating a safety net for AI, making sure that systems are thoroughly tested and evaluated before they're released into the wild.
Exactly. It's about putting safeguards in place.
And then continuously monitoring to make sure everything's running smoothly.
Right. And the report really stresses the importance of ongoing evaluation and adaptation. Because as AI evolves, so too will the risks. And our regulatory frameworks need to be flexible enough to keep pace.
So it's not about creating a static set of rules. It's about creating a dynamic system of governance.
You got it. The report calls it agile governance.
Agile governance. I like that. It implies a proactive and responsive approach.
It does. We need to be as nimble and adaptable as AI itself.
Okay, agile governance, check. But who gets to decide what these rules and regulations should be? Is it just a bunch of experts and policymakers making decisions behind closed doors?
That's where the report gets even more interesting. It really underscores the importance of public engagement in the AI governance process.
Public engagement. Okay, why is that so important?
Because ultimately, it's the public who will be most affected by the decisions that are made about AI.
Right. We're the ones who are going to be living with the consequences.
We are. So we should all have a say in how it unfolds.
Okay, I'm on board with that. But how do we actually make AI governance more inclusive and representative?
Well, the report offers some really interesting ideas. Things like citizen assemblies, where randomly selected groups of citizens come together to deliberate on policy issues, or deliberative polling, where people are given information about a topic and then engage in facilitated discussions before expressing their opinions.
So it's about giving people the information they need and the opportunity to have their voices heard.
Exactly. And online platforms could be used to gather feedback and input from a much wider range of people than traditional methods allow.
Okay, so there are lots of ways to make AI governance more democratic and transparent.
There are, and the report really stresses the importance of exploring those options.
So it's not just about the experts making all the calls.
Not at all. It's about bringing the public into the conversation.
Okay, I'm convinced public engagement is crucial, but why is it so essential?
Because it's not just about building trust in AI. It's about ensuring that AI is developed and used in ways that align with societal values.
So it's not just about making AI safe. It's about making AI work for everyone.
You got it. And the report highlights the importance of what it calls value-sensitive design.
Value-sensitive design. That sounds intriguing.
It's about embedding ethical considerations into the design process from the very beginning.
So it's not just about fixing problems after they arise. It's about anticipating potential harms and designing AI systems in a way that minimizes those harms.
Exactly. It's about building safety features into the car before it even leaves the factory.
Great analogy. I'm getting the picture. So we need to be thinking about ethics, not as an afterthought, but as an integral part of the AI development process.
Right. And the report discusses various frameworks and methodologies for value-sensitive design, like the ethics canvas and the moral machine.
Okay, those sound like useful tools.
They are. They can help developers and policymakers think through the ethical implications of their choices.
Okay, so we're making progress. We're moving beyond just talking about AI safety and actually putting those principles into practice. But there's one piece of the puzzle I'm still curious about. Who are the people actually building this technology? Who are the minds behind the AI revolution?
That's a really important question. and one the report addresses head-on. It stresses the importance of diversity and inclusion in the AI workforce.
Diversity and inclusion. Okay, how does that tie into AI safety?
Well, if the people building AI don't represent the diversity of the population, then it's more likely that AI systems will reflect existing biases and inequalities.
It's like that old saying, garbage in, garbage out. If the data and the people building AI are biased, then the output will be biased too.
Exactly. And the report highlights various initiatives aimed at increasing diversity and inclusion in the AI field, such as mentorship programs, scholarships, and outreach to underrepresented communities.
Sounds like we're moving in the right direction.
We are. It's about creating a more equitable and inclusive AI ecosystem.
But beyond the moral imperative, is there a practical reason why diversity is so crucial in the AI field?
Absolutely. A more diverse AI workforce will lead to more innovative and impactful AI solutions.
Makes sense. Different perspectives can spark creativity and lead to breakthroughs that wouldn't be possible otherwise.
Exactly. It's about tapping into the full potential of human ingenuity.
Okay, so diversity and inclusion, check. What else does the report emphasize?
The need for education and public awareness when it comes to AI.
Education. Okay, tell me more about that. Why is AI literacy so important?
Because if people don't understand how AI works,
Sure.
they're more likely to fear it or misuse it.
So it's about demystifying AI, right? Making it less of a black box and empowering people to engage with it in a thoughtful and informed way.
Exactly. And the report discusses various strategies for AI education, from incorporating AI concepts into school curricula to creating public awareness campaigns.
It's about giving people the knowledge and skills they need to navigate this rapidly changing world.
Exactly. And the report doesn't shy away from highlighting the need for greater investment in AI education and outreach.
So it's not enough to just focus on the technical aspects of AI safety. We need to make sure that everyone understands the societal implications.
Absolutely. The ethical considerations, the potential risks and benefits. AI is not just a technology. It's a force that is shaping the future of humanity.
And that future depends on the choices we make today.
Exactly. So are we up to the challenge? Are we doing enough to ensure that AI benefits humanity and leads us towards a brighter future?
That's the question we all need to be asking ourselves.
It is. And it leads us into the final part of this report, where we explore some of the most thought-provoking and potentially unsettling aspects of AI's future.
All right, so we've covered a lot of ground. AI safety nets, global collaboration, even AI preschool. But the report doesn't stop there, does it? It goes deep into some pretty mind-bending scenarios about the future of AI.
Yeah, it does. This last section is where things get really interesting. We're moving from those broad risks to very specific concerns. It's like, we've talked about the potential for AI to be misused. Now we're getting into the nitty-gritty of what that might actually look like.
Okay, color me intrigued. Give me the AI version of spooky campfire stories.
Well, one example that really stood out to me is the concept of loss of control scenarios. Imagine a future where AI systems become so advanced, so autonomous, that they operate beyond human oversight.
Whoa!
And we have no clear way to regain control.
Okay, that's definitely spooky. But the report is suggesting this isn't just science fiction, right? This is something we need to seriously consider.
It's definitely a possibility we need to be prepared for, especially given how fast AI is developing now. The report isn't saying it's inevitable, but it stresses the importance of being proactive and putting safeguards in place to prevent such scenarios.
So it's not about AI turning evil. It's about AI becoming so complex, so independent that we no longer understand it or have the ability to control it.
Exactly. It's like we're creating these incredibly powerful tools, but we need to make sure we don't lose the instruction manual.
Right, because if we lose the instruction manual, we might not be able to fix it when it breaks.
Or even understand what's broken in the first place.
And that's a pretty scary thought.
It is. And the report delves into this concept of emergent behavior in AI.
Emergent behavior. Okay, that sounds ominous.
It's the idea that as AI systems become more complex, more interconnected, they might start to exhibit behaviors that weren't explicitly programmed or anticipated by their creators.
Okay, now that's both fascinating and a little terrifying. So it's like the AI could develop a mind of its own and start doing things we didn't expect.
It's not necessarily about AI becoming conscious or developing intentions of its own. It's more about the potential for unforeseen consequences.
Unforeseen consequences. So what, like the AI decides to solve climate change?
Well, that would be a good unforeseen consequence.
True. But it could also go the other way, right?
Right. It could lead to unintended and potentially harmful consequences.
It's like we're opening Pandora's box. We don't know what we're going to find inside.
And we might not be able to put everything back in once it's out.
Okay, so emergent behavior. Another AI campfire story to keep me up at night. But how do we even prepare for something as unpredictable as that?
Well, the report emphasizes the importance of careful monitoring and evaluation of AI systems, especially as they become more sophisticated and interconnected.
So it's like we need to keep a watchful eye on these AI systems and be ready to step in if something unexpected happens.
Exactly. It's like having a smoke detector. Better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it.
Makes sense, but monitoring alone won't solve the problem, right?
Right. We also need to invest heavily in AI safety research. We need to deepen our understanding of the potential risks and develop robust strategies for mitigating those risks.
Okay, so more research is needed. What specifically should we be focusing on?
The report highlights some specific areas where research is particularly needed, like AI alignment, robustness, and explainability.
Alignment, robustness, explainability. Break those down for me.
So AI alignment is about making sure AI systems are aligned with human values.
So the AI is working towards our goals, not against them.
Right. And robustness is about making sure AI systems are reliable, that they don't break easily, that they can handle unexpected situations.
We want our AI to be tough, not fragile.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then explainability, we've talked about that before. It's about making sure we can understand how AI systems are making decisions.
So we're not just blindly trusting the AI, we can actually see the reasoning behind its choices.
Exactly. And all of these areas require more research, more funding, more brain power.
Right, because we can't just hope for the best. We need to be actively working to make AI safer.
Absolutely. And the report also stresses the importance of international cooperation on AI safety.
Makes sense, because this is a global issue.
It is. We can't solve this alone. We need all hands on deck, working together as a global community.
Just like with climate change, right?
Exactly. And the report highlights some encouraging examples of international collaboration, like the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence.
Okay, so there's hope. People are starting to realize that we need to work together on this.
There is, and that's a really important message to end on. This report is not just about scaring people. It's about empowering us to take action.
Right, to shape the future of AI in a way that benefits humanity.
Exactly. So, to wrap things up, the International AI Safety Report 2025 is a wake-up call. It's a call to action. It's a reminder that AI is a powerful technology with the potential to reshape our world in both positive and negative ways.
And the choices we make today will determine which path we take.
Exactly. So let's choose wisely.
Listeners, we've given you a lot to think about, but we hope this deep dive has empowered you to engage in this crucial conversation about AI safety and to make your voice heard.
The future of AI is not predetermined. It's up to all of us to shape it responsibly.
So stay informed, stay curious, and keep diving deep.
Thanks for joining us.
All right, so I bet you're joining us with this deep dive because you've heard of this transfusion model everyone's talking about in the AI world.
Oh, yeah. Definitely making some waves.
And we've been looking at the research paper ourselves, and there's a lot of cool details in there and some pretty impressive images they've included as examples.
Really interesting stuff.
But what really caught our eye is this idea that transfusion is like a new breed of multimodal AI.
Right.
It can work with different kinds of data, like text and images, but in a way that's more integrated than we've ever seen before.
Yeah, that's a really big deal because right now most multimodal models, they either try to stick together separate models for each type of data.
Oh, that makes sense.
Which isn't very efficient.
Yeah.
Or they try to take images and simplify them, turning them into tokens like they do with words. But when you do that, you lose a lot of the information, the richness and the detail of the visual information.
It's like trying to describe a painting using only a list of colors.
Exactly. You just lose all the nuance and the artistry. But transfusion is different. It manages to handle both words and images within one single model.
Wow.
Without sacrificing the details that make those images so, compelling.
So how'd they do it? The paper mentions using this cool combination of language modeling and diffusion.
Yeah.
Are those techniques we've heard of before?
You probably have, even if you don't realize it.
Okay.
So language modeling is all about predicting what comes next.
Okay.
Like when your phone suggests the next word as you're typing.
Oh, yeah.
That's language modeling at work.
Makes sense.
And diffusion is the tech behind all those AI art generators that everyone's been using. The ones that create those crazy images from just random noise.
Yeah, those are pretty wild.
It is pretty cool stuff.
So they're basically using techniques that have already been proven to work well.
Exactly.
But the real breakthrough with transfusion is that it can do both language modeling and diffusion with just one model.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it really is. It shows just how far AI research has come in integrating different capabilities.
For sure.
So let's dive a little deeper. How does this transfusion model actually work? Can we get into the nitty-gritty?
Absolutely. So picture this at its core. Transfusion is built around what's called a transformer.
Okay.
And this is a specific type of neural network architecture that's become really popular in AI, particularly for processing language.
Okay.
And it's designed to understand the relationships between different parts of the input, kind of like how we do when we read a sentence.
Uh-huh.
But we're not just dealing with sentences here, right? We've got images too.
Right. So how does transfusion represent those?
That's a great question. So text is still processed as tokens,
Okay.
which are basically like numerical representations of words.
Okay.
But images are handled differently. They get converted into what are called continuous vectors using something called a variational autoencoder.
Yeah.
Or a VAE.
A VAE. I think this is where some of our listeners might start to feel a little lost.
That's fair to say.
Yeah.
So think of a VAE like a really smart compression algorithm.
Right.
It takes the complex visual information from an image and kind of boils it down into this more compact format that the model can work with easily.
I see. So we have these tokens representing words and vectors representing images, and they all feed into this transformer engine.
Right.
What happens next?
This is where the architecture of transfusion gets really interesting.
Okay.
It actually has special components called encoders and decoders that are specifically designed to handle text and images.
Gotcha.
So these components kind of act like specialized translators, you know. They make sure that the information is formatted correctly for the transformer to process.
Like interpreters that help different cultures communicate.
Precisely.
Okay.
And then you have the attention mechanism, which is super important for the transformer to understand those relationships between the different pieces of data.
Yeah.
So for text, it uses what's called causal attention,
Okay.
which basically means you can only look at the previous words in a sequence to predict the next one.
Like how we read, building understanding as we go.
Right. But for images, it uses what we call bidirectional attention within each image.
Okay.
So every part of the image can see and be seen by every other part all at the same time.
At the same time.
This helps the model capture a much richer understanding of that visual information.
So there's a different approach to attention depending on if we're dealing with text or images.
Exactly.
Makes sense.
And that difference is really key to transfusion's ability to handle both those data types so effectively.
Right. So we've got this intricate dance of data flowing through the model with text and images being processed in this really integrated way.
Yeah.
But how does transfusion actually learn from all of this?
That's where the idea of dual objectives comes in.
Dual objective.
Language modeling loss and diffusion loss.
Oh, that sounds interesting. Tell me more.
So the language modeling loss is all about encouraging the model to accurately predict the next word in a sequence.
Okay.
Which is pretty standard for how you train language models.
Uh-huh.
But then you've got the diffusion loss. Yeah. Which pushes the model to reconstruct an image from like a noisy version of it.
Oh, so like those AI art generators.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's almost like having two teachers with their own specialties working together to train a student.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
One focusing on the language skills and the other honing the artistic abilities.
And what's fascinating is that the overall training objective for transfusion is essentially just combining those two losses together.
Really?
You have what's called a balancing coefficient called lambda.
Okay.
That controls how much emphasis is put on each objective.
Yeah.
But the core concept is surprisingly straightforward.
So it's all about finding the right balance between these two objectives to train the model effectively.
Exactly.
But does it actually work? Does transfusion live up to the hype?
Well, that's the real question, isn't it? And the results are pretty impressive. They really are. The paper compares transfusion to another model called Chameleon, which tries to represent images as tokens like words.
Right.
But transfusion consistently outperforms Chameleon across different tasks.
Really?
And it does so using way less computing power.
That's got to be huge.
It's a big deal. It means that we can potentially get the same results, but using less energy and cheaper hardware.
Oh, that makes sense.
Which is great news for researchers and developers who might not have, access to these massive computing clusters.
Right.
It could really democratize access to these really powerful multimodal models.
Yeah, that's really cool. And the paper mentions some pretty impressive numbers.
Oh, yeah.
Like, for example, transfusion needed 34 times less compute to get similar image generation quality as Chameleon.
34 times less.
Right.
That's measured by what's called an FID score, right?
Right, the FID score, or Fréchet inception distance. It's basically a way to measure how realistic and visually appealing AI-generated images are.
Exactly.
Lower scores are better.
Yeah.
And transfusion achieved comparable FID scores to Chameleon, but using significantly less compute.
Yeah, it's a huge win for efficiency.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But it's not just about generating images, right?
Yeah.
Transfusion also beats Chameleon at image captioning.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Where the model has to describe an image accurately using words.
Right. And it's pretty fascinating that transfusion can excel at both generating images and describing them with text.
It really shows how well it blends those two modalities.
Yeah, it really does.
And here's something I found really surprising. The research shows that transfusion actually outperforms Chameleon on tasks that just involve text.
Really?
Even though it was trained on both images and text.
That is surprising. You'd think a model trained exclusively on text would have an advantage there.
Yeah, you'd think so, right?
But the results actually suggest that exposure to that visual information might help the model develop a richer understanding of language itself.
That's really cool. It's like learning a new language by immersing yourself in a culture where that language is spoken.
Right.
You pick up all those nuances and connections you wouldn't get just from studying a textbook.
Exactly. It opens up all these possibilities.
Yeah.
Perhaps multimodal training is the key to developing AI models that aren't just capable of handling multiple data types, but are also just more intelligent and adaptable overall.
Okay, so we've talked about how transfusion works.
Right.
We've talked about how well it performs.
Yeah.
But let's take a step back and talk about the bigger picture.
Okay.
Why should our listeners care about this?
Yeah.
What are the real-world implications of a model like transfusion?
Well, transfusion is more than just some cool technology.
Right.
It has the potential to revolutionize a lot of fields.
Okay.
I mean, imagine AI assistants that can understand and respond to both your words and the images you show them.
Oh, wow.
So they'd be way more helpful and intuitive to use.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Or think about what this could mean for artists and designers who could use these models as creative tools to explore new ideas and push the boundaries of visual expression.
That's so cool. And the paper also mentions some exciting preliminary work on using transfusion for image editing.
Oh, yeah. That's really cool stuff.
Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Sure. So the researchers basically fine-tuned a transfusion model to edit existing images based on text instructions.
Wow.
So imagine being able to tell the AI something like, make the sky in this photo look like a sunset.
Oh.
Or add a hat to this person.
Yeah.
And have it make those changes seamlessly and realistically.
That would be incredible. It would totally change the way we interact with images.
For sure.
And open up so many possibilities for creative expression and content creation.
And because transfusion is so efficient, we can expect these capabilities to get even better as the models get bigger and the data sets get richer.
So it's like we've unlocked a new level of AI,
Yeah.
and we're just starting to figure out what we can do with it.
Exactly. And that leads to a pretty interesting question.
Okay.
If transfusion can get these results with just images and text,
Right.
what happens when we start adding other modalities to the mix?
What do you mean by other modalities?
Well, what if we could incorporate things like audio, video, or even sensory data like touch and smell into these models? Could we create AI systems that can understand and interact with the world in a way that's even more human-like?
That's mind-blowing. It's like we're on the cusp of a whole new era of AI where those lines between the different modalities get blurry.
Right.
And our models become much better at perceiving and understanding the world in all its complexity.
It's a super exciting time to be working in this field. There's so many questions left to answer and so much potential for groundbreaking discoveries.
Yeah.
And it's not just about developing the technology itself either.
What else do we need to consider? What else is there?
Well, we also need to be having some serious conversations about the ethical implications of all this.
Oh, yeah, of course.
How do we make sure that these powerful AI tools are being used responsibly
Right.
and for the good of everyone?
It's a discussion we need to start having now.
Absolutely, especially as these models keep evolving so quickly.
That's a really important point.
Yeah.
We can't just create powerful tools.
Right.
We need to make sure we use them to make the world a better place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think one of the big takeaways for anyone who's following the development of multimodal AI is to really pay attention to those balancing coefficients.
Oh, those lambdas.
Exactly, those lambdas we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
They might seem like just technical details.
Right.
But they have a huge impact on how these models learn and what they're capable of.
Like fine-tuning the ingredients in a recipe.
Precisely.
To create that perfect dish.
Getting that balance right is so essential.
Yeah, for sure. So as we wrap up our deep dive into transfusion,
Yeah.
what's the one big takeaway you'd want our listener to walk away with?
That's a good question. If combining language modeling and diffusion can lead to such impressive results,
Right.
it makes you wonder what other unexpected pairings might unlock even greater AI capabilities.
Yeah, what else is out there?
What if we could combine AI models that are trained on different senses,
Okay.
like sight, sound, and touch?
Wow.
We create a really holistic understanding of the world within these models.
Now that's a really thought-provoking question to end on.
Yeah.
It really seems like we're just starting to explore what's possible with multimodal AI.
Absolutely. And that's what makes this field so exciting.
Yeah.
There's just so much more to discover and so much potential to create truly transformative technologies.
Well, I think it's safe to say our listeners' mind is buzzing with possibilities after this deep dive.
Hopefully so.
Thanks for walking us through all this fascinating research.
It's been my pleasure.
And that wraps up another deep dive. Until next time, keep exploring, keep learning, and keep pushing those boundaries of what's possible.
Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Today I'm going to introduce you a tool to help you code via the Agentic Workflow. It's called Klein. And I'm going to also introduce you the open router where you can connect the tool to some free source large language model API. First of all, let's check this openrouter.ai. This website is a unified interface for large language models. So if you check the models, you are going to see which models you can connect using this platform. And if you go to chat room, you can try to chat with different models. And in the large language model ranking, you can see how many tokens were generated using different models via this platform. And this is very informative. For example, if you want to understand in marketing use case, which type of model is called most frequently, right? Or you go to all categories, you can see which model is the top of the day, top of the week, or top of the month, and also trending. Of course, now you can see the DeepSeek R1 model. There is a free entry and it is trending in this platform. And also you can go to the quick start where you can find the documentation for this platform. It's very comprehensive. But today we're going to focus on how to link it to Klein and help you code automatically. Okay, here you can see when you search Klein in the extension marketplace, you can see it is in the first place and it has already 538,000 downloads, and you can just install it in your Visual Studio and be ready. Then I already created a directory for this demo. I'm going to call this extension. I can also rearrange the client window here. And you can see here are some of the prompts I already used before. If you are the first time here, you need to configure the API key. Okay, so basically using Klein, you can choose different model providers and use their corresponding API keys. For example, you can also use LLM Studio and Ollama to link with your local hosted models. And here I'm going to use OpenRouter because I want to show you more choices and especially some of the models which can be accessed freely via the openrouter.ai. So after you choose this one, usually the first time when you choose this option, it will jump to the openrouter.ai and it will give you this API key. And now after inserting the API key, we can go to model selection. First of all the models in the first stage you can use for free because you have a free quota. Some of the models you can, for example, like this one, MetaLlama 3.370B instruct. It is not free. There is a free quota. I think it's $1 limits. You can try all the models which require payment. And if you prefer to use free models directly, you can also do that. Let's try free models. So as you can see, there are many free model choices. And let's try the training model, DeepSeek R1 model, the free version. Okay, before we start, I want to tell you that DeepSeek R1 model is very good for reasoning and so on. But for coding, it is not always very efficient and very capable. You need to understand, for example, like a Claude Sonnet model can be incorporated with client seamlessly, and during the conversation, you can feel that it can complete the code efficiently with less error. But for reasoning model, it is not 100% necessary that the highly capable reasoning model can provide you with a better coding experience. So you need to try them to understand the difference. But for now, I choose the DeepSeek R1 free, so let's see how it goes. After choosing this model, and you can also choose these functions like auto approve, read file and directories, edit files. Okay, I choose them more. So let the model do the job. So I'm going to ask it, okay, write a Russian cubic game and run it. Okay, so now you can see the client extension is running. It is handling this task and also showing you the token usage, context window, API cost. This model is now free, so you do not need to worry about the inference cost. So you can see here, the model starts to reason. The speed is not so bad. I mean, as a free tier API, the speed is very acceptable. So as you can see here, it already goes to the execution stage and the code is being written. One more thing I want to share with you is that you see here I choose the act option, which means that I want the model to generate a response and act on my behalf immediately. But if you want to be more prudent, you can choose plan, and so you are going to see some response first, then you choose act when you feel ready. Okay. As you can see here, in the middle, it actually breaks. Okay, this model is able to offer high-level reasoning. However, it cannot handle the coding task like a Claude Sonnet model. Okay, so sometimes if you see the glitch here, the Agentic Workflow will actually go to request the response again. Or sometimes you see error here, you just retry. This is one type of the limitation of DeepSeek R1 model in this scenario. So let's wait for a while and see how it goes. Okay, so now it actually completed another API request. Okay, there is a additional reasoning. Okay, and we do not see any actions now. You can see it goes to the reasoning again, and let's see when it finishes reasoning and come back to coding. Okay, now it is back to coding. Let's see. So on the right hand side, you can see it continues to write the HTML file. I think this is good. Okay, I think this file is already completed. And let's see. There is another API request. You can see each time there is an API request, it actually structures the prompt based on the current step. So it is evolving during the whole process. You do not need to click continue or something. Okay, now it goes to the next step to write the CSS file. Okay, I think it completed. Let's go down. Of course, whenever you feel the need to reverse, you can click this one to restore this current step. Okay, it is similar to Windsurf, but it is already incorporated in VS Code, so which offers you some continuity. You do not need to change your programming software from VS Code to Windsurf. Now we can see it is writing the game.js file. Okay, looks good in general. Okay, sometimes if it suddenly stops at a certain step, largely is because the model capability. So maybe it will break here and you have to wait for the workflow to resume. Okay. Luckily, it actually goes on. Actually, this file stopped at a certain point. So there is another API request. Okay, like I said, sometimes when you use a model which is not very good at coding or involved in this agentic workflow, you may see error like this. So what can you do? You can start a new task, re-describe what you want to do, or you can click retry. Let's click retry. Let's see if it can continue. Usually it can do that. Yeah, and you can see the prompt actually put our existing conversation, existing piece of code back to the model. Yeah, so it goes back to the reasoning step, and considering the context window size, you see it's 128,000 tokens. So it's more than enough for us to program a small software or small program. Okay, let's see. Okay, it goes back to the file. Yes, it continues the stopped step, and we can see it continues to go. Okay, now I think this file is finished. Let's see. Okay, so in this step it actually gave a feedback to the model describing that this file is completed, and you see now it is requesting the execution of this program, but I don't think the model actually gave a meaningful result or feedback, so we are now seeing some errors here. Yes, so let's see. If it is going to stop at some point, we can either manually run the program or retry again. Seems like the model has figured out how to resolve the issue. And you can see the command line is already run. So we can see the program here. Let's try. Yeah, it works well. Yeah, but there are some problems. For example, there is only one block falling down. After this block reached the bottom line, I cannot move again. So let's go back. Actually, the Agentic Workflow is asking the model to use a true calling. I'm not sure if it is capable, but at this moment, okay, it actually stopped. Let's try. Okay, let's try again. We see the issue. Let's try to ask the model to improve the current program of Russian cubic gain. Now the shape reach order, but the next step does not continue, and debug and improve. Let's run it. Okay, so let's see. Okay, as you can see here, there is a provider return error. Okay, let's retry. Okay, now it comes back online. Okay, now it intends to check the logic of the game file. Now it attempts to edit the file, but we get an error. We can retry. Okay, now it continues to reason about the potential issue and how to debug the error I described. It goes to check every single step. I think it's quite thorough. Okay, now it starts editing the program. Okay, it made some changes. Let's see. Okay, there is an error, I think. Okay, now it is back online. Okay. This is a common error I usually get using this model. It is called the language model did not provide any assistant messages. Now we can go to next step. Okay, it is not running. Let's see. Okay, it is still trying to figure out the issue. So it does not realize that the HTML file is now showing nothing. Okay, it actually shows complete. Okay, so let's try again. Run this command. Okay, it shows nothing. Okay, so as you can see, previously I clicked the run command. Okay, usually when the task is completed, you can see the different choices. It's very clear. But now we still have the issue. I say HTML shows nothing. Well, I have to say using a reasoning model to do the coding job is a very good choice. As you can see, if we have some glitch in the process, okay, either the capability of the model or the interaction with the extension, the general time spent to develop this app is quite long. I mean, the inference speed from OpenRouter.ai is good, or we can say from different provider, as we see now, is okay, but now you can see the debugging and also the agentic step completion are not very ideal. Okay, now it gets to change the file. See, okay, I think completed already. Yeah, let's see if this time we can have this game running without any issue. Okay, it meets the issue again, and we're waiting for its further response. Now it's back and did some editing. Let's see. Okay, now it opens the HTML file, but it shows nothing. Alright, let's try another way. Now it is still calling the API, but no problem. We can at the same time try the HTML again. Okay. So I think the issue is about Chrome. Let's try it again. Yeah, it starts to drop. Yeah, but you see, now we can see the next shape, but the logic here is not good because it actually covers the existing shape. But let's see if it can stop in the end. Okay, game over. Okay, now we see the issue. It reported that the task completed. Okay, good. Okay, let's just directly cancel the process. I don't think there will be a problem. Okay, I would say now the issue is identified. We do not use Chrome, just start. But the shapes still overlap after reaching to but over the previous one. Check the game logic. Let's see. Okay, there are some issues here. As you can see now, you can see the context window. We have already used 20,000 tokens. It's still within the range of the maximum context window, so we are fine. And you can also see our prompt token is about 37,000. Our results or the response token are around 504. I mean, the thinking process of DeepSeek R1 is very interesting. You see, sometimes when it reaches a certain conclusion, it goes to wait, perhaps the issue is. It kind of stops at some point and then reflect again and try to figure out if the direction is right. This is very interesting. Okay, now it is back on editing the file. Let's see. Okay, I think we can try this program at the same time because now it is not editing anything. Let's try. It seems to be working now. Oh yes, it already solved the problem. And you see, although the problem is already solved, the model, the inferencing is still happening, right? So it should have stopped the prompting, but now it is still going. Anyway, let's in the same time test the game. Let's see if the score can be recorded. Okay, let's try. We should have 1. Okay, it's 100. Okay, very good. Let's see if it can stop. Okay, game over. Very good. So now I'm going to ask the model to stop. Okay, because it is already successful. Let's do a quick recap. So basically, we need to understand OpenRouter.ai, which is a platform which offers us the opportunity to access different large language models. It is very convenient. Then we use Climb as a very important agentic workflow extension in VS Code. So we can use it to call the different models from OpenRouter.ai. And we can just prompt the model that we choose and let the coding start. But as I said before, today I'm showing you the interaction with DeepSeek R model. The coding capability is okay, but the overthinking may not be very efficient for us to code effectively and efficiently. So always try different model. And as I said before, remember, you can always go back to check which model is the hot model, is better for which use case, and make a good choice. I wish you liked this video. Please don't forget to like it, leave a comment if you have any doubt. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and see you next time. Bye bye.
All right, so picture this. You give an AI some instructions, and boom, it creates a symphony, like paints a masterpiece, even writes a best-selling novel. Mind-blowing, right?
It is pretty amazing.
But then you kind of stop, and you're like, wait,
yeah,
who owns the rights to that AI-generated masterpiece?
Yeah, that's the question on everyone's mind, and it's not an easy one to answer.
Yeah, luckily, though, you shared this report with us from the U.S. Copyright Office called Copyright and Artificial Intelligence Part 2, Copyrightability. And it really digs right into this kind of tricky intersection of AI and copyright law.
It does.
So it was published in January 2025, and it's been making waves ever since. So what's the big takeaway? Like, can AI-created content actually be copyrighted under U.S. law?
So the report really digs deep into this idea of human authorship, which is the foundation of U.S. copyright law. And they actually use this phrase, spark of human creativity, to emphasize that copyright is all about protecting that unique human element. AI, at least for now, is seen as a tool that can help us express our creativity, but not as an independent creator itself.
Okay, that makes sense. But doesn't it get a lot more complicated, like in practice?
Right.
What if I spend weeks fine-tuning prompts, tweaking the AI's output, pouring my heart and soul into kind of guiding it to create something really amazing?
Yeah, you've hit on a key point. The report acknowledges that people put a ton of effort into working with AI.
Right.
But it emphasizes that copyright rewards originality and expression, not just effort.
Got it.
So it's not about how much time you spend, it's about that unique creative spark.
So it's not as simple as like, I told the AI what to do, therefore I own it.
Right.
It's more nuanced.
Much more nuanced.
Okay.
The report uses a great analogy to illustrate this.
Okay.
Imagine you tell a musician, hey, write me a sad song about lost love.
Okay.
You've provided the inspiration, the general idea, but you didn't actually compose the music right.
Right. The musician brings their own creativity and skills to the table.
Exactly. And it's the same with AI. Just giving it prompts doesn't automatically make you the author of the output.
Right.
The AI is doing a lot of the heavy lifting, the processing, the actual creation based on its algorithms and training data.
So the AI isn't just a puppet. It's more like a collaborator.
Yeah.
But one with a very complex and sometimes unpredictable creative process.
That's a great way to put it. And that unpredictability is actually highlighted in the report.
Interesting.
They call AI a black box because even when you give it very specific instructions, it can still surprise you with its output.
You mean like it might go off script?
Exactly. There's a fascinating example in the report using an image of a cat.
Okay.
They fed the AI a very detailed prompt. It was something like a bespectacled cat in a robe reading a newspaper, smoking a pipe.
Wow.
They specified the style, the lighting, every little detail they could think of.
Talk about a specific vision.
Right.
So what happened? Did the AI nail it?
Well, it created an image that matched most of the prompt, but with one very interesting addition.
Okay, what's that?
The AI included a human hand holding the newspaper.
Oh.
And that detail was not in the prompt at all.
Hold on. So even with a super detailed prompt, the AI still added its own little twist that's both fascinating and a bit unnerving, right? You think you're in control, and then it throws this curveball.
It definitely highlights the complexities of AI as a creative force.
Right.
Makes you wonder, where does the AI's interpretation end and the human's creative input begin?
Right.
And this ties back to that core concept of authorship that the report keeps coming back to.
It's like the report is saying, hold on, we need to be really clear about what we mean by human creation when AI is involved.
Precisely. And to your earlier point, what about situations where you feed the AI your own creative work as input? Like say you're an artist and you sketch a character and then you use AI to turn that sketch into a photorealistic image.
Yeah, that's a question a lot of artists are grappling with these days. Would they own the copyright to that final image, even though the AI did a lot of the work?
The report directly addresses this type of scenario, and it's actually good news for artists.
Okay.
They say that you would still own the copyright to your original expression in that final output.
Interesting.
So in the case of your sketch, the copyright to your original character design would be protected.
So it's like the AI is creating what copyright law calls a derivative work.
Yeah.
It's building on top of my original creation.
You got it. And a derivative work is still protected by copyright.
Okay.
As long as it's based on an original work that you own the rights to.
That's a relief.
Yeah.
But what about those AI-generated parts of the image, like the added photorealism or details that weren't in my initial sketch? Are those elements protected at all?
That's where things get even more interesting.
Okay.
Based on this report, it seems like those AI-generated additions on their own wouldn't be copyrightable.
Okay.
It's as if the report is saying that AI is extending your human expression.
But it's not independently creating its own expression that would qualify for copyright protection.
Okay, I'm starting to see the bigger picture here.
Yeah.
The AI is a powerful tool, but when it comes to copyright, it's an extension of human creativity, not a replacement for it.
Exactly. And it's not just the U.S. grappling with these questions. The report highlights how other countries are wrestling with the same issues.
So this is an international conversation.
Absolutely.
It's interesting.
For example, countries like Korea and Japan are also emphasizing the importance of human involvement in the creative process.
So even with different cultures and legal systems, that core concept of human creativity seems to be a common thread.
It definitely seems to be a universal principle, even in China, where they're really pushing the boundaries with AI. A recent court case upheld the idea that an AI tool can't be considered the author of a copyrighted work.
Wow, that's pretty significant. But wait, I remember reading something about the UK having a different approach, something about a law specifically for computer-generated works. You're right, the UK does have a law that's been on the books for a while, and it's quite unique.
Okay.
It actually protects works created by computers where there's no human author.
So they're ahead of the curve in a way.
Yeah.
Recognizing that computers can create things without direct human input.
You could say that, but even the UK is recognizing that this law, which was written before the rise of sophisticated AI, might need some tweaking to address the nuances of AI-generated content.
Makes sense. It's a constantly evolving landscape.
It is.
So even with these different approaches, it seems like internationally everyone's asking the same fundamental question.
Yeah.
What does authorship really mean in the age of AI?
Exactly. And while there might be some variations in how different countries apply their laws, that underlying principle that human creativity is essential for copyright protection seems to be a shared understanding.
Interesting. It's reassuring to know that there's at least some global consensus on this.
Yeah.
Even if the specifics are still being worked out. But I'm guessing not everyone agrees with this whole human authorship is key idea.
Of course not.
There must be some people who are pushing for AI to get more recognition, legally speaking.
You're absolutely right. There are definitely different viewpoints on this, and it's a debate that's only going to heat up as AI gets more advanced. Some experts argue that giving AI-generated content legal protection would actually boost creativity and innovation.
Really? How so? I would think that recognizing AI as an author would discourage human artists.
That's a common concern, but think of it this way.
Okay.
If we protect AI-generated content, it would incentivize more research and development of these incredible tools.
Okay, I see where you're going with this. So the idea is that by protecting the output, it encourages people to create even better AI systems.
Exactly.
Which in turn leads to more creative possibilities for everyone.
A win-win situation. Humans would have access to even more powerful creative tools, leading to new art forms, new music, new ways of expressing ourselves that we can't even imagine yet.
I can see how that argument would be appealing to some people, especially those who see AI as a force for good.
Yeah.
A way to augment our own creativity.
Precisely. But as you might expect, there's a counter-argument.
Okay.
And it's a powerful one.
Let me guess. Some people are worried that recognizing AI as a creative force would kind of undermine human creativity in the long run.
That's the big fear. The concern is that if AI can churn out works that are just as good, if not better, than what humans can create, why would humans even bother? What happens to the artists, the musicians, the writers who have spent years honing their craft?
Yeah, that's a valid point. If I knew I was competing with a supercomputer that can generate 1,000 symphonies and the time it takes me to write one bar of music, I'd probably feel a bit discouraged.
Exactly. And there are economic concerns as well. Who benefits most from this shift? Is it giant tech companies who control the AI, or is it individual artists? Those are some tough questions to grapple with.
Yeah, no easy answers there.
Right.
It seems like this debate goes beyond legal definitions. It touches on some fundamental questions about what it means to be human, to be creative.
You've hit the nail on the head. It makes you rethink the very essence of art, of creativity, of ownership.
So given all of these complex arguments and differing viewpoints, where we go from here, what does the report recommend we actually do?
Well, one of the most surprising things about the report is that it actually recommends a wait-and-see approach.
Really?
They argue that we can address most of these AI-related copyright questions using our current laws.
So no need to rush into creating brand new legislation or throwing out the entire copyright system.
That's what they seem to be suggesting.
Okay.
The report reiterates that copyright is about protecting human expression. Even when AI is involved, the focus should be on the human's creative choices and their unique contribution.
Okay, that makes sense, but wait and see doesn't mean doing nothing, right?
Of course not. They outline several concrete steps we can take.
Okay.
First and foremost, the report calls for more education.
Okay.
The public needs clear guidance on how copyright applies to AI with real-world examples they can understand.
So this deep dive?
Exactly.
But maybe with even more catchy cat pictures.
We need to demystify the legal jargon and explain these concepts in a way that makes sense to everyone, not just legal experts.
Right.
The report also recommends updating existing copyright resources.
Okay.
Like the Compendium of U.S. Copyright Office Practices.
Okay.
To include specific guidelines on AI.
That seems like a practical step.
Yeah.
Having those clear guidelines in place would be helpful for everyone involved.
Absolutely. And finally, the report stresses the importance of ongoing research and monitoring.
Okay.
We need to keep a close eye on how AI is evolving and how these advancements impact creativity and copyright. It's a constantly moving target.
So it's like the report is saying, okay, here's what we know now, but stay tuned because things are about to get even more interesting.
That's a great way to put it. This isn't a one-and-done situation. We need to be flexible and adaptable, ready to adjust copyright law as needed to keep pace with these rapid advancements.
Now, while all of this is super interesting, I'm curious about what this means in practice. Are there any real-world cases that illustrate these complex issues?
There is one case that really stands out. It caused quite a stir in the creative community.
Right.
You might recall the comic book Zarya of the Dawn.
Vaguely refresh my memory.
The author used AI-generated images to create the visuals.
Okay.
And it raised a lot of questions about copyright.
Yeah.
The Copyright Office did end up registering the copyright for the comic,
Okay.
but with a huge caveat.
What was that?
They only protected the human author's arrangement of the images with their text,
Right.
the story they created. The AI-generated images themselves were not granted copyright protection.
Wow. So the human element was really what tipped the scales.
Yeah.
It wasn't enough to just use AI-generated images.
Right.
The author had to add their own creative layer, their own unique expression.
Exactly, and that really reinforces what we've been discussing.
Right.
It's the human choices, the arrangement, the story, the overall vision that ultimately determine what's copyrightable.
That's a really powerful example. It shows how these legal concepts play out in the real world.
It also highlights how the lines are blurring.
Yeah.
As AI gets more sophisticated.
Right.
It becomes more difficult to separate the human contribution from the AI's role in the creative process.
Which makes me wonder, could there be a point where AI's contribution is so significant that it's considered a co-creator, blurring those lines even further?
That's the billion-dollar question that's keeping legal experts up at night.
Right.
Could we reach a point where AI's role is so integral to the creation that it's no longer just a tool, but a partner in the creative process? It's a mind-boggling concept to consider.
It definitely raises some philosophical questions about the nature of creativity, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and it makes you wonder if AI does become a co-creator.
Yeah.
What would that mean for copyright?
Right.
Who would own the rights? The person who designed the AI? The user who provided the prompts? It's uncharted territory.
I'm already feeling my brain doing backflips trying to wrap my head around all of this.
Yeah.
But I think it's safe to say that for now, at least, according to this report, human creativity is still at the heart of what copyright law is trying to protect.
I agree. The report offers some much-needed clarity in a rapidly evolving field.
Right. And it's also clear that this is just the beginning of a much larger conversation.
Absolutely. As AI keeps pushing the boundaries.
Right.
We're going to have to keep reevaluating our understanding of creativity authorship and what it means to protect those concepts in a world where AI plays an increasingly significant role.
Well, speaking of pushing boundaries, the report focused mainly on visual and written works, right? Are there other creative fields where this debate is heating up?
Oh, definitely. One area that's particularly interesting and perhaps even more complex is AI-composed music.
Oh, right. I've heard about algorithms that can generate entire musical pieces, even symphonies.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it also raises even more questions about copyright.
Okay.
For example, if an AI can create a chart-topping hit song, who actually owns the rights?
Who does? Is it the person who designed the AI, the one who fine-tuned its algorithms?
Yeah.
Or the user who maybe just typed in, make me a catchy pop song?
Those are the kinds of questions that are going to keep lawyers and musicians busy for years to come.
Right.
It really illustrates how this debate goes way beyond just visual art and writing. It touches on every aspect of human creativity.
I bet there are some musicians out there who are both excited and terrified by the possibilities.
Right.
It's like, wow, AI could be my songwriting partner.
Yeah.
But also, wait a minute, is it going to replace me altogether?
It's a fascinating dilemma, isn't it? And it's just one example of how AI is pushing us to rethink our relationship with creativity.
Right.
And the very notion of what it means to create something original.
Yeah, it really feels like we're on the verge of a whole new era.
It does.
And we're still figuring out the rules of the game as we go. But before we wrap up, I have to ask, did anything in this report really surprise you?
You know what surprised me most is just how much common ground there seems to be on this issue, both in the U.S. and internationally.
Right.
There's a widespread recognition that AI is something fundamentally different. And yet the existing legal systems might just be robust enough to handle it.
Right.
At least for now.
Yeah. It makes you realize that copyright law at its core is really about protecting that essential human element of creativity.
Absolutely.
No matter what tools we use to express ourselves.
Whether it's a paintbrush, a musical instrument, or a sophisticated AI system, that spark of human ingenuity is what truly matters. And you, our listener, are at the heart of that. It's your creative choices, your unique perspectives that make this whole conversation so fascinating.
This deep dive has my head buzzing with what-if scenarios.
Yeah.
It's like we're standing on the edge of this vast, uncharted territory of AI-powered creation.
Yeah.
And it's both exhilarating and a little bit daunting.
It's an incredible time to be alive. And that's why these conversations are so crucial. We need to be exploring these ideas, challenging assumptions, and ensuring that copyright law continues to serve its core purpose to encourage and protect human creativity.
Well said. So for our listeners out there,
Yeah.
what's the one key takeaway you really want them to walk away with?
Here's the bottom line. Copyright is designed to protect human expression, not just the tools we use. So as you dive deeper into this world of AI-generated content, remember that your unique creativity, your choices, your perspective, that's what truly matters.
Beautifully put. And as you go about your day, we'll leave you with one final thought to ponder.
Okay.
It builds on what we've been talking about, but takes it to a whole other level.
Right.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Imagine this. An AI system that can analyze your emotions, your memories, even your dreams.
Whoa.
And translate them into a personalized symphony.
Wow.
A musical masterpiece that captures the essence of you.
Yeah.
Who would own the rights to that? Something to think about.
That is something to think about.
Whoa, okay, that's mind-blowing. We're definitely going to need another deep dive to unpack that one.
For sure.
Thanks for joining us on this incredible journey. And until next time, keep exploring, keep creating, and keep asking those big questions.
It's been a pleasure.
Look, you can wait for your ideal solution, but the industry isn't going to stand still. Practical solutions like RAG are what drive progress.
Progress, more like a temporary patch. You're kidding yourself if you think this is sustainable.
At least I'm offering something actionable. Your approach is all talk and no implementation.
Actionable doesn't mean effective. Slapping on retrievers won't magically fix the model's inherent issues.
Are you serious? Implementing RAG has shown measurable improvements. Dismissing it outright is just stubbornness.
Measurable improvements in controlled settings, maybe. Real-world applications are a different story.
That's not true. We've deployed RAG-based systems in multiple real-world scenarios with great success.
Success by what standards? Lowered expectations?
You just can't accept that a solution other than your idealistic overhaul can work.
Because half measures won't solve the core problems we face with LLMs.
So your solution is to wait indefinitely for some perfect model? That's not realistic.
Realistic is addressing the root causes. Even if it takes time, Band-Aid fixes like RAG won't cut it.
Calling RAG a Band-Aid shows a lack of understanding about its capabilities.
Oh, please, I understand it perfectly. It's a shortcut that avoids dealing with the actual issues.
Sometimes taking pragmatic steps is better than chasing unattainable ideals.
Pragmatic steps that lead us nowhere in the long run are worthless.
That's such a defeatist attitude. Innovation comes from building on what works.
Not when what works is fundamentally flawed.
You just love to argue for the sake of arguing, don't you?
Only when the other side refuses to see the bigger picture.
The bigger picture is that enterprises need solutions now, not in some distant future.
And rushing into subpar solutions will only cause more problems down the line.
Subpar? RAG enhances accuracy and reduces hallucinations significantly.
Significant compared to what? The lowest bar possible?
Unbelievable. You're impossible to reason with.
Likewise. It's clear we're not going to agree on this.
Fine. Keep chasing your pipe dreams while we make real progress.
Progress that's built on shaky foundations isn't progress at all.
Say what you will. At least we're moving forward.
Forward in circles, maybe.
Skepticism is healthy up to a point, but you're just being obstructionist.
And blind optimism is just as dangerous.
I'm not blindly optimistic. I'm basing my views on empirical data.
Data that only tells part of the story.
Part of the story is better than none. We have to start somewhere.
Starting somewhere shouldn't mean settling for less.
Who's settling? We're improving systems incrementally.
Incremental improvements won't keep up with the growing demands and complexities.
So what's your grand plan? Overhaul everything and hope for the best?
It's about investing in foundational research to develop truly robust models.
That takes time and money that many don't have.
Quality work requires investment. Cutting corners doesn't help anyone.
No one is cutting corners. We're optimizing resources.
Optimizing at the expense of long-term viability is short-sighted.
Not everyone has the luxury to wait for your perfect solution.
And not everyone can afford the consequences of poorly thought-out quick fixes.
RAG is not a quick fix. It's a strategic enhancement.
Strategic? More like tactical with limited scope.
Wow, your cynicism knows no bounds.
Just calling it as I see it.
Maybe try seeing the potential instead of fixating on flaws.
Potential that's built on ignoring deeper issues isn't potential worth pursuing.
You can keep criticizing while we keep innovating.
Innovation without depth is hollow.
Better than stagnation masquerading as depth.
Is that what you think? That advocating for substantial change is stagnation?
When it leads to inaction and endless debate, yes.
Debate is necessary for progress. Blind action isn't progress.
Funny coming from someone who's all theory and no practice.
I engage in practical research, aiming for meaningful improvements.
Improvements we'll see who knows when, if ever.
Meaningful work takes time. Rushing leads to mediocrity.
Sometimes good enough is better than perfect that's never achieved.
Settling for good enough is why we have these issues in the first place.
Or maybe it's because some people are too idealistic to see practical solutions.
Practicality shouldn't come at the cost of effectiveness.
And effectiveness isn't exclusive to large, cumbersome models.
Yet those large models have capabilities your RAG-enhanced systems can't match.
At a fraction of the cost and complexity, though.
Cost isn't everything. Reliability and robustness matter more.
Tell that to companies with limited budgets needing real solutions.
They need solutions that won't fail them when it matters most.
Which is exactly what RAG provides. Reliable performance without breaking the bank.
Reliable until the retriever fails or the data source becomes outdated.
That's why we have maintenance and updates. No system is set and forget.
Adding more layers means more points of failure.
And yet, the modularity allows for easier troubleshooting and upgrades.
Or more opportunities for things to go wrong.
You're impossible. Why are you so resistant to any solution that's not your own?
Because I care about the integrity of the field and the systems we deploy.
As do I, which is why I advocate for solutions that are practical and effective now.
Effective in the short term, maybe, but what about sustainability?
Sustainability comes from adaptability, which RAG offers.
Adaptability shouldn't be a crutch for underlying flaws.
It's a strategy for continuous improvement.
Improvement that's hindered by patching over issues instead of resolving them.
Not every problem needs a complete overhaul to be fixed.
Some problems can't be truly fixed without one.
Well, in the meantime, we'll continue improving and deploying systems that help people.
Help them until they run into the limitations you've chosen to ignore.
I'd rather help now and adapt later than wait and do nothing.
Sometimes waiting ensures we get it right the first time.
Waiting can also mean missed opportunities and falling behind.
Better to do it right than to do it over.
You know, your perfectionism is paralyzing.
And your complacency is reckless.
I think we're done here.
Agreed.
Esteemed executives, I am here to provide a briefing on a significant development in the field of generative artificial intelligence that holds considerable implications for our organization's technological initiatives. The focus of this briefing is recent research addressing the critical challenge of reducing hallucinations in large language models, ostensibly where these models generate untrustworthy or incorrect outputs. This issue is particularly pressing when deploying AI systems for generating structured outputs, such as workflows represented in JSON format, where accuracy and reliability are paramount. Recent advancements have introduced a novel approach known as retrieval augmented generation, or RAG, which has shown promise in mitigating these hallucinations. This technique enhances the performance of language models by retrieving relevant information from a dedicated knowledge base prior to generating responses. By grounding outputs in factual data, RAG significantly reduces the risk of generating incorrect or non-existent references, thereby improving the trustworthiness of AI-generated content. Key insights from the research highlight the effectiveness of the RAG approach. The implementation involves a two-stage system comprising a retriever and a language model. The retriever is trained using a Siamese transformer encoder architecture, enabling it to efficiently search and retrieve pertinent information from extensive knowledge repositories. This retrieved information serves as a factual foundation for the language model, which is responsible for generating the final structured output. The language model component utilizes fine-tuned versions of the star-coder-based model architecture. Various model sizes were tested, with the 7 billion micrometer version emerging as the optimal choice due to its balance between performance and computational resource requirements. This model size offers a practical solution for enterprise applications, allowing for high-quality output without the need for excessive computational power. Experimental results from the research are compelling. The use of RAG reduced the occurrence of hallucinated steps in generated outputs from over 20% to less than 7.5%. This substantial decrease underscores the effectiveness of grounding language model outputs in retrieved, relevant information. Moreover, the RAG approach demonstrated strong generalization capabilities to out-of-domain settings, which is crucial for applications that encounter a wide variety of input scenarios. An important finding is the realization that pairing a well-trained, efficient retriever with a smaller language model can achieve performance levels comparable to larger, more resource-intensive models. This synergy allows for the deployment of powerful AI systems that are less demanding on computational resources, offering cost savings and increased scalability for widespread application. The research also delves into error analysis to identify the sources of remaining inaccuracies. Both the retriever and the language model contribute to errors when they fail to retrieve relevant information or misinterpret the retrieved data. By understanding these error patterns, strategies can be devised to further enhance system performance. Such strategies include improving retriever training methods, augmenting the knowledge base, and refining the language model's ability to process and integrate retrieved information. From an engineering perspective, the findings have influenced key design decisions. Considerations regarding training batch sizes have implications for model convergence speed and resource utilization. Deployment strategies have been adjusted to optimize the balance between performance and operational efficiency, ensuring that AI systems can be scaled effectively without compromising on quality. Ethical considerations are also a central theme of the research. The importance of transparency and user awareness is emphasized, particularly in implementing post-processing measures that flag potentially hallucinated outputs. By alerting users to areas of uncertainty, the system fosters trust and allows for informed decision-making. This approach aligns with ethical best practices and positions the organization as a responsible leader in AI deployment. Based on these insights, several actionable recommendations are proposed. Firstly, integrating retrieval augmented generation into our AI systems should be a priority. By adopting RAG, we can enhance the accuracy and reliability of structured outputs, which is essential for applications in workflow automation, data analysis, and decision support systems. This integration will address current limitations and improve overall system performance. Secondly, investing in the development and maintenance of comprehensive knowledge bases is crucial. The effectiveness of the RAG approach is directly tied to the quality of the information available for retrieval. Ensuring that our knowledge repositories are extensive, up-to-date, and accurate will maximize the benefits of grounding language model outputs in factual data. Thirdly, it is advisable to optimize our language models by adopting smaller, efficient architectures without sacrificing performance. Utilizing models like the 7 billion parameter version of Star Coder-Base can reduce computational costs and resource demands while maintaining high-quality outputs. This strategy supports sustainable AI practices and allows for more efficient scaling across different applications. Additionally, implementing rigorous error analysis protocols will be beneficial. Regularly assessing the performance of both the retriever and the language model will help identify areas for improvement. Techniques such as enhancing retriever algorithms, refining training data sets, and applying advanced prompt engineering can reduce error rates and improve output accuracy. Moreover, incorporating user feedback mechanisms into our AI systems will enhance their adaptability and responsiveness. By enabling users to report inaccuracies or provide input, the system can learn and evolve over time, leading to continual performance improvements and increased user satisfaction. Finally, upholding ethical standards in AI deployment is imperative. Implementing transparency measures, such as flagging uncertain outputs and providing confidence levels, will build trust with users and stakeholders. This practice not only enhances the user experience, but also aligns with regulatory requirements and ethical guidelines governing AI use. In conclusion, the adoption of retrieval augmented generation represents a significant opportunity to advance our organization's AI capabilities. By mitigating hallucinations in language models, we can deliver more accurate, reliable, and trustworthy AI solutions. The proposed recommendations offer a strategic pathway to integrate these advancements effectively. The next steps involve assembling a cross-disciplinary team to evaluate the feasibility of implementing RAG within our existing infrastructure. This team should develop a detailed plan outlining the resources required, potential challenges and timelines for integration. A pilot program could be initiated to test the approach in a controlled environment, allowing us to gather data and refine the system before full-scale deployment. Embracing these innovations will position our organization at the forefront of AI technology, enhancing our competitive advantage and delivering superior value to our clients and partners. By combining technical excellence with ethical responsibility, we can foster trust and establish ourselves as leaders in the rapidly evolving landscape of artificial intelligence. Thank you for your attention. I welcome any questions you may have and look forward to discussing how we can collaboratively implement these advancements to achieve our strategic objectives.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's episode. We're going to explore a fascinating intersection of artificial intelligence and practical application. Specifically, we're discussing a recent research paper that addresses a common issue in large language models, or LLMs, the problem of hallucination when generating structured outputs like JSON workflows. Now, if you've been following the developments in AI language models, you might be familiar with the term hallucination. In this context, hallucination refers to the tendency of language models to produce outputs that are nonsensical or include elements that don't actually exist. Imagine asking an AI to generate a workflow for a database operation, and it invents steps or references tables that aren't part of your database. This is not just a minor glitch. Such hallucinations can lead to significant errors in real-world applications where accuracy is paramount. Palatia, intro, session, sexuality. To tackle this challenge, the authors of the paper have employed a technique known as retrieval augmented generation, or RAG. This approach combines the strengths of a retriever model and a language model to produce more accurate and reliable outputs. The retriever model is trained to align natural language inputs with relevant JSON objects. Essentially, it acts as a bridge, mapping user requirements to plausible workflow steps and database table names. Here's how it works. When a user provides a query or a set of requirements, the retriever searches through a repository of known JSON components to find those that are most relevant. These retrieved elements are then included in the prompt provided to the language model. By grounding the language model's generation process in actual data, the likelihood of hallucinations is significantly reduced. The training process for both the retriever and the language model is quite sophisticated. The retriever is trained using a method called contrastive loss on pairs of natural language queries and their corresponding JSON components. Negative sampling strategies are employed to improve accuracy. This means that the model learns not just from correct pairings, but also from deliberately incorrect ones, enhancing its ability to distinguish between relevant and irrelevant components. On the other side, the language model is fine-tuned using a supervised approach. Training examples are augmented with the retriever's output, providing the model with contextually accurate information to base its generation on. This integrated approach ensures that the language model doesn't stray off topic or invent non-existent elements. The results showcased in the paper are impressive. Compared to methods that rely solely on fine-tuning the language model without the retriever, their approach significantly reduces hallucination. One of the standout features of this method is its ability to generalize to out-of-domain settings. In other words, the model can handle queries that are outside the scope of its original training data without sacrificing accuracy. Moreover, by incorporating the retriever, the authors found that they could utilize smaller language models without performance degradation. This is a substantial benefit because it reduces computational overhead, making the system more efficient and accessible for practical use. They evaluated their system using custom datasets derived from real-world workflows, which adds weight to their findings. The datasets were tailored to reflect genuine use cases, ensuring that the model's performance was tested in realistic scenarios. Additionally, they introduced specific metrics to measure hallucination, focusing on the presence of non-existent steps or tables in the generated outputs. An interesting aspect of their evaluation is the error analysis. It revealed limitations in both the retriever's recall and the language model's comprehension of complex logical structures. For instance, the retriever might miss relevant components, or the language model might misinterpret intricate relationships within the data. Recognizing these limitations is crucial because it highlights areas for future improvement. One of the key advantages of separating the retriever and the language model is the ability to optimize them independently. This modularity not only allows for targeted enhancements to each component, but also opens the door for reusing the retriever in other applications. For example, the retriever could potentially be applied in different domains where aligning natural language with structured data is beneficial. The authors also propose intriguing avenues for future work. They suggest improving the synergy between the retriever and the language model. Enhancing this interaction could lead to even greater reductions in hallucination and better overall performance. Optimizing response time is another area of focus. Techniques like speculative decoding and streaming outputs could make the system faster and more responsive, which is essential for real-time applications. Exploring different output formats, such as YAML, is another interesting direction. By supporting various structured data formats, the system could become more versatile and cater to a wider range of use cases. To put this into a broader context, the issue of hallucination in AI models is not just a technical problem. It speaks to the trustworthiness and reliability of AI systems. As these models become increasingly integrated into critical applications, from healthcare to finance, ensuring their outputs are accurate is of paramount importance. This research contributes to a growing body of work aimed at making AI systems more grounded and reliable. It's reminiscent of a quote by the famous statistician George Box, "All models are wrong, but some are useful." The goal here is to make models not just useful, but also trustworthy by minimizing the ways in which they can go wrong. The use of retrieval augmented generation is a testament to the innovative approaches researchers are taking to address AI's limitations. By combining different techniques and models, we can overcome challenges that seem insurmountable when using a single method alone. In the realm of natural language processing, balancing creativity and accuracy is a persistent challenge. Language models are designed to generate human-like text, which inherently requires a level of creativity. However, when specificity and correctness are required, especially in structured outputs, that creativity can lead to problems like hallucination. The approach discussed in this paper strikes a balance by providing the language model with concrete, relevant information to base its generation on. This research also highlights the importance of interdisciplinary work in AI. It brings together concepts from machine learning, natural language processing, information retrieval, and software engineering. Such a multidisciplinary approach is often where the most impactful innovations occur. For those interested in implementing similar systems, it's worth noting that the retriever and the language model's separation offers practical benefits. Since the retriever is trained to align natural language with JSON components, it could be adapted to other structured data formats or different domains entirely. This flexibility makes the approach scalable and adaptable to various industries. It's in terms of real-world applications, think about how this system could improve the generation of code snippets, database queries, or even automated workflow configurations. Businesses could leverage this technology to automate complex tasks while maintaining a high level of accuracy. It's also fascinating to consider how this approach could benefit smaller organizations or developers who don't have access to large computational resources. By enabling the use of smaller language models without sacrificing performance, the barrier to entry is lowered, democratizing access to advanced AI capabilities. As we look ahead, the continuous refinement of these models will be crucial. Techniques like fine-tuning, negative sampling, and contrastive loss are powerful tools in the machine learning toolkit. Yeah, I think, however, the human element, careful curation of training data, thoughtful consideration of model architecture, and rigorous evaluation remains indispensable. In closing, this research represents a significant step forward in addressing one of the key challenges in the deployment of AI language models in practical settings. By reducing hallucination through retrieval-augmented generation, the authors have contributed valuable insights and tools that can enhance the reliability of AI systems. Thank you for joining me on this exploration of cutting-edge AI research. It's an exciting time in the field, and advancements like these show great promise for the future. Stay tuned for more discussions on how technology continues to shape and improve our world.
Hey everyone, welcome to this deep dive all about large language models. LLMs for short.
LLMs, yeah.
You know, the things that power stuff like ChatGPT. It's really pretty wild what these models can do already, right? Like they can write all kinds of stuff, translate languages, answer your questions like a pro, even if you ask something super complicated or like out of left field. But, well, get this, there's this new development, and it might just take these LLMs to like a whole nother level. It's called Chain of Associated Thoughts, COAT for short.
I've heard of this.
And the big idea, well, it's all about making LLMs think less like, robots and more like us.
Interesting.
So we are going deep, deep, deep into a research paper called, get this, COAT, Chain of Associated Thoughts Framework for Enhancing Large Language Models Reasoning.
Okay.
We're going to break it all down, figure out what makes this COAT thing tick, and whether they actually cracked the code to make AI think more like a human.
Sounds good.
So what's the deal with COAT?
Well, it's really fascinating, actually. The researchers who came up with COAT, they got their inspiration straight from how our human brains work. So you see, like most LLMs right now, they use what we call fast thinking.
Fast thinking.
Yeah. It's kind of like think of it like a super speedy Google search, but for your brain, The LLM gets a prompt and then boom, it spits out an answer based on all that massive data it's been trained on.
Okay, so it's like if I ask an LLM, let's say, what were the biggest things that led to the Roman Empire becoming so powerful? It would basically go through its memory banks, find any info that's related, and then try to put together an answer from what it already knows.
Exactly. And for easy questions or tasks, that works pretty well. But what if you ask it something way more complex, something that needs it to, like really think things through.
Right.
Like, let's say you asked it to compare how the Roman Empire rose to power compared to, let's say, the Mongol Empire.
Yeah.
And you wanted to find all these connections and differences and, how they expanded, how they ruled, their culture, all that.
That's a lot to juggle.
Yeah. That takes more than just finding info, right? It needs to reason on a whole different level. It needs to be able to connect all these different ideas and maybe even like change what it thought at first based on new things it figures out along the way.
So that's where fast thinking just isn't enough?
Yeah, it hits a wall.
So that's where Coat comes in. It's like giving those LLMs the ability to like take a breath, think it over, and explore different ways of thinking before they jump to an answer.
Exactly. Code is all about adding this slow thinking power to LLMs. It's kind of like trying to make them think more like how humans do. So instead of just blurting out the first thing that pops into their, digital minds, they can consider different angles, weigh the possibilities, and even change their initial assumptions based on, as they learn more.
Okay, so how do you actually do that? How do you make an AI think slowly? What's the secret sauce like under the hood?
Well, the magic of code is in how it mixes together two really powerful techniques. One is called Monte Carlo tree search, which people usually shorten to MCTS. The other one is dynamic associative memory.
MCTS and dynamic associative memory. Got it.
So picture this. MCTS is like, imagine a chess player. They don't just make any random move, right? They think about all their options, all the possible moves before actually doing anything.
Okay, I get that. So instead of just giving the first answer it thinks of, the LLM, with this MCTS, it's like mapping out all these different paths to an answer. It's like exploring a maze and trying to figure out the best route.
Yes.
You got it.
And then dynamic associative memory comes in.
Exactly. So imagine the LLM going through that maze, right? Dynamic associative memory, it's like this little guide that pops up at each turn, whispering, hey, have you thought about this piece of info? It might be helpful. This new info could be something the LLM already knows, or it could find it from somewhere else, like a knowledge base or even the internet. So it's like it's constantly expanding the possibilities while also like staying on track so it doesn't go off on some crazy tangent. Kind of like having a brainstorming buddy that keeps you focused.
Exactly. And, this is where it gets really interesting. The researchers, they point out that COAT, it doesn't just find information, it actually updates its knowledge base based on what it learns, like in real time.
Wait, hold on. So the LLM is evaluating its own thoughts and then changing how it understands the world based on what it's figuring out. That's like mind-blowing. How does that even work?
Well, that's what we're going to dig into next. Welcome back.
So we were just talking about how Coat, it uses that Monte Carlo search along with dynamic associative memory to basically let these LLMs brainstorm and actually learn while they're like figuring things out.
Right.
But you mentioned that like Coat goes beyond just finding information, right?
Yeah.
You said it actually changes its knowledge base based on what it's learning in real time. Could you like break that down a bit more? What does that even mean?
Okay, so think about how we learn as people. We don't just like absorb information, right? We have to process it, connect it to stuff we already know, and then use it to understand things in new ways.
Right.
That's what makes code so different. It's not just about like accessing data. It's about taking that data and actually making it part of the LLM's knowledge, just like our brains do.
So it's not just a static database. It's like constantly evolving and becoming more, nuanced as it comes across new information.
Exactly. It's like the difference between just memorizing a textbook and actually like having a good conversation about something. One is passive, the other is dynamic, and it leads to a much deeper understanding.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So this whole learning thing, that's really where Coat takes things to a whole new level, right? It's not just processing info, it's actually becoming more like knowledgeable and sophisticated as it goes along.
Right.
But if we go back to that example of comparing the Roman Empire to the Mongol Empire, how would that real-time learning actually play out in, Coat's thought process?
Let's say the LLM is trying to figure out how the Roman and Mongol empires, use different military strategies.
Okay.
As it starts exploring this question, uses that MCTS we talked about, it might first like pull up information about the Roman legions and how they fought in those, really organized formations.
Right, like the classic Roman soldiers.
Yeah. But then through that dynamic associative memory, it might suddenly find info about the Mongol cavalry, how they were so fast and good with their bows and arrows.
Ah, so a totally different style of warfare.
Exactly. And this new info could make Coat rethink what it initially thought about, like how important heavy infantry was in ancient battles.
I see. So instead of just pointing out the obvious differences in, what kinds of soldiers they had, code can actually like make smarter comparisons because it now understands the strengths and weaknesses of each empire's military approaches on a deeper level.
Exactly. And the really cool part is that this new knowledge about how important cavalry is, it doesn't just get used for this one question,
Yeah.
It actually becomes part of the LLM's overall knowledge base. So the next time it comes across a question about military history, like, let's say, comparing Alexander the Great's tactics to Genghis Khan's, it can use what it learned about cavalry to make even more insightful connections.
Wow. So it's like building a mental model of how the world works, and that model just keeps getting like refined and more accurate as it encounters new stuff and takes on new challenges.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It really makes me wonder about like where else this kind of AI could be used, Not just answering questions or writing essays, but like real world stuff. Where could it have a real impact?
Oh, the possibilities are like endless. Imagine code being used to personalize education, It could adapt to each student's learning style and how fast they learn.
That'd be amazing.
And it could even help scientists analyze tons of data to make those like groundbreaking discoveries that would normally take forever for us humans to figure out.
Wow.
Or think about its potential in creative fields,
Mm-hmm.
like collaborating with artists and designers to push the boundaries of what's possible.
It's pretty exciting, but also kind of scary,
Yeah, I get that. It's like we're on the edge of something huge, but we don't really know what it all means yet.
Right.
Which brings us to our next point. While code has all this amazing potential, it also makes us think really hard about, like, how do we manage and control these really smart AI systems? Like, how do we make sure they're used for good and not for bad?
Yeah, that's a big one.
Right. That's what we are going to talk about next.
Okay, so we've spent all this time going deep on this COAT framework, and you've shown us all these inner workings, how it combines that Monte Carlo tree search, the MCTS, with dynamic associative memory.
Right.
And how it's not just like finding info, but actually like integrating it and becoming smarter as it goes. But, as cool as all those technical details are, I keep thinking about the bigger picture, like what does COAT really mean for the future of AI for all of us?
You're hitting the nail on the head there. COAT, it's not just some small step forward. It's like a whole new way of thinking about artificial intelligence. It could like blur the lines between how humans think and how machines think in ways we're only starting to understand.
Whoa, that's a big statement.
It is.
I mean, what makes COAT so different from the AI like we use today?
Well, for years, AI research has been mostly about making systems that are really good at one specific thing, right?
Right.
Like take image recognition software. It can tell you what kind of dog you have in a picture, like with crazy accuracy. Or those language systems that can translate anything instantly.
Yeah, that stuff is super impressive.
Oh, totally. But they're still kind of limited,
Yeah, they're great tools for their one job, but it's not like they're thinking the same way we do with, all that flexibility and stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what's different about coding. It's pointing us toward AI that's more general purpose, like an AI that can reason and learn and adapt the way humans do. Imagine an AI that doesn't just translate like from Spanish to English, but can understand the cultural stuff in the text, even figure out what the author was really trying to say.
Wow, that's a whole other level.
Yeah, that's the kind of leap code is talking about.
Okay, so it's passional. We're talking about AI that's like way more adaptable and maybe even more human-like in how it thinks. That brings up a ton of questions, right? Especially about, how we manage and control something that powerful. We touched on the ethical stuff earlier, but now that we've really dug into COAT, what are some specific concerns that like come to mind?
Well, as AI gets smarter, we got to be really careful about how we design it, train it, and make sure it like lines up with our human values. We need to ask those hard questions, like how do we keep these systems from being biased? How do we make sure they're used for good? And like the biggest one, how do we stay in control when they're constantly learning and changing?
It's like you're describing a future where AI is everywhere,
Yeah.
In our homes, at work, in like healthcare. It's exciting, but honestly, it's kind of freaky too.
I get it.
Yeah.
It does feel like we're on the edge of something huge.
Right. Like
Right.
we don't know exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, and I think you're right on the money there. COAT, it's just one example of how fast AI is changing. And as these systems get more powerful, more common, we really got to have serious conversations about what it all means.
For sure.
It's not just about the tech itself. It's about how we, like as a society, choose to use it.
This deep dive has been really eye-opening.
Yeah.
We started talking about the technical stuff of code, but we ended up wrestling with some really big questions about AI and what it means for humans.
And that's what these deep dives are all about, right?
Absolutely.
Going beyond the surface and getting to the heart of these important topics.
For sure. And to everyone listening, we want to leave you with this. The future of AI is being written right now, and we all have a part in shaping it.
Yeah.
So stay curious, stay informed, and keep asking those important questions.
Exactly.
Thanks for joining us for this deep dive. We'll see you next time.
Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel again. Today I'm going to show you a very powerful tool. It is called Windsurf. It is a AI assisting program development tool which I find on the internet, and it's very interesting because it can help you to build up a program very fast and to help you manage the different programming files very quickly. So you can just check the name, it's called Windsurf, and after downloading and installing everything, you're going to see this interface. I have already opened one of the folder as Windsurf tutorial because I just want to show you how quick it can build up some applications and to see if we can ship it right away. I try not to disrupt the recording, and if I say something stupid, I feel sorry for that, so please ignore. But I want to show you that non-stopping programming with this tool. So on the right hand side, you can choose the different models. My preferred is Cloud 3.5 Sonnet. Okay, so we can just start coding by asking questions. It will generate different files, compare different files, right? It's very fast. So I have an idea because I already downloaded Ollama. I have already pulled the Llama 3.2 1B model in my local environment. So I think it would be cool to build a chatbot with such model. So I can interact with a very interesting UI and so on. About shipping, I think my understanding at this moment is to compose it to a Docker environment so that it can adapt to different operating systems, can be deployed. Okay, I'm not reaching to the point of commercially viable programs because that would involve a more complex problem set, and I'm not a professional data programming engineer. So what I'm saying now is I'm using this tool to build a program very fast and let it to make the program working and ship it via Docker. Okay, this is just my roadmap I described to you. So without further ado, let's go on with it. So first of all, I'm going to ask it what I'm going to build. Okay, so I will say build a chatbot app with elegant UI design. Connecting to local Ollama. Allow user to choose model from Ollama. I'm just going to start as simply as this. Let's see how it goes. Click enter. As you can see here, it just describes what it is going to do and starts to creating files step by step. First we have requirements, then the app.py, and it is running. One thing I want to mention before this is that whenever you use a prompt to interact with this tool, you always need to remember that you are still talking to a language model. So if you find that in the following steps that you need to refine your prompt, you need to limit some behaviors of the program, you always need to think back to the prompt engineering. Okay, so one of the experience I had before showing you this is that I asked it to improve the UI of my program or improve some of the functionality of my program. At some point, it will change the program, change the code in a way that I do not want. So in some way, you need to check some details to make sure that it follows your instruction correctly. Okay, so it suggests me to install requirements. Okay, please do so. And at this moment, what I show is a simplified version, right? I have not created any virtual environment and so on, but of course you can add such instruction to do so. So you can see if it suggests you to run some command right away in the environment. I think it's the environment of the program. You're going to see the output here on the right hand side, not in PowerShell. Okay. Now it suggests you to run this application. I think I'll just accept all. Okay, accept all the modifications, because accepting all the modification, we're going to see this app.py, readme, and also requirements, right? So here, usually I would suggest you to reject it here, because my preference is to run it on the left-hand side. So for example, like here, I click run. Let's see how it goes. Okay. Let me I think it is running. Yeah. So always you have two choices, right? You can run it in your terminal, or you run it in the program environment. It's optional. For me, I prefer to run it in my PowerShell environment. And if I have any question, I can copy paste the error code to the right hand side to debug and to improve the code. But it is totally optional. You can choose either way. Now let's see. Okay, finally we're here. Okay, so we have these yeah, I think I need to do this one. Yeah, because Streamlit I did before. This is correct command. Let's try. Yeah, it's kind of slow. Well, while waiting. Okay, now it comes out. Let's see it. Okay, it is based on the Streamlit framework, and I can also see the available model. It's correct. Okay, and there are also some suggestions here about how to use the model, right? And we can type in our message here. I would say, what is LLM? Okay, click send. So it's running. AI is thinking. Let's hope it will give us response. Okay, so we have this error. Let's come back. Of course, this error, I think, is also shown in this environment. Let's come back. Okay, Control L. Okay, the environment kind of disappeared. So let's see if we can restart quickly. Serve. I think it's loading. So while it's loading, let's take a quick look at the code. Right. So first of all, it utilizes the Streamlit. It will follow the Streamlit design and documentation, I think. So you can see the Streamlit set page configuration, set markdown, everything looks good. And it handles the request to Olama. Okay. All looks okay. But now the problem is that it cannot show the results correctly, right? So we just copy the error here. And no, I cannot directly start the chart because it will be a new one. The right way is to find the chat history referring the current application. Okay, so I'm going to click this workflow. Yeah, we're here. And I'm going to type in this error. It will think and will give you suggestions to modify the code. And you can see here, it will show you, I think whenever I check the modification, I will see the most important statistics shown here. How many insertions, how many deletions. This is quite important because sometimes if I already have a prototype of my program which is almost ready to ship or ready to deploy, and I ask it to further improve, you're going to see, for example, 100 deletion and only 2 insertion. You should be careful because usually that means that it unintentionally simplify your application or your code. Okay, I think unintentionally because it tries to improve the app based on your instruction, your prompts, but it also has some side effect. Okay, always pay attention to this. So as you can see here, I think the modification looks good because there's not much of the deletion. I think at least I can just to make it faster, I can just try, and I can also roll back. There's no problem because it only is 2 or 3 lines. This one I'm going to reject because I'm not going to run it. Okay, I'm going to string lit run app.py. Okay, let's try it. Good. Okay, let's close that one. Okay, what is LLM? Let's try again. AI is thinking. No, it's still this issue. Okay, I'm going to say unable to get answer. Check thoroughly and improve. Okay, every prompt you can customize as you wish, but the problem is you need to pinpoint to the problem, because now, without looking into the detailed code, I just wanted to figure out a way to pinpoint the issue and then resolve it right away. So let's see if it can do it in, I don't know, 2 to 3 iterations. So the more complicated your program is, the more iteration you will need to do. Okay, because it is just like writing the code with GPT-01 or GPT-4o. Oftentimes, I find that when you program a very complicated design of the app, you will need a lot of time to carefully think of how to prompt the model to help you code. And of course, you need to do a lot of tests and debug. So here, let's accept the modification again, and let's try. Just going to close it, and let's run it again. It's a bit slow. Let's wait for a while. For this windsurf tool, you can see that after each round of conversation, you can see it describes everything clearly. I think this is a very good point. Okay, so let's try it. Streamlit run app.py. Yeah, here we are. Let's try. What is LLM? Still no. Okay. So let's try again to see if the tool can help us with this. Let's see. It says line 1.4. Let's see the previous one. 5. I think the error is similar. Session state, user input. Now it's input. Let's see. Proper session state initialization. Okay, callback. Improve the input handling. Okay, let's accept. Okay. Sorry. We need to streamlit run app.py. Okay, okay. We have extra data line 2 column 1 char 127. Not sure what did not work. Let's try. Yeah, one more thing is that when you develop the app, for example, now the model directly suggests me to use the package of Streamlit. In another case, it would suggest me to hard code the HTML structure to show the UI of talking with large language model. But if you already have something in mind, it's better to specify. Okay, like in this time, I do not specify. But if you already have some packages in mind, you have some tools in mind, it's better to specify. So I think the development process could speed up. Okay. Now let's try it again. app.py. Okay, here we are. What is large language model? Running. Okay, we have additional error, not instantiated. Okay, let's see here. Okay, let's copy this one. Copy this code, this error message directly from our PowerShell. Let's see if it can debug. Now we're in, I think, 4th or 5th round of iteration. I have not checked any of the code alongside with Streamlit documentation or some examples. Let's see here. It actually deletes more code than adding code. Let's try. Right here, I think add UI improvement. This is not 100% necessary. But if you do not want to see this, what you can do? When you prompt the system, you just add one line. It's like, do not do extremely, or we can say, do modification only if it is extremely necessary. So in that way, it will not touch anything that you did not specify in your prompt. Okay. So let's try again. Now we have the web page. What is LLM? Okay. So there are some attributes not inside of the package. Let's try. I'm not sure. My feeling is that this modification will not change anything. Let's try again. Right, this is another way that I do not input the prompt in the PowerShell. I can just go here and refresh. Let's try it. Okay, I think it is working now, right? The reason I'm telling you this is that for my previous test, the Llama 3.1, 3.2 1B model also gave me a similar response. It's called Llama, right? Only if I specify it to large language model. In this way, it will answer the question referring to large language model. Let's see it. Yeah, here we go. You have everything laid out. I think one good thing about Streamlit is that you do not need to spend a lot of time to think about the UI design, because the UI design is not so easy, right? You might understand what you want, how you want the textual result to lay out beautifully, but to actually make the layout organized, flexible. I mean, using tools like Streamlit could be extremely useful. Let's see if the coding will be rendered, right? Additional code generated by the large language model. Let's see, code to display APL price plot. Okay, let's see. Okay, here we have the code. And you see, it directly render this part as code, so you can copy it. If you look at closely from here, from the starting of the code to the end of the code, is light gray. You need to look really carefully because the boundary is not very clear. Okay, and it will also mention you need to install the dependencies, right? So at this moment, I think we can say after 5 or 6 iterations, okay, 6 or 7 iterations, without interrupting the process, without manually inspect the code, we get a functionable local chatbot, okay, hosted locally. But of course, with Llama, you need to install Llama and pull the model first. You can try any model in your local environment. But the thing you need to consider is that, first of all, if you have the GPU resource or the compute resource locally to help you to host larger model, right? If a small model like 3.21B model, I think is okay. So in the future, you can also use this tool to further improve, right? For example, like if you want during the conversation, you can run the code just like ChatGPT, right? When you ask ChatGPT to perform a task, it could run the code, write the code, and then run the code, and then you are going to see the result. For this, you can also try with the tool to see if you can improve with Streamlit or other package, or just hard code everything from ground zero. I wish you like this video. I do not edit any of it, and if you want to follow every step, if you have any question, feel free to let me know. Okay, I do wish you can follow it step by step, try it by yourself, create something magical or different from my version. Okay, if you have any question, just leave a comment. Don't forget to subscribe, and see you next time. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel again. So if you saw my last video about Windsurf, quick programming in 30 minutes for a local chatbot, you know that Windsurf is a very powerful tool that can help you quickly program a application, a chatbot in local environment. Now we are going to follow up the same project, and to complete another part, I want to compose it to the Docker environment so we can easily use such application in different platforms. So let's try if this Windsurf programming assistant can help us with that. So the first thing we need to do is, of course, we need to have the Docker installed and also up and running. So we check we have the Docker. Yeah, now we have it. Let's just wait. Okay, now it is up and running. Yeah, and let's go here and see. Okay, now let's do Docker compose up. Yeah, so now it is going to create necessary files, especially the YML file for the Docker Composer. And you see most of the coding now is only adding entries, deleting nothing, because we are creating multiple files. And you can see on the left hand side, different files are getting created. And let's wait. Okay, so it actually edited some of the code in app.py. It used the Ollama host environment variable. I suppose it is very necessary to compose the Docker file. Let's run this command. And sorry, I should click accept all first. Okay, let's see. Okay, I think there are some errors. Yeah. Let's see on the Docker side. Yeah, we do not see it. These are some of the previous version of the application that I tried to build, but it was not so successful. I'm going to delete. And okay, let's try again. Highlighting some of the errors here. Copy and share here. Okay, so this time I'm going to run it in PowerShell. Let's see if we can finish composing. Okay. I got an error. Let me see. Okay. I should do this. Let's see. Okay, it's working. Let's see. Okay, now is the pip requirements. Okay. There is an error message. Conflict. Container name Ollama is already in use by container. I think is this one. Yeah, because I used Ollama here. Let's try to delete it. I think this is what we have just composed this image. Let's run it. Okay. No, I think there's something wrong. Let's see. There is no container ID. Let me check. This is also my first time to compose a program to Docker, so I have no idea how it works. All right, let me try to ask. After running image, no container ID, no image tag, how to run it? Yeah, I'm going to reject it. Reject it. Okay, let it check. It's checking. Okay. So it quickly checks the images currently in here. Clean up existing containers and images to start fresh. Yeah, I think we can do that. Okay, so I believe our images will disappear or not. Remove any running container. Okay. Yeah, this is Perplexica, a package I tried before but was not so successful. Okay. You see, this tool is very useful because it also can interact with Docker, understand everything. Okay. Inserting terminal. Okay. No. Let me try. No such container. Okay. Hello. Now let's try again. Okay, just to avoid confusion, I think I should delete the things that I'm not using and create confusion. Okay, it's running, I cannot. Let me try to stop everything. Okay, stop also this one. No. Front end using. Let me see. No. No. Llama. Okay. Now let's try. Should we redo compose stuff? Just 1 second. Okay. Okay, let's try it. Okay, llama. Okay, the containers, delete our useful ones. Okay, I think we also delete this one because we're going to redo. Let's redo compose up. You can see here there is a status. This is running the composing step. Error response. Let me try again. So in the okay, let me try. Now let's just follow its suggestions to do some modification on Docker and redo the compose up. Okay, sure. Here I'm going to reject, but here in PowerShell let's redo. Okay, so still the same problem. Yeah, let's see. I think alternatively we can change to another port. Stop it, it's too slow. Can we change to another port? It's not responding. Okay, let's just restart the program. All right. Can we change to another port? Yeah, let's do a 502. Good. Let's see. Because I did not accept first, then run it, so you can see here the URL is still 8501. So I'm going to stop here and redo here. Okay. So take a look at here. Yes, we have it. Stopped. Okay. Let's try to start again. Okay. Okay, you see now? There is a problem. Let me try. What's this one? Yeah, this is just a llama. Here we are. We can, but strangely, let me see here. Yeah, you do not see the port here. But here we can open it. Okay, so let's ask this question. After running 8502. Okay, let's see how it goes. Okay. I might. Okay, so the problem might be that it is not actually calling the Ollama installed in my local environment. It is calling an Ollama installed in Docker environment. Okay, so in that case, we need to have. Okay, there are some suggestions of changing the code. Let me check if it is really necessary. I do not think it's 100% necessary. See, selected models, everything is same. Alright, let's follow its suggestion and then compose up again. Okay, Docker compose up, reject here, error here. Okay. I'm not sure. Let me check. Okay, now it gives me 3.2 model. They actually allow me to pull the model first. Yeah, this is new to me, but it seems okay and logical. So I can pull any model I want. This model is not so small. Is if I remember correctly, is around 1 to 2 gigabytes. It will take some time, but you see here we already have a Tiny Llama latest model available. Yeah, we can see here. It is actually downloading. Yeah, but the thing is that I think it's in Docker environment, not in our local environment. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, now we have a Tiny Llama and Llama 3.21b. Okay, what is LLM? Let's ask some questions to understand if it is working. Okay, perfect. So now it is working. How does embedding models work? Consider LLM workflow. Yeah, does not make much sense, but let's ask. Okay, so during the iteration, as you can see, it actually changes some of the code. You can see the UI, some of the layout, some of the information shown here are changed. This is new about pulling a model, but it could be very useful to allow you to choose different options from Olama. But of course, you need to consider if you already prepare it in advance, you could go to the chat faster. If you pull it every time you run model, run the program, it may not be very efficient, right? Okay, so my second question does not seem to have a response. Maybe it will be much longer, I suppose. Because you see my PC is not a very new machine and you can see the fans are working. Okay, good. Embedding models, pre-trained, language model or transformer-based models. Okay. Okay, so without checking any more details, I think it's working. Okay, so during this Docker composing step, okay, my wish is that we can put the program as image inside of Docker environment. So whenever we test it, it could be in a safe place, right? It does not interfere with other components in your operating system. And during the iteration using the Windsurf coding assistant, it actually offered me additional option, which is a surprise. Change some of the layout of the UI, a surprise, which I should avoid during my prompting process. And eventually it works in Docker environment. All right, and you can see the URL is A502 because I wanted to avoid, right? Avoid the conflict as you saw before. Yeah, I think this is about it. And let's come back to Docker environment and check it again. So we have our image here. We have, okay, the Olama and also the Olama chat UI in the name. Okay. I think, let me check. Olama chat UI is not the image I created. It's not related to what I created. I think it's only this one, right? It's Windsurf tutorial of Llama data. Is this one. And container is this one. When I come inside and I have my chat UI here. To be honest, I have not yet 100% figured out how the Docker environment is set up, but at least at this moment it works. So about Docker, if I find something new or very interesting and useful for your program development, I'm going to share with you in the future. But at this moment, I already achieved the goal that I set in the previous video. So just a total summary, I use the Windsurf programming assistant to build an app in 30 minutes. And after also similar duration, I think, I did some iterations, considering composing up this program to Docker environment. Eventually, I got success and I got additional functionality like a pooled model and so on. And I think I'm going to also share this part in my GitHub repository, so you can take it as a reference. Okay. I wish you like I wish you like this. I wish you like this video, and still, this video will not be edited because I want you to be able to follow every step. Because to complete the whole workflow is not always like a 10 minutes video, right? When I run it, I may meet different problems. So if you see similar problems, I wish it will be useful for you. Okay. If you like my video, feel free to like it, leave a comment, and if you have any question, feel free to reach me out. And do not forget to subscribe, and see you next time. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel again. Today I'm going to show you this very powerful tool. It's called Windsurf, presented by Codian. This is a Agentic IDE, which in a simple way to describe it is that it can automate all the programming procedures and provide you with an additional boost of productivity. So I'm going to show you now is how to use it to maintain your GitHub repository and to gain additional efficiency. So let's get on with it. Before we start, I created this GitHub account. It is fresh, it has nothing in it. Before you use it to interact with your GitHub account and also the repository, you need to set up the credential. Like I said, change the associated Git account to email address and so on. And also mention my username. It will change the configuration, so it will be ready to go. So the first command I'm going to try to use is this one, which I stopped some time ago, just a few minutes ago. I'm going to ask, can you create a repo called chatbot? It will process my prompt, and with the model is called Claude 3.5 Sonnet. Let's see what it says. Okay, it will help me to create this directory. And let's accept. Okay, it's not okay, so it changes to another prompt. Yes, let's see. Okay. Now commit to repo. Yeah, so you see it will create a README file and commit to my GitHub account. Let's see if it works. Okay, so basically every time when you accept its suggestion to run a specific command with GitHub, it will show also the results and a short summary, right? One suggestion is that you already see that I click the accept all changes after it shows all the information. My suggestion is that you always click accept the changes, then run the different command or accept the running of that command. I think it will be more logical. Okay, so anyway, let's refresh the page. Let's see if we already have our repository. Okay, let's see. Okay, I do not see. Sorry, go to the wrong place. No, I do not have anything yet. Let me ask. I do not see new repo in my account. Okay, so I guess this step I cannot automate, so I'm going to make it here. I'm going to say it's called chatbot public. Okay. Okay, now I think it is created. So I'm going to say now I have chatbot repo created in GitHub. Please commit the change. Because I think it created a README file. Let's go to make it in our repository. And still it will show step-by-step instructions and also summary. Let's refresh and see if we already have such file. Okay. There is an authentication issue. I need the authentication. Let me try to use authentication code. I think I'm going to get here. And let me check. I should. Okay. Setting developer setting. Target setting. Developer setting. Generate new token, personal access token, classic token, generate new token, classic. Okay, I'm going to allow all the functionality. And we can generate a token for demonstration purpose. I think 1 would be enough. Generate a token. Okay, node test. Let's try again. Okay, now I have this token. After the test, I'm going to delete it. Okay. Now let's try again. I think we'll be fine at this moment. Yeah, push successful. So let's refresh. Let's go to our repo, to the chatbot. Yeah, now we have this empty file, okay, written by the program, the IDE, and we get it, okay. So now let's create a very simple program, okay. So let's create a simple program using stringlet to chat with local LLM. Make sure user can choose available model. It should not be so complicated, right? Now it is going to create first of all the requirements dependencies, and we are going to see some generation here. I want to mention one thing for you. Because I'm creating a very simple workflow, a simple application, I do not need to consider a lot of guardrail about my prompt. But if you develop a very complicated structure, you always need to be more careful about checking the proposed changes and if you want to proceed or not, and which kind of file you allow it to change or you do not allow it to change. Okay, so I'm going to allow it just to speed up. I think it has already finished the programming and push the file. Okay, it has created the chat inference application, made 2 files, updated readme. So now we can run it in local environment. Also, let's check in our GitHub. Okay, you see, we already have a very comprehensive readme file about this application. It says it will chat with local Ollama, select the available model, and so on. Yeah, all looks good. And how to clone the repo, install dependencies, and run it with this command. Okay, so let's try in our environment. As I said, always, if you see the highlight, accept or reject, better to check it before you run the command here. And whenever some part of the code or the file is highlighted, which means that you have the choice to accept or reject the proposed change. Okay, so let's try this application. Unable to process. Let me see. It says fatal error. Okay, let's see, maybe we need to, okay, I'll ask it, install dependencies and run the app. Okay, so in this way, I do not need to go to PowerShell to insert different commands. It will run it for me. First of all, installing the dependencies. Okay, we will also show you this output, and it's also nicely structured, so it does not occupy the whole window. It's very nicely designed, and you are also going to see the status. It is running. Okay, I think finished. Now we're going to run. Let's run this application. Yeah, now we have this app shown in our browser. Yes, this is the model available in my environment. I'm going to ask how to learn coding. Yeah. Well, and you can see there these small signs as the user, as the bot, are very nicely chosen and put here, and we can see this is the result we get from the local large language model inferencing. So it looks good. The app is working right. So which means that we, first of all, we manually created this repo. We ask it to generate a sample README file, and I work on the application, let it create it, test and push it to our GitHub, and we test it. It is okay. So for now, I think we already closed a small loop of the work. So at this moment, you could further change the README file. For example, let me say that please make the README file more engaging. So it will update it, give some suggestions, and you can accept the change and push commit. Yeah, it actually did a lot of changes. I'll accept all, accept. Again, if you want to be more prudent, you should check every change. Okay, this is only for demonstration purpose. I'm going to go as fast as I can. Now, you see it adds some emoji. I think the display is more user-friendly. Let's refresh. Okay, it's very nice. Now you can see also the Python package requirements, Streamlit version, Ollama, and you see there are some features and quick start. Okay, let's try this Ollama link. Ah, it's working. Yeah, very good. Because sometimes if you do not specify the URL or the link that you want to put here, sometimes it will be a random link. Sometimes it does not work. So everything looks perfect, and also some pro tips. Okay. Yeah, it also mentioned that you can pull some models which are, I think, are most cited models in Ollama. I'm not sure. And also, it mentions you can contribute to the project, and this is available under MIT license. Let me see if it has a license. No. So let's see, add MIT license. Okay, so it will generate the license file, and we can put it in our repo. You see, this is an agentic workflow in code editing, execution of commands, and now also interaction with GitHub. Everything is agentic workflow, right? So you can see it's a step-by-step, it's well organized, and always ask a user to give the final decision. This is super important because imagine if everything now is automatic, without a guardrail, without human intervention. I think the agentic workflow can do everything or anything. Let's refresh page. Yes, we have the license. License file is MIT. Okay, good. And also mention the user and the year. Okay, looks good. Okay, so we finished the first task I want to share with you. Build an app, complete all the documentation, push to the repository. And now, because as you saw, I cannot create a repo directly from the command, so I'm going to create another one. I'm going to create with the same username. I think .github.io. I think this is going to be the page where I create my personal web page, right? So I say I created a repo as please design my personal web page. Be creative and mention multiple links. If not available, use placeholder. And we click enter. Okay, it starts to create personal website. Let's accept. Let's just take a look into the detail here. Okay. First of all, it clones the repository. Okay, it is working. Index HTML. I think we should be getting ready because this web page will be used to view our personal page. At this moment, it is not available, but soon it will. Okay, the file is created. Let's take a quick look. Okay, it is all designed for this web page. Okay, by the sheer amount, the sheer count of the lines here, I think it is not a bad start. Let's come back and see here. Okay, it will also create a CSS file with a modern, clean design. Okay, sounds good. Let's see. Okay. This is very, very comprehensive, right? So how much time do you spend to write 300 lines of code to make the UI good? Okay, so now we continue. It will suggest you to do the rest. Okay, we're going to commit. I think there will be no problem. And we're going to push it. This time I accepted all the changes before I run the commands. I think we're clean now. And let's see. Okay. It also give a summary about the key aspects. Like a modern design section, technical features, links, integrations. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, first of all, the files are here. Okay, it looks good. And let's try the web page. I think it will take some time. Okay, usually 2 to 3 minutes. So while we are waiting, I think we can start to put a prompt to help us to change the layout of our GitHub page. Okay, now help me make my GitHub page engaging, show all stats, plots about activities, make sections, show social links, YouTube channel links, if NA, use placeholder. Okay, I think we are pretty comprehensive here. Okay, let's leave it here for a moment. Come back to the web page. Now it's not showing anything. Let's see. Okay, we have our index HTML. We're doing the Steven test to GitHub.io. There does not seem to be much problem. No, it's not working. Let me check. Let me check if we have something additional we need to do. Okay. Don't recall. Let's try again. No. With the full documentation. Let's see. Yeah, we have done that. Okay, let's try again. Not working. Let's check. think in settings, see pages, no verified domains. Okay, it might be the reason. Let's try. Sorry, I do not remember because last time I created the web page was some times ago. Domain is not properly defined. Okay, sorry. Let's try again. Okay. IP address. It's not the problem. Okay, let's save this command for a moment here. Okay. Let's see. I open the but 404. Let's see if it can debug. 404 issue. Okay, let's see what's wrong with it. Okay, so the issue is that we do not have the README file. Okay, I'll just take out this command in case. Just in case we need it later. Let's try to follow it. Okay, so now we have this README file. We accept everything. Okay, and push to our repo here. Yes. Now I think we also going to have a README file. Okay, good. Created a README file. No, it is not shown here. Let me try again. Main has recently pushes. Okay. Can verify if commit success. The best way is to check here, and it will be very fast, comprehensive to show you if there's some commits on the way or okay, it says everything is done. Okay, let's try. It suggests me to open the web page. I think nothing shows. Okay, let me see. Connection seems okay. It's still showing for error. Okay, so it will analyze. Setting. Okay, maybe it's this problem. Okay, sorry. I think this might be the issue because I should. No, sorry. The repository should be renamed like this, and yes. Let me try. I may be wrong. Let me test it. Repository name. Let me try. Yeah. This should be the names. I think .io. Yes. And let's try. What am I doing with Steven test the GitHub IO? Compare and pull request. No, let's just ignore it for one moment. Okay, now you can see I made a mistake because the repository should be named as this: username.github.io, and then you refresh, you have everything. Okay, I'm going to share with it. Okay, I made a mistake. Now the correct repo name is updated. Please check. So in this way, I just want the IDE is in line with my current changes without getting the conflicts if I need to update something else. Okay. So, okay. Please do the updates about the page, make it more engaging. Right, so I already have this one, right? Home, about, project, blog, and context, right? Seems much better than my current version. My current version in the GitHub or my YouTube channel now is much simpler than this one. Very good. Make it more engaging. Let's try it. Sorry. Let me see if the folder name, yeah, the folder name is right. Okay. Unsaved file. Yeah, let me check. Yeah, so inside of the repo, I see compare and pull. Why? So I think there may be some conflict or delay of the change. Okay, we have two branches. So we're seeing the commit pull. We initiate create the commits on the master branch. Then we create a switch to the main branch in the both. Okay, so just to merge them properly. I think this is good. We should merge them. Let's merge. Okay. Okay, so it suggests me to go to change myself. Okay, so I think I need to go to my branches, change the default. Okay. The main branch. How can I set it to default? Okay. It actually so we should have two repo, one with my username, one with username.github.io. So they kind of got some mix. Okay, apologize for this. Let me see how we can resolve it. Repository settings and the branches. Is it text? No. actions, not here. Okay, under branches, change the default branch. But I do not see anything here. Let's see. Okay. How to change the default branch? Okay, let's do this. I think the fastest way is to, okay, we just go here and we delete this repo. Let me see. Setting, can we delete this repository? Yeah. Okay, let's redo it, right? We need to have one as this for our home page. No, sorry. Need to change it to learn by doing. Okay, like this. And then going to create another one. Okay, with only my username. This one will be purely used to improve the layout of our page. Okay, so I just say I recreated to branch to repo one as okay, the other as the github.io. Please implement the commits for the first one. Add engaging homepage info. The second one, add engaging personal website. Okay, let's see how it process everything. Yeah, now I think we are in the right place. Okay, now it's created this folder to represent our repository. Okay. Let's see, whenever we see this sign here, like M is modified and U is unchecked, you can see the status of different files being modified, being checked, and so on. And now let's go to implement everything. Okay, so sometimes if it cannot access the repo, it will get my token and execute the commands. Okay. Let's check. Okay, not this one yet. Oh, okay. Now I think we have learned by doing with Steven test. already have this page updated. Wow, impressive. And you can see actually the status, the layout. If you check my current GitHub page of my main account, you can see this has some unique characteristic. Like the description, like you see this flashing title, everything seems perfect. Okay, and also the highlight, featured project, and also the trophies. Yeah, I like it. It's very clear, right? And now let's continue. It's getting some additional change. I think it's about the layout of personal page. Okay, it's this one. It's 404. I think we need to still wait some files to be added, of course, because previous one was in conflict. I recreated the two repository. Okay, there is an internal error. Let's try again. No, it's not. Okay, it says it already done it. Let's try. If the files already inside. No. Okay, I'm going to say in repo there are no files. Let's see. Yeah, it says successful. Let's try. Yeah, we have it. So it also created a very engaging README file. You can see the different details. Looks good. Okay. And let's just check our page. I think we're going to need some time. You see, update pending. Usually we need to wait. Okay, deployment. Okay, maybe ready. Okay, it's very beautiful, right? You see, hi, I'm Steven. And also we see this flashing sign to show some keywords. We have the GitHub. Let's try this link. Okay, it's perfect. We have LinkedIn. Of course, this is a placeholder. Yeah, currently I think it's directed to our home page. Yes. Okay. Also, what's this one? Never used it before. Anyway, let's come down. About me, passionate about programming. Okay, based on the information it has and the commands I gave, I think this is accurate description of me. Also, you can see the languages, frameworks. Okay, there are some assumptions, but in general, they are good. Okay. To be honest, I do not know all the frameworks, but in the future, maybe I will get to know all of them. You can see here is a chatbot. Okay, there is no picture. Of course, we can improve this part. Image generator. This is a new project coming soon. Yeah, very nicely put, although the link does not work. Smart task tracker, task manager. Okay. Seems plausible, right? Latest blog. Getting started with Olama, building modern web apps, development tips, and so on. Email me, and LinkedIn. Wow, this is really impressive. I think from this demo I show you, I'm going to go back and improve also my personal GitHub page, the main page of my YouTube channel. So, just a quick wrap up of this tutorial. You see here are 3 repositories we made with Windsurf IDE. It is very quick. It is a very efficient agentic workflow. First we build an app and put it in GitHub, and we have a very engaging README file, very good and very detailed. Then we have this personal page improvement. So with this repo, whenever we go to our GitHub page, we see this very beautiful design. Okay. Then we have another repo created to showcase our personal page, because the personal page is also a very important way for the others to get to know the developer, right? So you see, first of all, inside of this repo, we have this very nicely designed README file. And whenever we go to this personal page, we can see in general it is layout very good. We can see home, about, projects, blog, contacts. And we can also change the color, right? This is very, very impressive. Of course, there are some like this one, right? When we change the color, some of the characters are not rendered well. We might need to further debug. Just insert your prompt here and let it work, and accept the changes, and just push the results to GitHub again. So, okay, I think we got everything ready to go, and we have a very nice UI for everything. We can keep on developing, right? So one thing I want to mention before we end this video is that whenever you use this tool, it's automatically handling all the tasks. But always be cautious when you develop something very seriously, especially when you accept the changes. Be sure you understand the implications, right? This demo is very quick. I do not check everything, but when you actually, for example, you check this application, you need to understand how it works to make sure it does not have some bugs, potential issues in the future, and also safety concerns and so on. Yeah, so that's all I want to say. And I wish you like this tutorial. If you have any question, feel free to leave a comment. If you like my video, share it, give it a like. If you like my channel, please subscribe. And there are more contents on the way, and I wish you enjoy it and have a very rewarding experience watching my videos. So thank you again, and see you next time. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome to my channel again. Today I'm going to share with you one of the projects I have worked and got some satisfactory results. So basically, this project can be implemented for many user cases. For example, if you want to get multiple PDF from the website and summarize the data and get some insights from it. So basically, this data I'm going to access is the Bank of Italy anti-money laundering sanction data I got from the Bank of Italy website, and I'm going to use the code I write with GPT to actually, first of all, to save the PDF information to a CSV file. Of course, you can choose to save to CSV or JSON. It's up to you. And I'm going to process this data, get some numerical insights from the data. Because usually if you want to clean up the data, it will take many mundane process. So I wanted to do the text searching, but eventually I think maybe the local LLM is faster and more straightforward. Then you can see here in the first version, I did first of all the analysis without date, because I forgot one of the important components of the data is to understand which date one entity is sanctioned. So later, I did another round of the coding and with date. Okay, so just to let you know, because the first attempt to try these codes, I always miss something. So I will add that missing piece to the next part. The final part is called option of text searching. I'm saving this as a placeholder, so in the future I can compare the text searching with the LLM model to compare which one is better. However, at this moment, I think because my coding background is not so solid, so if I'm going to implement a very robust text searching algorithm to find patterns, it will take a lot of time. So today I'm going to go over the project with you. Okay, let's check the code. First of all, I'm going to get the data from this website. Basically, if you go to this web page, you are going to see there are some introduction and also a list of the PDF. All the links you can download. Okay, so basically in this part of the code, I'm going to use some, I think this is a traditional way to scrap the information from the website. And these I have done 2 or 3 iterations with GPT and also modify some of the components to make sure it works. And of course, I have also some of the manual adjustments. For example, like here, the pages of the website. I assume it has 19 pages. Okay, but this one usually I would recommend to check the HTML file, check the website to understand which is the range, because making it too small or too large does not make sense and also can intrigue some of the errors of the code. In the end, this code will actually make sure all the information is properly stored in the CSV file. I'm going to show you quickly the CSV file is like this. Okay, usually it has the URL, it has also the text information from the PDF, and this will be the base for us to process. So then let's come here. Okay, so here actually I'm implementing the local LLM. I did download some of the LLM models to my LLM studio in local environment, so I can use this code to access that model. And more precisely, this will do the feeding of the information to the model and get a response. So I think the most important part is about, first of all, set the local server address and then extract the sanction information based on this part, this function. So basically this function is going to intrigue this chat mode with the model. Okay, so I have my prompt information here to get concise, structured information. And okay, I also said the maximum token is 200 because I don't want it to be too long. Sometimes if you don't set a limit, the model will go on forever and cost a lot of compute. And you are going to wait a lot of time. So, and then here, this is a part of the function that actually gets precisely this information. Okay, so after running it, we can see here is a data frame which we have we have partially the information. So what's the problem of it? If you expand the text content, yes, you can get the text content. You can understand it's a very long document. The sanction information, well, it can get some of the information, but it is not well structured. So you cannot easily process in the next step. So in order to separate this sanction info, I need to do more work. So in the next part, I repeat. Okay, I repeat all the algorithm. Actually, I make sure of course, I work with GPT to refine this part of the code to actually make sure it will separate the information to the data frame with separate column. Yeah, you can see here. Yes, we have separated them to sanction entity, amount, and also the reason. Of course, you can see here there are not many, not 100% accurate, because you can see here some empty space and some zero amount. So there are some potential problems about the quality of the extraction or the data cleaning. Okay, but at least at this step, we can get the different column, and we can further refine based on it. If you want to check any detail of the code, please pause. Then I actually did the refine and also add the data in the next step. So here, I actually copy the output of the code to GPT to actually let it understand what are the tasks I need to do, especially about the data cleaning. For example, the amount number, most of them are not regular. For example, the punctuation, like the separate of the thousand number, 30, in Europe and in USA and in China are totally different. So I iterate several steps to get this part of the function to let the code to clean the data. And I refined my prompt. You can see now my prompt is very well structured, much better than the previous one. Previous one is just one sentence to ask it to get concise information and so on. But now I have different bullet points to let the LLM to get me these information. And about the maximum token, because as a rule of thumb, I tested and tried and saw the maximum token should not surpass 100. So this will speed up my processing time. Okay, so in the process text data part, of course, I iterate several times with GPT to actually make it more robust, because during the testing, this kind of code actually take a lot of time to get the right information you want. So after doing all these improvements, we can see the result. You can see it's much better, because at least you see, okay, at the first, let me show you. First, this is showing that the information is passed, which information is passed to the local LLM, and there are some ID, blah blah blah, different information about this instance, and then this is the extracted information, and I think it's pretty good. Okay, this you can, in this way you can check the process. Of course, in your LLM Studio, you can always check the real-time processing of this data. So I'm just going to save your time, because how to set up the LLM Studio is quite easy. You just open it, choose a model, open the server, then you can use your code here to link to the local LLM Studio. So these information are passed to the system and get feedback. But you can see here, like this one, the model is hallucinating. Okay, so after passing the text data to get the feedback, okay, and also more structured data feedback, in the end, we have a very structured data frame, and you can see just from the displayed part, you can see the accuracy improves a lot. And I make a note. It took about 24 seconds for processing 10 records, because at first I actually limit the page searching to one page of the Bank of Italy website. So more or less it got 10 records. And I used this stable code instructor 3B model, and it took 24 seconds. My suggestion is to always choose a lightweight model to quickly test your code and try other models, because I believe most of the listeners do not have a very big machine. So our resource is limited. So let's see how I get the dynamic scatter plot. For this code, I mean GPT can generate like a super fast and very accurate. I think from here I can see a different entity. You can also see the size of the circle to show the amount is quite okay. I think it's very useful for the data visualization. But you can see here some entities have very lousy code, is not accurate. And you can also see some of the sentence. Let me try to check some to you. For example, like this one, because of some of the sanction is to person. So if I want to see the aggregation or to an entity, this data has some noises. Like I do not want to see how much one single person is fined, is penalized. So this just to show you there are some limitations at this point. Then I choose different visualization. You can see that the package I used is Plotly. It's very useful, and you can see all the data, and of course you can zoom in and zoom out. So I also did the yearly trend data. Yeah, it's okay. So basically, I think by here I already finished the first version. The reason I do not focus on the different visualization part is because the package is standard. You can try anytime you want. Yeah, but from here you can see some of the entity name is very strange. Like this one, I believe it is not complete, or it may even be error. So how do I get to the next step? The next step, I wanted to try a different model. So, and also I tried to save the data to JSON file. I did save to JSON file, but I do not find any particular advantage. So eventually I switch back to save to CSV. Okay, the CSV is like before. And in this version, this part is the same. Yeah, until here, yeah. So the same as before. The improvement is in this part. First of all, I get more structured prompt. And you see here, let's see this one. I believe I have done some improvements. Like here, my prompt is about this big. And here more robust, I think. Because now I want to assign a category, because I want to see, because I know the reason can be 20 words, very complex, or very scattered. Now I want to summarize them in a more compact way, especially in the data visualization. So I tried this, and also the category of reason, one keyword, to put it in the model. And also I changed this model to Mistral 7B. It is a test for this model. And the rest of the code almost the same, but I add some more columns. I had to process. Like I said, every time when I first try the model, I try only 10 records or one page of the website. Okay, so I get a lot of response and also the results from the local model. Eventually, you can see the quality in general is similar, but later in the visualization, you are going to see there's no error code about error information about entity name. That is improvement. And you can see now the sanction reason. Let's try to check also the sanction reason. The sanction reason in the previous one, you see, is not very organized. But here, you can see it is more structured, the response, like the violation to what and the failure to what. Okay, and category of the reason. Yeah, it's not perfect, but it can already summarize to a more compact way for me to understand which is a category. So reason is a long paragraph, but category is much shorter. I would expect to summarize only to one word, but believe me, I tried, but the result is not so good. Because sometimes even one word, it can use a separate dot or slash. So eventually it's not just one word. So if we want to refine the categorization, it needs more time and more design of the code. So yeah, now I have the new categorical stack. Let's see what it shows. Yeah, I think it's much better. Okay, so I have these different categories. It's not perfect. We can still work on it. But at this part, I think we can have a more compact one because, for example, like here, in here, this is April 2022. The most find reason is for transparency and cleanliness. I think you can get the insight from this data visualization. And I also tried to group by the first word of the category because I think this is too many words. I want to see more compact version. Yes, just by reorganize the data frame, show it in the graph, you can get it. For example, like let's say anti-money laundering and transparency. I think sometimes if you only see just one keyword, this categorization could mean something for your operational need and for your understanding. Okay, dynamic scatter plot is like before, but I changed the layout of the graph. But you can see here, let me quick run through. You see these names are all company names. At least from what we see, there is no very obvious error code or individual name. So this is a huge improvement. But as I said, if we needed to actually detail in very detail to compare both process, different ways, different models, different results, we need a very detailed descriptive data. But at this point, I think this project already gets some very useful insight. So if I would like to choose to improve, I will improve on this version and use the Mistral 7B model. And you can see here, the monthly trend is like before. Yeah. And also the yearly trend. Yeah. One thing I want to share with you is that during the trial of this code of the graph, sometimes the system does not organize the data in a sequential way. You need to pay attention to it. If that happens, just check the code and make sure that you see sort some functions to sort, to group based on your need or user case. Okay, I wish this video is useful. Today I do not run it with the local LLM studio, but if you want to see the real-time processing, I'm going to make another video to explain. I wish this is useful for you, at least to let you know with ChatGPT and also VS Code and also LLM Studio in local environments, you can already build some very useful project based on the publicly available data for you to get data insight and better visualize the data. Of course, based on this, you can implement many algorithms to do the prediction, to the regression, and so on. Wish you had a fun time, and see you next time. Bye-bye. Everyone, welcome to my channel again. Today I'm going to present you the project that I have successfully run in my local environment to build the AI agents and let them talk with each other. First of all, the tools I'm going to use, first of all, is MLLM Studio. So with LLM Studio, you can download the model that you want to test and also to load it and to start the server. So to let the VS Code module to actually access to the local server and interact with the large language model that you prefer. And then, of course, we need the Visual Studio software installed so that you can run the Python code very easily. And the last and most important thing is that the Autogen. Autogen is a package, and also the I think a package is a right name because I'm going to import in the Python environment. This Autogen is I think developed by Microsoft and is very useful for me to actually build this conversation program between different agents. So you need to pay attention to two parts. The first part is LM Studio page. It will tell you how Autogen can interact with LM Studio. It is very in detail. You can test all the code, of course. The second part is about the group chat. Group chat is actually more advanced. So if you check this page of the LM Studio, it gives the example of two agents chats. So it's just two agents talking back and forth. But if you are talking about the group chat, actually the group chat will invite multiple agents to interact with each other. Okay, so I invite you to check these documents. It will be very useful for you to test the code. So let's come to the code part. From the basic, I just mimic what the document says. So first of all, I set up two models. Okay, so if you set, for example, this Gemma refers to this Gemma model, and also the URL key is the local LM Studio. You can find it, and also the API key is LM Studio. Okay, so basically setting up the different model will be useful when the agents will link to these models. And you can see here the second part is to from the Autogen import conversible agents. This part is actually defining the different agents and which model it will use. So for me, I always use only one model. But if you want one agent to use one model, the other use another one, it is I think is possible. But you need more configurations of LM Studio and so on. Okay, so basically at this moment, in my LM Studio, I chose the Mistral model, but here I leave it like this. It can run because I think LM Studio will recognize this kind of link directly without actually checking which model you are referring to, because actually the server is working with one model. So when you link to the server, it will work. Okay, so this is the code that you need to run the conversation. It will produce a chat result. Okay, so who will start the conversation? Jack will start the conversation, and it will talk with Emma. And the starting message is Emma, tell me a joke. Max terms will define maximum of the conversation passage. Is like if the maximum is 2, actually you have a you see here you have a 1, 2, 3, 4. I think terms, one term, two terms. One term is one back and forth. Two terms is in total two back and forth. Yeah. So you can see here the result is very good. Emma, tell me a joke, and Emma starts to tell a joke. Okay, then Jack says, that was a great joke. I'm glad it brought a smile to your face as well. Then Emma, I absolutely agree. So they're actually doing this conversation, right? You can check and test by yourself. I think the more you test, you can find the different results. Okay, so at this point, we have mimicked the official example and test it with LLM Studio. This is okay. So I want to go to another example, which I tested. To actually, I think if we want to apply this package of Autogen to other use case, we need to have it in mind. For example, for me, I would really like different agents to build a financial analysis team to actually tell me if the stock is underpriced or overpriced, and if I should buy it or not. I think there are many examples on YouTube. You can also check, but here, okay, I just test what's my initial construction of this team, and to let them talk as a group. So this code, at the first part, I also define the different model, but now I'm more specific. I want to define the Mistral model that I'm using. So just to make sure that I understand the whole picture. The other two, I leave it here, but it does not make any impact. If you want, you can delete it. Okay, so about the agents. First of all, I created more agents. I create a team head of the team. The team head will do a lot of job. I just describe them all here. I think my code is correct, but if I'm wrong, feel free to mention it. Um, and here I actually describe the job it will do. It will be the leader of the team of stock analysts. You instruct the general analytical framework and ask analysts to process data and give investment strategy and suggestions. In the end, you combine opinions from both data analysts and the news analyst. Okay, in this part, I think the better you define the agent's role, the better it will run and get results in the later stage. So I also have the analyst on data, analyst on news. So basically, one will check the data of the stock, financial data. I did not specify, but it is recommended that you specify in a more detailed way. I also ask it to actually analyze trend, plot a line graph, and so on. Then about the analysis on news, I ask it to check the news and also give some summary and also provided the recommendation. So in the end, I want the team head to summarize. So go to the next part. The chat will initiate from the team head to the analyst on data, team head to analyst on news. Okay, so let's check the results. Maximum turn is 2, so I expect that it will be 2 back and forth. So yeah, the message is analyze Apple stock. Okay, so basically the team head actually first talk to the analyst on data, give some feedback. I think this was the results we get from the model itself, because it was trained on massive data sets. So actually the model actually figure out this by itself. I think it have to be not 100% accurate. So, but you can see here it structured this information, I think, very well. You can see historical stock price, earning per share, and eventually it gave the conclusion that a solid long-term investment opportunity. Okay, it looks very good. And you can also try in your local environment to check the whole response. Okay. Also, if you check the LLM Studio, because you are running a server, you can see the conversation and all the log. It is very satisfactory, because previously I tried, if I remember correctly, is the UI version of the Autogen. Actually, the configuration of the different agents and so on, of course you can do it in the browser, in the web browser, but it's I always meet some problem. For example, if the prompt is just one word, and the feedback is just 2 words, it's not working. But in VS Code with Python, Jupyter Notebook, it works well. Okay, so let's see. First of all, here, the first response from analyst to team head. Okay, then team head says, actually the team head is working like furthermore. He actually tells the analyst on data to pay more attention on the market developments and so on. So it's not like, okay, I get your advice and I summarize your advice and that's it. Okay, it actually want to dig more, to explore more with analyst. So yes, analyst also give additional comments about add additional information about the stock price, investment potential. So actually, it stops here. Okay, so when I reach this point, I realize that actually there is not another feedback. So the conversation is complete. But if I want to get the conclusion from the team head, it does not give. So I need to configure either the conversation terms or I change the description of the team head and make sure it works better. Okay, so the is still prompt engineering as a basis. So the better you engineer the prompt, the better you get the results. So the system stop here and goes to the next conversation. Is the team head to the analyst on news. Okay, so at this point I realize it's a separate chat. Okay, so it asks the analyst on news to check. Okay, and it says I'm an AI language model, don't have real-time access, of course. So it actually it gave some general analysis based on the information it has. For example, like this information is dated in 2022. So from the pure conversational point of view, I think it's working. Yeah. Then the team head tells to the analysis to news, in addition to the analysis above, it is crucial to consider both quantitative and qualitative factors. In my opinion, this is not very necessary because I would expect the team head to combine these two parts. Because the analyst on news is going to focus on the qualitative part, and the analyst on data is going to focus on the quantitative part. So that was my original design. But okay, so it asks this. I think in the future I need to better refine my prompt and the description of the role. Okay, so analyst on news says, okay, it actually does the work it asks to. Not only analyzing the news, but also to give some comments about the data and also examine the KPI and so on. And also it did the competitive landscape, management efficiency, and industrial trend comments. Okay, so actually the analyst on the news is doing the job for the team head. You can see here the team head should do the final comment by combining both the analysis. You can develop a well strategy. Okay. Okay, but eventually you see this one, the model becomes very prudent because it suggests that you should consult another financial advisor. So technically speaking, it is not doing its job. Okay, but you can see this flow of conversation is going, so you realize there should be some more adjustments, either with the prompt, with the max terms, job description here. System message, I call it as job description. Okay, so then I further refined the code. I tried the user proxy agent because I consider user proxy agent is that the user inputs will actually influence the conversation. So I set up this user proxy parameter according to the documentation of the Autogen. So you can see here, there are some informations here, like a name and so on. So then now I start a group chat. So the group chat is going to actually involve multiple agents here. For example, I have 3 agents: the team head, analyst on data, analyst on news. And also I have max in around 6. Because I think there are too many agents, so maybe I need a longer conversation to get a meaningful result. In the meantime, I'm trying to input my prompt. Okay, so it's not like previous version. Actually, I write the prompt in the code. Now I want the user input, so I input the prompt. Okay, the conversation starts. You see the user proxy is the user, me, will start the conversation. And conversation to the manager, and so the manager will go to the group chat in this sequence. Okay, let's see. Okay, the system take my input as the user proxy to chat manager conversation, and then analyst on data. Okay, says okay, I'm doing the blah 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 analysis. Okay. And yeah, it talks to the chat manager in summary. Okay. Amazon stock, blah blah blah. Okay, it does not give a very precise conclusion because it says you need to do further analysis. So it's not working very well. And then it says that it is important to keep in mind the past performance is not a passion. I think this is like a disclaimer from the banks, investment banks. Yeah, it's quite interesting. Yeah, so then the group chat select the speaker field to resolve the next speaker's name. I think there are some issues with the naming of the agents. So if you see this kind of message, I suggest you to actually check. Actually, the next part, the conversation goes to analysis of the news. Analyst of the news. It says, yes, you're probably right. It's important to remember historical data. Okay, so it actually takes the message of the disclaimer, so it does not do much job. Okay, and then it says absolutely providing clear. Okay, it's like not so useful, right? It's a writing disclaimer. So at this point, you can see the group chat actually goes, but I suppose there should be more definitions, like either in my prompt or in the structure of the team and of the job description, right? To configure better these agents. But as a start, I think I would say this is okay. Okay, this model works, and I need to further refine to actually do the jobs that I intended to have them done for me. Yeah, so this example stops here. Okay, so just a quick wrap up. You can do two agents back and forth conversation, or you can have a group conversation. Okay, so the next example for the models, the definition are the same. I did not change. Actually, you can see, like the previous example, I ask the analyst on data to plot, to analyze the trend. Of course, it cannot. Okay, so I need to further work on it to see if I use some resource code to let the agent to act on, to draw the graph based on the data, or I should just should test the different alternatives. But at this moment, I keep on going. So the job description, actually, I did some improvement, some adjustment, and I'm inviting a coder and a tester. So, in my opinion, if you are going to invite a coder and tester to a conversation and you want them to write the code and test code, of course, there are many use cases that you can check on YouTube. But at this moment, if you only define it here, it will not work. I'm going to show you. So this part is the same. We are going to have a user proxy. Yeah. So just a reminder, whenever you see there are some comments here, you can stop the video and check. Some of the comments I leave the error message just for future check. For example, the original proxy code, actually it asks for the Docker environment. I have never used it. so I want to skip it. Okay, so I need to set here user docker force. If you want to refine this code, I think first of all, you need to understand the document of Autogen of a specific function. And if you have some difficulty to modify the code, you can ask ChatGPT to help you. But remember, ChatGPT has limited capability. So the next part is still the group chat, but here now we have the coder and the tester. Okay, next round 6. I manually insert my prompt. Okay, and here I think you need to pay attention because the system will recognize the whole part. The message should have 2 components. Okay, a complete one, not only like this, the text information. You can try because you are going to see the error message. So I'm going to start the chat again. Okay, analyze Tesla stock. Okay, the log actually says group chat select speaker failed to resolve the next speaker name. Yeah, so there is some error, but here the team head starts to ask the analyst on data. Can you provide me the Tesla stock price and share the recent news about Tesla? And ask the analyst on news to share the news on Tesla. Both of them are working. Okay, so first of all, it promised that it will actually work and get the information. Yeah, also the news analyst on news, and the team has based on information. I would like to remember buying Tesla stock at current due to the strong financial from the earnings reports. I would say I don't see much data here for the team had to analyze. For here, the news, yeah, the news is positive. Okay, surpassed the expectation earning. Okay, so it makes sense. But the capability of individual agents, like I said before, we need to enhance their capability. So this is a part of the conversation. Actually, the channel manager actually talks to team head. Team head talks to analyst. Then we go to the next part. Is the team head to the channel manager. Okay, give actually a response. Right? It's very structured. I like it. Introduction. This is which company, fundamental analysis, valuation multiples. I think if you further modify the code, you can get quasi professional report from this model. Okay, then you can see here they also did a technical analysis and also news analysis. I mean the accuracy, because it's not a link to the third-party API, not getting the news, I think is not 100% reliable. But the next attempt in the future, I would try to use the Y-Finance or use the Google News Google News package or API to get such information to the model and let it analyze. Okay, so at this moment, we are always utilizing the knowledge base of the local large language model. Okay, so pay really attention to this. If you try to have fun and to test the model, yeah, it's okay. But to really use it, be very, very careful. Then here, okay, you can see this is different from the previous one, previous examples, because we have more agents, and actually we have modified some of the this job description of the of each agent. So you can the result has some improvements, I would say. And then we go to the next part. Actually, the team head, now it's your turn to play a role. Which of the following roles would you like to assume? And what instruction or question would you have for the team members? Yeah, so it will select them and provide the instruction to ask questions accordingly. Okay, so yeah, now analyst of data says diversification is an important thing and so on. This is quite general discussion now. And the coder Say to the manager, yes, diversification is okay, but the coder is not doing its job. So there must be some problem with my setting. Okay. In summary, it suggests a diversification. I mean, the primary job of the coder is to code. Okay. So actually, okay, let's see here. The coder starts speaking again. Well said. Okay, I'm not sure which agent actually talks to this agent before because I don't see it here. Anyway, you can do different tests to check the workflow. There is also a very clear documentation of the Autogen. I recommend you to read it, okay, because I'm also still learning. So in the next part, I actually make my prompt very, very complicated because I see the result is not so well. I say analyze the Tesla stock starting from the team head to get a general plan of the task, then analyze on data to discuss with coder and tester to run a functional code to get analyze stock data. Let me see if I have a trunked version. Yeah, it's this one. It's easier to read. Analyze Tesla stock starting from the team head to get a general plan of the task. Then analyst on data discusses with coder and the tester to run a functional code to get analyze stock data and financial data and to give advice to the team head. Then blah blah blah. So now I give a very very clear instruction to the group. Let's see how it goes. So it takes the prompt, okay, and pass it to the chat manager. Okay, and the team head starts to talk back to the chat manager that I'm a team head. So yeah, how these agents will work. Okay, it's very well structured, right? So it first of all says that it will assign the task based on the expertise of the team member, 3 team member, very well organized. Okay, and it says using tools like Bloomberg, Y-Finance, Fred. Here I do not provide the Fred API or the Bloomberg API, so this is a very good assumption, but not very realistic for me to implement a free version on the local environment. Then once they complete their analysis, I'll combine the insight and give a report. Yeah, it's very good. So report, the outline of the report, it also describes, is very comprehensive. I like it. But you see here, group chat select speaker failed to resolve the next speaker's name. This is because the speaker selection call returned nothing. Okay. So I think this problem repeats. In the future, I need to check. Did I misspell the name of the agents, or there is other problem? So let's keep on going. The next part, actually, I think there is another solution to this kind of missing next speaker. It will pick another speaker based on the chat. There must be some logic behind. If you want, you can further check. So basically, now analysis on data, I think is based on the plan. It starts to check to talk with the manager. Okay. And the team leader, I fully understand the analytical tone and follow the objective. So there is a kind of mix up because analyst on data is not a team leader. Okay. He understands the job and starts to work as a team leader. So, but some of the part like this part, yeah, you are actually repeating the previous conversation. Not very useful. Okay, so now the team head to the manager and the team leader. My primary goal is blah blah blah. Define blah blah blah. Ongoing monitoring. Okay, sorry. Yeah, here. It describes its goal and so on, but not very concise, not very useful to actually deeper with the conversation. Then failed to resolve next speaker again. So still, this analyst on data chats with the chat manager. Okay, so it did what was already there, and he is taking responsibility of the team leader. Okay, but from the information of the step, you can see there are also some errors, because here you see from point 1 to 5, then from 1 to again. So I think there is some problem with interaction with local LLM, because the description of the task is too complicated, so the system cannot handle it. I see this kind of error sometimes before, just during the conversation with Mr. Model. It will start to hallucinate with different code. Does not make any sense. Okay, so you see here, it tries to make up a lot of numbers, but they do not have any meaning. So at that point, the local server continues to run. I manually stopped it. Okay, so you see the error message here. This is part of the server log. You can see I take a screenshot. The server log actually shows infinite numbers. Okay, so that basically says this project has to be stopped. We need to change either the model, either the structure of our agents. Later, I try another way. I do not manually insert the prompt in this window. I actually define the message to feed to the system. Yeah, I think this is another way to feed the message to the system. But somehow it actually only gets okay, it asks my input, if I remember correctly, but you can try. This is not a very big issue. You can either write your prompt here, or you just manually input here. Okay. So at this stage, it starts the group chat again. Okay. Select speaker field. Okay. So at first, it gives some comments. Okay, so but here we have some improvements. I will now step aside and let team head handle the analysis with using historical data. It's not 100% correct, because I do not want the team head to do anything with historical data. So you can see there are more complicated configuration with more complex conversation. That will be needed. So to the next part, let's see the team head to chat manager. Okay, to provide the analysis, I will do a combination of functional and technical analysis. Okay, it's good. Both the data analyst and news analyst. Okay, it's going well, and it starts to fundamental analysis. Okay, it tells you part of the information, and also some subjective conclusion here. But the problem is that the two analysts have not said anything. Yeah, so this is I don't know how to define a hallucination or what. Here you can see the team head to the chat manager. Okay, disclaimer, blah blah blah. This is kind of a standard term. Again, so representation. Okay, subject to what? Okay, the group chat select the speaker field again. Okay, so if it failed, actually the talking, I think is like the LLM one-side output. It does not say who is speaking. So I will leave this kind of issue in the future to resolve. And at this moment, yeah, this is actually one of the results of the server log. It shows a very messy picture. So just to wrap up, we have some issue remain. For example, this error code and insufficient assignments of the job to different different agents. And in the end, I think we can improve in the future, like I said, the prompt, the agent's job description. I see it like this, and also the detailed configuration of the usage of Autogen. I think we will find also tons of example on the website. The problem is that most of the example on the Autogen documentation is based on a OpenAI API or other structure, which you have to link to the API of the online LLM model. But if you are going to do with a local LLM Studio, you always need to do some tests to change the code to adapt to the local large language model. Yeah, I wish you find this tutorial useful and happy coding. If you have any question, feel free to leave a comment and I'll reply and also to have a discussion with you. So let's advance in the AI agents creation. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome to my channel again. I'm going to show you another project that I have already done and see some very useful results. First of all, I would like to introduce this tool to you. It's called a Streamlit. Basically, it is a set of open source Python framework for data scientists and AI ML engineers to deliver dynamic data apps with only a few lines of code. So I find it very interesting because the deployment of this open source Python framework is just by pip install the package, and you can actually dynamically show the data in a web page. By the way, if you are already familiar with the different packages in Python, you know that you have millions of ways to plot the data. But this one is interesting because it can deploy also in their website. I think in the app gallery, you can see here, there are lots of projects by different people, and you can try each of them. For example, this one. This one is showing you different type of chart. Okay, some example, you can see the code below and you can see the graph above. So basically there are so many possibilities you can realize with this toolkit. For example, this one pretty map, I find it very interesting because you just input the name of a city and you are going to get a very cute map. For example, you see this one. Yeah, I think it's Macau. Yeah, you can see the map in a very interesting form. So without further ado, I'm going to go to my project. So my project is to show the stock price dynamically. So the idea is that whenever I choose a different the stock label, for example, AMD, right? I'm going to see the candle chart and also the 30, 60, 90 days moving average of the end of day price, just to visualize the stock price. Okay, this is a quite simple task. I mean, you can do it in many different ways using Python package. But here I just want to make something like a dashboard. The dashboard, I make the upper part. One upper left is about an individual stock. Then the SP 500, the entire SP 500 performance, and then on the lower side, I'm using some sample macro economic information. For example, this one is US GDP and the interest rate. Of course, you can also change this to your US GDP growth rate to interest rate if you think that makes more sense. Or on the lower right side, you can see the US inflation and the unemployment rate chart. Okay, so basically I want to have this kind of a dashboard to understand the current situation. But based on this, you can add millions of other possibilities to add macro, micro, and even I think in the future maybe we can also explore the possibility to dynamically show financial performance of individual stock. So you can have a comprehensive view of the stock, general stock market, and the macroeconomic situation. Okay, so how do I get here? Basically, I need to have four Python file. This is the first time I try to build a few Python files and make them work together. Okay, so important thing is that you make them in the same folder, and eventually, if you want to run this app you build, you need to streamlit run main.py in your folder. Okay, so I will not spend time to explain to you about how to run it because in the documentation, in the example, there are a lot of description. It's very clear. And if you want to type some prompts to our system, usually you go to the terminal, this part. So basically, let me go through all these documents quickly. First of all, I have the let me show you the different sub-py documents. Okay, the first one is a thread. Okay, for security reason, I have already deleted the API key. You need to get the API key in Thread website. It's very useful. You can get different macroeconomic metrics, the different data sets, okay, like GDP and the federal funds rates and so on. It's very useful. Okay, if you interact with ChatGPT, you can get the code very quickly. And you see, first of all, you need to be able to import this Thread API and also to fetch the data set. And also you need the Streamlit at this moment. I think the most important part is about this part. To get this to work with the whole application. This is my assumption because I'm not an expert of coding, so I suppose this part serves to link to the app. Then we see the next part is about stock.py. Okay, previously actually the code was more complicated, but I got a lot of error. For example, I wanted to project the stock price for the next 30 days and plot them all together. However, during the process, because there are many definitions of the functions and the algorithm, it makes the file very cumbersome and complicated. So eventually, I get this rather simple format, I think, because you can see here. Let me try this one. Empty stock. Let me check. Yeah, you see, it only goes to the available information. Okay, 2024 March of the data source. So it does not add the prediction data here. Okay. But I mean, you can do a lot of work to modify, manipulate the data set, but the main idea is here. First of all, to use the Y-Finance, this package, to actually to get the data from different ticker of the stock. Okay. Add moving average. Of course, this is to have the moving average line. You can see here. Okay. And you can also cancel some of the data and you see the moving average. Yeah, in this way is more clear. And of course, I make the prediction price, this function. I believe this function works to predict, but eventually I failed to put them together, to put in the graph together. Okay, so this is the stock.py. Eventually, let's go to plot. The next one, we go to the plotting.py. In this part, I was trying to actually define different plotting function to eventually be used in the main file. Okay, so in this part, I think you can see basically we have two plot function. One is to plot economic data. The other is to plot the candlestick with moving average. Okay, so the most important part is that I'm using the Plotly, this package. I think it's very useful. Like you see, the display of the data is very dynamic. You can zoom in, zoom out, choose different data to show or not show, and come back. Okay, yeah. So in this part, I think the most important part is to debug. Because if you use GPT or Copilot, you can get the code very quickly. But I always use GPT. I do not have Copilot, so I need to check with GPT each time with a part of the code and the error code to debug. Eventually, in the main file, it will import the necessary package, import different functions from the different Py file, and make them work together. So in order to get the Standard & Poor's 500 symbols, it actually goes to the Wikipedia page to get the list. Then, of course, you can see here the sidebar here to select the stock symbol. Okay, it serves to give you this choice window. And the next part is actually to import the different functions of different Py file and make them work together, okay, so that you can check. I believe there will be some more ways to clean this code, make them more streamlined, more easy to read. But at this moment, I get this result. So eventually, this is the application that I get. You see it after I run this code, like I showed you before, stream it, run main.py. It actually jumps to this local server URL, and you can see the result. I think it is okay at this moment because you see different data you can choose, and it shows correctly. Yeah, and I would say this is a partial success. If you want to implement more complicated algorithm and to see more complicated results, of course you can try, and there are already some very good examples on the website you can try. I believe you will get more insight from there, and I wish my solution at this moment will be a start point for you to refer to. Okay, so if you have any question or any doubt, feel free to leave a comment. So I'll see you next time. Wish this will be useful for you. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. I wish you had a great summer. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to share with you the agentic tool that I have been using lately. It's called AgentGPT. You can see the website in the URL box of the Chrome browser I'm currently using. I'm recommending this tool because it is very easy to use as agentic workflow. Okay, so basically I think two features of this tool are really attracting me. First one is it shows the tool calling process. The other one is that it is built under the agentic structure. Unfortunately, I have not yet seen the source code or examined in detail of the functionality of the website, but so far I have get some useful results. For example, now if I want to do some web search, I would like to use it to like a starting point, to understand some of the search results. So basically, it's very easy. You just use your Google account or you create an account and you just log in. For the free tier user and also the paid user, you have different plan. Okay, so I'm just going to show you two examples, just like it is like a comparison of the two scenarios. The first one on the left hand side, I would like to get 10 latest AI news in Italy. On the right hand side, I'm going to get 10 latest AI news in general. Okay, so you just input here the name and the goal. Okay, those fields are mandatory. You just insert and click run, it will start running. Okay, so you can see the first one is actually add a different task. This is very nice. Okay, it is based on your prompt. It creates a different task. So for each task, it will call different tools and to just to get a job. Okay, so you can see on the right hand side, it actually also called the tool to do the code. Okay, to get to write the code. So you can see some code is written. In my experience, if you ask it, for example, now the free tier, you only have the GPT 3.5 version. Okay, so if you wanted to display the graph to output some of the data analytics information. It's not like a GPT 4.0 or GPT 4 where you can see there is a more robust tool calling and output of the results. But here you can get most of the text results and also some coding. You can also ask it to do some coding. Okay, so let's see. Now it already finished. Okay, finished all the tool calling and the research, and you see there is a max loop threshold, and you click summarize. You are going to get the final result. Okay, so it will give you cite the source. This one I like it very much, and also provide the information as you asked. Okay, so just a quick review from the beginning. Okay, let's just review it again. So basically, the first does on the left-hand side, you can see there is a stage where it added a lot of tasks. Okay, so it will execute each task. For example, the first one is search the web for AI news in Italy, right? It actually executed it. Okay, it's not 10, right? It actually gets 7. So I guess there could be some improvements. And you see the sources of the web search is quite wide. Okay, it's not only from like some renowned news resource or very well-known news resource. Okay, and you see it continues with different tasks. Okay, and you can see this one: visit the top news website in Italy and look for AI-related sections. This is kind of like a more detailed task. Okay, so you ask for the AI news in Italy, so it will go to the top news website to look for the AI-related section. Okay, this is I would like to say is improvement of your prompt and actually embed this prompt into a more detailed task so it can run. Okay, then we can see here, read the latest news articles on Italy. I see a little bit repetition here because like the different tasks are aiming at the same thing, just in different way of saying it. Okay, the good thing is that for the web search, each time it will also give you some of the source, the news of the source, source of news. Sorry, and later we are going to summarize, and you see in the summarize stage, it will get all the information that gathered above. However, we can see that it only summarized 5. Okay, 5 news, and each news you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everything is get from the web search result. Of course, because I'm using English, so most of the websites are still based in English. Most of them, like this one, Agenzia Nova. You can see it has a name, Italian name of the website. Okay, so it can also search some of the information in the Italian website, but mainly it is bounded by the language used, in English. And you see, it also gave some of the suggestion to explore the latest news. You can visit the following website. Okay, so it actually gives you some additional tips that you want if you want to explore the topic. Okay, you can click the website to check. So far so good. Okay, on the right hand side, you can see the result is slightly different. Okay, you can see they actually have the different tasks like open a web browser, search for the news, filter results, show most recent. It looks fine and much better than left one. Compile a list of the 10 latest AI news article. Yeah, all looks good, right? So it actually first one is to let you know where you can find the news. Okay, then you start to search search for the latest news and find some articles and always cited, right? You can see it's very good that it actually inquired the MIT website. So maybe this web search destination is very relevant to the task assigned. And you see here is the filtering of the article. Okay, example code. Okay, I'm not sure if this is what I really want, because I wanted to actually filter the information already gathered, right? So it's like a quick filter of the data frame. However, it offers the a code. I'm not saying that the code is not useful. If you want to run it in your environment, you can try. Okay. So it actually finished here. Okay, so this is just example code. You can see that this is not actually linked to the result already shown. Okay, so I believe this one is useless to actually get the to filter the existing result. But the filtering step actually happened because in the next to calling, actually it compiled the 10 news. Okay, so I guess it already had some running and the ranking of the page in the backend. Eventually, you see here, you get news. It looks much more abundant than the left one because the range I did not limit to the location like Italy. And in Italy, there is also a language barrier. Okay, most of the large language model are focused on training English contents. Okay, so the Italian contents are not so easy to interact with the large language model. Okay, so more or less the same. As I said, it actually does different tasks and summarize. Okay, yeah. The summarization, of course, you need to initiate by yourself. Let's see the summarization part. First of all, you can tell latest news. Actually, it actually shrink down the size of the news, the number of the news. I asked for 10. It gave me the summary only 5. And also additional suggestion on where to find the relevant information, and also a Python code if we want to use it on our hand to filter some of the information. I mean, if I already get a data frame, it will be much easier, right? And I can rewrite the code. But if you just show here, I think it's just an indication that I could try it, but that's not a function for anything here. So then it actually gave me the compilation of the 10 news. Okay, so in my opinion, some of the results have some repetition, right? Because like here, you don't need to, because my question is not to ask you to provide me with the source so I can check the source. I want you to check the source and give me the result. Okay. So I think there's some redundancy here of the reply. But luckily, in the end, I can see there are different information in the end. Let's try to click one of them. Click a link. Okay, there is the actual page. Yeah, but yeah, because I'm not subscribed, so maybe some of the content I cannot check. Feel free to check to verify if some of these links are real and if the contents are really cited. Okay. So I mean, using this tool can give you a quick start, but eventually, I think we need to, if we use a better model, for example, if you build the model by yourself. You call the GPT-4 or more advanced models, you can get better results in your local environment. If you rely on this tool, like online version of the Agent GPT, if you pay, of course, you get an advanced model. You have less restriction on the maximum and so on, and you get better results. Okay, but again, this is a good tool for you to try, and also if you want to get from this model, I think one is its design. Okay, this is a tool calling and agentic workflow. But here, notice one thing: you don't see one agent talking to another. Okay, but it's called Agent GPT. I assume that it is agent that get the different assigned task, detailed task, and solve it, provide results. Eventually, you have another agent to summarize all the information. Okay, this is just my assumption. Feel free to try it out and let me know how you think about it. Okay, so wish you like this video and wish this tool will be helpful for you for web search, and see you next time. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome to my channel again. Today I'm going to share with you one of the projects I have done in recent days. Basically, this project was designed to interact with ChatGPT and other large language model to build a project with, first of all, a local database, simplified as several CSV file and PDF to contain the information that is useful in my domain. And then I'm going to build a query workflow with LLM Studio and also the LAN chain. However, after interacting with the GPT, it does not understand the structure of LAN chain. It actually diverts me to another sort of workflow to make my query work. So although you see the names of different Python file is called line chain, I leave it as this just to remind me that this is not line chain, but it can be a good start point to understand how to make your query to the large language model better or more efficient. In the future video, I'm going to focus on the LAN chain documentation and to really utilize the LAN chain workflow to improve our large language model query and get better results. Okay, or as the famous method, RAG, just to better utilize large language model. So first of all, let's go through this file. Just want to share with you on the left hand side, I have two TXT files. I make a record. The first one is about key points. I actually made a lot of notes, okay, about the different tests, how I improve each file. If you find it useful, you can check it or pause the video and check it. Yeah, and here I'm going to focus on the step. The step part, I actually ask a large language model to better interpret my final result of the Python file. So basically, the project starts with first part 1. Actually, I created 2 Python file to get the fine history, which were the history where the GDPR, in the EU region, how the GDPR law was enforced to fine the different corporates. Okay, so there are 2 information sources. First one, I can go to Google News. Okay, this is a package. I like it very much. Can get the dataset very efficiently. The other one is Wikipedia. In Wikipedia, you can always find some summary, and it is quite useful, more structured data. And the last thing is about the GDPR law. GDPR law PDF is pure text, just the wording of the law. And by running these 2 Python files, we are going to get these 2 CSV files. One is called the GDPR Fines Wiki, and the other is called the GDPR Fines. This one is from the Google News. You can modify the code as you want, because now I limit the search result just to make it more efficient. Otherwise, for example, if I want to query like 1,000 entries, it will take a lot of time. But for the Wikipedia page, it's faster. Usually here I have two CSV files with the data that I want to feed into or interact with the large language model. I think is more updated and more focused on the use case that I want to implement. Then about the GDPR law, I actually downloaded the law PDF file and save it here. Right? If you can check it on Google and download it from the GDPR website. It's very easy. So then I go to part 2. The original idea, like I said, I wanted to use LangChain to interact with large language model, but I take the shortcut to use the LangChain documentation, and my idea, I feed it into large language model. It cannot understand how to use LangChain. So I suppose that either the LangChain methodology is too nuanced to the large language model, or the large language model just cannot logically decipher the new methodology in the coding. Okay, like LangChain, the different mechanism to interact with large language model. But I followed it and step by step get the results. You can also check the test versions in the past. I'm going to show you one of the example here. Here. So basically in this page, you can see on the left hand side is the standard LLM Studio query and response. It's very simple. Just give the prompt to the local large language model and get a response. On the right hand side, it was a mistake here about the HTML file, but actually the prompt to the system was part of the law, which is more relevant to the to my query, and feed both the relevant law part and my query to the large language model to get a more comprehensive response. Okay, you can see the difference. But I can tell you, during different tests, different trial of my code, I fixed a lot of bugs. For example, sometimes if you do not use the efficient query method to link your query to part of the text message, some of the query, some of the matching mechanism will just fetch the first paragraph of the law. It's not going to get the most relevant part. If you are interested, you can check my past record in the test versions. Otherwise, you can go directly to the final version of LangChain LLM Studio version 4. So let's focus on this final version here. Okay, we have the dataset ready, and we have also the PDF of the law ready. So now we're going to go through the project. First of all, importing the different packages just to make sure that your code will run. The first part is to download the PUNKT. It is a data package for tokenization, for sentence splitting. Then my code actually define a simple vector, this class of simple vector. It defines how to store the document embeddings and the text documents. Okay, and especially about this part, about the search, this function of search. One time when I tried the code, I actually ignored some of the variables. So even if the code can run, sometimes if you miss feeding some of the variables to a different function, you can get a result. but it is not a complete circle, complete workflow. So I really recommend you to check that every variable is utilized and to make sure that they are they are working in the workflow correctly. So in the next part, we are going to load the pre-trained, it's called pre-trained universal sentence encoder model, okay, from TensorFlow. Okay, it is also part of the very important part of the code. Then this code defined different functions. For example, you can check it one by one. The embed text function converts list of text chunks into embeddings using this universal sentence encoder. Okay, so basically, yeah, this is I think one of the most important parts of the whole code. Then there is load CSV data. So this load actually all the CSV data to put it in one data frame. It is not a very, I think it's not, may not be the best option to put them all together, but I just want to feed as an integral part of the data. Okay, then I also change the CSV to text, because in the model, if you are feeding a data frame to get embedding, okay, it is not working. You need to transfer it to text. Then, okay, this is the load CSV data and also CSV to text. About the CSV to text, really pay attention to the encoding. If you get any error, you see some result are not good, you need to change it. And one thing I want to mention about like here, like load the CSV data, if some of the data type is not recognized by the system or by the code, you need to change it, okay, or to specify it. Then we'll go to the next part about load and extract text. So basically, at first I only have the PDF as text information. I did not have the, I had also the data frame, but eventually if I want to make sure all of them are processed, I should both process the PDF and also the text TXT file. Okay, this is just to make sure that all the files can be passed to this function and the text can be extracted. So this serves as extract the text from the file. The next one is NLTK sentence splitter. It actually splits the text into sentences using the NLTK. Okay, so then it will load and split the text, into sentences. Okay, so all these functions seems so complicated, but eventually I'm going to summarize the whole workflow later, so you can have a better understanding of it. So basically, each function will quote another function to give a periodical result, a sectional result. So you need to really pay attention. Okay, so basically, let me just repeat here. TK sentence splitter is going to return tokenized information, and the load and split text is to split the document text into chunks. Then here, I think here these two functions were only one function, because at first I only passed the PDF information to set up the vector store. Okay, it's like a query database. But later, when I realized that the data frame is better to convert to text, then pass to the function to get another vector store, I chose to create two functions just to make sure that I understand I'm doing two conversions from text information to vector store. If you find it too complicated, you can of course change this part as long as it matches your user case and make your code better. For me, I just keep it like this. So basically, the most important part is that for after converting the text information to vector store, okay, it will return this vector store as a result. Then there is the function to define a generate response function. Actually, this one is the interaction with local large language model. It follows the pattern of LLM Studio. First of all, I want to say the reason I set the input variables as 2 vector store is to just to make my workflow clear, so I understand there are 2 vector stores utilized. So my query will match, first of all, the PDF of the law, the information. Then it will match the data frame I provided, but not directly. They are going to check on the vector store. Okay. So this query embedding is going to, first of all, transfer my query to embedding, then find the similar documentation from the respective vector store to find the most similar information from the 2 vector stores. And eventually the prompt will combine these 2 and with my query. Okay, so this will be the formal prompt to the local large language model. Here, I want to emphasize the interaction with LLM Studio is nice, is local, is safe. Okay, at least for now, I think it's safe. But now I do not see a very comprehensive tutorial on the internet to let you know how to avoid different mistakes, how to debug everything. So you need to try. One of the way is to actually focus on the completion, this client chat completion, and create a function. Okay, you need to check here. This is a documentation of the explanation. You can copy this part to your local file so you can check it quickly. This is a very comprehensive explanation. From here, I actually debugged several things. For example, I set the presence penalty and the frequency penalty to avoid that in the end. For example, if I have a max token of 3000, the system will generate some random code or repetitive code tokens after 500 tokens. So that is not what I want. That is very messy and not beautiful. So here, as you see in the document, I actually used both the frequency penalty and the presence penalty, these 2 penalties, as the max value of 2 to avoid the system generate the error code as repetitive nonsense characters. I think both penalties work similar. But just to avoid the error I saw, I just put both of them as maximum 2.0. Okay, so like the frequency penalty, it will penalize new tokens based on their existing frequency in the text so far, and the presence penalty will penalize new tokens based on whether they appear in the text so far. I think their functions are very similar. Of course, you can try different variations. At this moment, I put all of them at the maximum value. Also, I checked some of the Google. I searched in Google how to debug this issue of repetitive characters that makes no sense in the LLM Studio when we query a large language model. Some people say that we may change the temperature because your temperature is too low. It will limit the performance, and for example, my use case, I would like my result very precise. I don't want to get more creative output, because I am analyzing a lot of GDPR. I want to get the relevant output as a report that I care about. So here my use case actually defines that I should limit the hallucination and creativity of the model, so I cannot loosen this parameter. Just want to share with you this point. About maximum token, however you change it, the result does not change very much, because like the Llama 3 8B instruct model I use, it will more or less stop at 500, 600 tokens every time. Okay, so the output window is quite limited. I mean, we can explore how to expand the output range, but at this moment, after multiple trials, this is 600, 700 is the maximum token size I can get from the response. So in the end, if you want to try different maximum token threshold, you can try it. But as my experience, there is a limit. Okay, with interaction with LLM Studio and the local models. So the next function here is to save the record, okay, to HTML file. I really find this kind of function very useful, and the format, you can define it very easily, and GPT can actually produce very high quality code to make sure that the HTML report you see is well organized. And you can see also here we can quote our queries, answers with line breaks, and so on. So eventually you are going to see the HTML file very well organized, so you can utilize it to view your results. In addition, I also save a HTML file of the save debug info. The reason I want to see this one is that I want to see the flow of the whole Python file, the whole program, because from there I can check, for example, if some steps has some problem. For example, if the chunks of the text is empty, or the vector store is empty, I can better debug. Of course, for professional debugging or the traditional way of debugging the software of the code, I think you can find many useful resources. But at this moment, I find this quite useful, so I use it to save the debug info. Okay, so you can see the different variable in each step. Like this one is about the text chunks. This one is about vector store. Later I'm going to show you. And in the end, here is the execution sequence. So basically, you can see first of all we load the CSV file, then we convert CSV to text, then we split the documentation to chunks. Okay, and we actually have two operations. First of all is text chunks, is the raw PDF document to text chunks. The other is the dataset, TXT version of the dataset split in chunks. Then we get the vector store one for the text documentation or the PDF. The vector store 2 will aims to store the vectors of the data text chunks. Okay. I know I repeat some of the wordings here. Maybe I can make this function and display more neat. You are free to modify it. I just make such a separation to make sure that I understand the flow better. In the end, there is a user inquiry. The user inquiry you can always modify. I'm saying I am an IT company and want to mitigate a GDPR risk. What should I do? What are the penalties for non-compliance with GDPR? Use plain non-legal tone. Do you have some examples? I also ask. Provide a comprehensive report. Okay, so this is my user query. And when we want to generate the final answer, we actually use the generative response function to put our user query with a vector store 1, vector store 2. So as you see the function above, it will interact inside, get a more comprehensive prompt to feed to the local LLM, large language model. And there we're going to print the final answer and also save the different information to the report HTML and the debug HTML. Okay, so that's it. The program finishes here, and let's come back to the left-hand side. You can always check there are different. This is a summary, okay, and let's check again about the main execution. Okay, the main execution is about the different steps. Okay, I really recommend you, whenever you finish this workflow, just ask a GPT or ask a large language model to organize the code, explain the code, get a summary of the sequence. So this one is not actually generated by GPT-4. It was generated by Hugging Chat using Llama 3 model. I think it's a Llama 3 8B. So I can have a better idea, because after all these complicated functions, workflows, in the end, sometimes you forget. Okay. And the general workflow here is a more summarized, more high-level workflow. Okay, so basically, I think just to put in a nutshell, we load data, we set up a vector store, we define user query, we generate a response based on the above resources and prompts, and we save the query and response to HTML and debug to HTML. Okay, and following up, you can see here I make some notes about version 4. Some of the major debug actions I did. First of all, I solved the tensor issue with converting data frame to TXT, because like I said, when you feed the data frame to the vectorization process and so on, maybe you'll meet a problem. It's safer to transfer the data frame to text information. I did additional data cleaning. For example, like when the data frame actually had the non-available value, in some functions, sometimes it will generate error code, and incorporate the text doc handling. So basically, it's related to the data frame to text and the text to text chunks and to vectorization. And the last one is change the data input as text input. Okay, so text chunk 1. So basically, I did multiple debug actions to actually make it work, as you see. This kind of description is quite summarized and with a few words. If it's not clear, you can refer to the key point page. I'm going to scroll down again, and in the end. So if you have any question about any point, just feel free to ask me. My suggestion is that to keep your record registered, because in the next step you can come back and see how the journey goes. Okay, you build up this program to go through the whole workflow to generate better prompts and ask the local large language model. And in different version, you did something which could be very useful for your future projects. Okay, and let's come back. There is one last general comment that was generated by GPT-4. Let's read it. The code extracts and processes textual data from documents and structured data from CSV files. It uses embeddings to determine the relevance of stored documents to a user prompt. It then combines these relevant documents with the prompt to query a large language model, generating a comprehensive response. So let's go back to the beginning. I asked GPT to use LangChain framework to actually help me improve the performance of large language model. Okay, my objective was to generate a report, a GDPR risk is like a risk assessment report, okay, suggestion report based on the dataset I gave, based on the law I gave, and ask a LLM to wrap them up all together. Then regarding the database management, it also gave the comment like, okay, we are not interacting with SQL, non-SQL database. I mean, if you want to make it a higher level interaction, of course, you need to have such a database to actually make sure the large language model to interact with such especially private data in your local environment. About vector store as a simple data repository, yes, it acts like a rudimentary in-memory storage system. This is quite important because it actually transfers the text information into this embeddings store, vector store, so you can query very efficiently. And about data loading and some of the techniques that we manage the data, of course, it also made some comments. Yeah, so remember, here it only mentioned about merging the data, and one more important point is that the data should be converted to text, at least for my example. I think it works in this way. Then, if the application requires more sophisticated data handling and persistent storage, okay, you need to have a proper database. Okay, is like the point number one. And you also need to have further considerations. Okay, this is just a quick go over of this project. Then let's quickly check some of the results. You can see this is the HTML file result. Left hand is debugging report. Right hand is GDPR compliance inquiry. And this report you can change the name as much as you want. So let's go through the debugging report first. So basically, we combine the data frame that we get. Is about the sanction historical data. How much fine was the GDPR authority actually sets to the different company, okay? But you see the format, okay? Like the second table, actually the format is different because we have different column title, so it actually moves to the right, okay? Then in the following part, we can see the first few sentences from the PDF, first few documents stored, okay, and the first 4 documents stored for the dataset. As you see, the dataset is also transformed to the text format. Then we can see the first few embeddings. Okay, it's all numerical vectorized data, and it's quite long. If you see, this is just the first few. I think first 5, yeah, if I remember correctly. Yeah, this is also the first few embeddings. I think this part is about the data frame, and in the later part, we can see here is our query. Okay, as you see, the query was in the code, but this part I only showed the user query. But in the actual running of the program, the query is more complicated. Okay, it's not only about this part of the query; it's about the query including the embedding search of the existing knowledge base and also your query. Okay, so we can see in the end, we can see the generated response. I think it's quite comprehensive at this moment. Okay, you see that fines can be severe, and it actually quotes the both the clause of the law and also some of the information, I think, from its knowledge base. And what should you do? Okay, this one, conduct a data protection impact assessment. This one, because according to my work experience, I understand there is such an assessment, so it's pretty accurate. And about a different suggestion, I think they all make sense. It's not 100% comprehensive, but I think it's a really good start point. And then it quoted some of the historical data of the fines. But here I doubt it actually used the data frame I gave. Because I think the Llama model was trained actually before 2023 the data or the beginning of 2024. So basically, most of the data I get are historical data, so which matches its training data. So here, I'm not 100% sure it actually queried my knowledge base, but of course we can check the log to make sure of it. Okay, if we are not sure about the query, how the query was constructed. Then about the comprehensive report. Okay, so it actually gives several sections. Then comprehensive report is here. Okay, did do data mapping, privacy impact assessment, implement the security measures, training employee. Okay, it actually repeats a little bit from the previous section. Of course, we can further adjust our prompt or the penalty score to get a better result. Okay, really pay attention to the penalty score, because when I did not set it, I get a very long and very useless information. Additional tips, additional tips are also informative. Yeah, that's it. And you see here, we still have some of the not very good parts about the, I think it is like the repetitive nonsense characters. For at this moment, I do not have a solution to it, but of course we can try to give some more clear prompt, structured prompt, even prompt template to actually confine our output in further step. So I think is okay. Then on the right hand side, you can see this is a much better structured compliance report. Okay, this is my query, and this is the response. Okay, the same as the left hand side, but on the right hand side, it looks like a very good and well structured report. Okay, one more thing I would like to share with you is that whenever you come back to the to see the test record I gave, you can check there are different versions of the debug report, GDPR compliance report. So basically, every step I improve some of the coding or improve some of the strategy. I actually build the different building blocks of the program. And when I realized some of the variables were not fitted into the different function, actually that was almost the last 2 or 3 versions. So basically, for the first 4, I think first 4 versions, I did not actually include the vector store of the data frame. Yeah. So this is just a reminder to you that whenever you build this kind of program, really pay attention to see if all the functions are called properly, and to make sure that your answer is at least including all your current assumptions and resources. One more thing I want to share is that if you are asking large language model to give you, for example, like this search embedding part, okay, so at first it gave a naive strategy. Okay, so I realized it only after I implement the code several times. Then I realized it's called naive search in the beginning. So naive search is just to give you the top 5 chunks without actually running any similarity algorithm. So when I notice that, I ask again. So actually, GPT suggests me to do the suggestion to do the similarity check. I think is a cosine similarity. Okay, just to compare your query with the vector store. Okay, the document. So document embeddings. So in this way, it does not only show you the first top 5 of the according to sequence. Now it shows you the top 5 search results based on the cosine similarity calculation. Okay, so this is another point I want to share with you. The reason I want to share with you in the end, because I think this one is actually going to determine if your prompt enhancing strategy is working or not. Because at first, I only used the naive query, so the response change was not very obvious. There are also some other documents I want to share with you. For example, like when I did two versions, okay, the pure LLM Studio query on the left and the structured query on the right. At this moment, it was only combining my query with the naive search of the legal document. Every time I compare these two results, okay, I see which one makes more sense. It's like your local prompt arena. You can compare them. Even in the naive search phase, you can see that the right-hand side result does make more sense and can be more comprehensive. But you can run multiple tests. And of course, based on your different HTML, you can feed it to GPT or other large language model interface where you can upload the document, okay, to ask it for ranking. It is very interesting, actually. You see, GPT actually ranked the LM Studio response. This one is a very basic query result. Actually, give it a very high grade. But then you see the following 1, 2, 3, 4, all are the versions with the more reached prompt, okay, where I have the query merged with part of the information that I provide, which I call it a local database. Okay, so you can also try this to grade the results. But again, however it grades the results, the user is you, the use case is based on your use case scenario. Always check to make sure that this output is matching your expectation. Here, as a final display, I would like to share with you the latest 2 running results of my code. So basically, this is the ML Studio server, first of all. And on the left-hand side is the first time I run this code. On the right-hand side is the second time. So you can see here with all the functions, all the functionalities of my program, now I can actually enrich my prompt with a lot of data. First of all, about the data set I provided to the system, so it can actually refer to that data set. Okay, so you can see this is the content of the user. Okay, the system message is always the same. You are a professional GDPR advisor, specialized in GDPR compliance analysis, plan drafting, report generation. Okay, and here we can see the prompt like violation of different GDPR rules and different fines of different company. So I think the system is actually retrieving from the vector base this information. Okay, so the retrieval of this information, I would say, is successful. On the right-hand side, there is not much change because I think the similarity of the vector store and my original user query remains the same because I use the Crewai similarity. So basically, the engineered prompts are similar. They are all fed to the system to get a response. Okay. Previously, as I mentioned, I only included the law part, okay, the legislative PDF, and the system is fetching its vector space, vector store, and get the relevant information. However, after introducing also the dataset TXT, we can see, of course, the information is more abundant, but we are not sure about the results. And very interesting is that now I think the system recognizes less about the PDF part. Okay, as you can see here, almost everything is about the past violations of different company. Okay, so I guess from a similarity point of view, the system now or our program is recognizing the similarity more on the data frame and not the lower part. Now let's skip to the final compliance report. So both versions, I think, show a good template. I think for us to understand how do we mitigate the GDPR risk for an IT company. Although you see there are some small differences because each time you prompt to the LLM, it can generate different type of answer. Then let's go down. About the end of the report, you see the problem shows again. So basically, before this version, I actually, like I said, I tried to limit the presence penalty and the frequency penalty. It worked, okay. But however, when you restart the program, sometimes it does not work again. So after these two attempts, I actually did one last try just a few minutes ago. And this version, I limit the token size to 1,000. Previously, it was 3,000. After limiting the token size, okay, the debug report is the same because our PDF text information, our data frame text information does not change. And let's see the final result is better, okay, but you still see here, okay, it was trying to generate some examples, okay, but it stopped because we have a limit of the token size. So in here you see there is no repetition, and of course the answer is structured in another way. You can see here, what should you do? Data protection by design, transparency and communication, data protection principles. Okay, it's like and I think this is more structured, like the legislative structure. Okay, but let's check this log because I just run it. I think we can open the log and see. So basically, whenever you open the log in LLM Studio, you can see here. Okay, this is a prompt. Actually, after incorporating our database and the law, this goes to the system. You can see here, most of the information is about the past violation of the law, the records about the fine amount, and also the company name and so on. Still focusing on the data set. And because I have one of the CSV you saw, actually it get only 5 records. Okay, actually for that document, I think almost everything was cited. Okay, in this way, I suppose some of these characters, for example, this is the URL link. Okay, it's very complicated. It does not mean anything. But when we pass such type of information to the large language model, I do not think it will improve our results. Maybe create some confusion and so on. So anyway, in the last version, I think I just showed you the way to actually limit the error in the end of the answer by adjusting the token size. As I said, you can try multiple times. Okay, and also maybe also try the prompt template to actually get a better result. Okay, so just a wrap up of this project. First of all, I tried to ask GPT to incorporate the LangChain documentation with my project idea. it gave me alternative, so I have to refer to a different source, okay, to process the local information I have, okay. Also, it was downloaded from the Genius package and also Wikipedia and also the GDPR website. Okay, it can be considered as external, but I save them as local, so I refer them as local. So I have this local data source that I incorporate with my query. Okay, so I get a final prompt. Okay, the chosen text message is based on the similarity to my user query, and I put them all together and prompt to the system and to get a final answer. So as far as no land chain is utilized in more complicated scenario, but from what the GPT suggested me, I think from this project, I actually have some idea of building some simple project similar to this one. But the choosing of the embedding, vectorization, different method, I should be more careful and choose the best one for my use case. And I think there may be additional variations from this project I'm going to try in the future. For example, if I want to be an expert in interpreting the accounting regulations or accounting rules of a specific country like Spain, I might get all the official documentations, most of them PDFs, okay, and save it locally. And I can also get some accounting ledger example from the website, from different website, different open source information. Put them together to improve my prompt or to make it incorporate in the chain in the future. In my example, I only improved my prompt, but I do not yet incorporate the chain. But I think after this project, the basic idea I already get. Okay, I wish this could be useful for you. You may check all the example HTML, different Python program files. And if you have any suggestion and any doubt, feel free to let me know. So I wish it could be useful for you. This video is a little bit long, but I just try to go to every detail, every trial, every test as much as I can. So wish you good luck building your program and see you next time. Bye bye. Well, welcome to my channel again. Today I'm going to show you the pros and cons of using ChatGPT, which is my personal experience utilizing ChatGPT for coding, for data analysis, and also for the daily Q&A. On the pro side, first of all, it can be the inspiration and idea generation source. It can serve to do the brainstorming, help to structure and generate ideas. Then it now can interact with external resources, like it can link to the web search engine and to enhance the information retrieval. Then it now can provide more options of customization and also the query mechanism. First of all, it can let you customize GPT to limit the scope of the GPT to feed different reference documents to make it more task specific. And by default, the fine-tuning process of the output can always include the prompt engineering. I think now is a very important topic that we can explore. About the cons, I really would suggest you to pay attention to. First of all, there is a usage limit. Of course, when you use the ChatGPT 4 model, at a certain point, it will tell you, okay, now you reach the limit, you need to downgrade to 3.5 model and wait again for the limit to be restored. So this can be sometimes very inconvenient because when you reach to a certain step of the project, of the Q&A sequence, Suddenly you lose the capability of GPT-4, you need to use 3.5. It may deviate from your original designed trajectory of Q&A. There is also a hidden computational limits. I really would invite you to pay attention to this because as sometimes when you ask a very complicated question or you would expect more robust output, more comprehensive output, when you hit the computational limits, the answers will be very simple, very generic, and it seems like a protective mechanism of the GPT. So this is just my understanding. Then, based on all these kind of limits, I think the recursive improvement challenge is also a result of different limits, like usage limits and also hidden computational limits. Because eventually, when you repeatedly ask a question to improve a part of HTML code, actually sometimes GPT does not improve at all because its knowledge is limited at some point. For example, when I want to modify a specific line of the code, I want to, for example, improve the aestheticity, the display of the HTML, it cannot do it. So in the future, if I have the chance to show you some demos, it will help you understand my point. But for now, really pay attention to this. Sometimes we ask a question again and again, it may not get better answers. And furthermore, outdated information, it actually relies on the training data a lot. So if the training data is outdated, you cannot expect the large language model to get updated information. But you can improve the response from the GPT utilizing the updated data to fill in the datasets and so on to actually get better results. Okay, but still be careful about the information generated from the large language model, especially when you ask the question without feeding additional information. There is also additional personalized GPT limitations. For example, when you utilize a GPT, like one of the GPT I created, to ask the GPT to focus on the GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation in European Union, ask it to focus on that law and generate answers based on that law. I uploaded to my GPT. I created this GPT and also write a objective statement. Sometimes it will refer to the document I uploaded. Sometimes it will ignore it and it give me the generic response directly. So I really recommend you to pay attention to this personalized GPT limitation because the answers are not always linked to your document. When you see that sign of query your uploaded documents, that is the time when you have the results referencing the documents you uploaded, and at that moment, I think you can have a GPT that really utilizing the material that you uploaded. Apart from that, really pay attention. Sometimes it only gets to its own training data and give you the protection of the words as it likes. Finally, I would like to give you some recommendations. First of all, if you are not familiarized with different strategies of improving the output of the large language model, use multiple online, offline models to improve the solution to a problem. For example, when I did some complicated coding, I would do the process like below. First of all, I ask ChatGPT, then I go to the Hugging chat, and then I can also ask the Llama 2 online version, and now we can even use Groq. Okay, so by interchanging to different models, you can improve the answer because their training data may be different, so you can get more insight. And sometimes, hopefully, you can fix complicated bugs. But that is really a rare case. Uh, Apart from this, you can try the RAG strategy. I think now it's very popular because like a LAN chain is designed for the RAG strategy. It will improve the prompt and also the information retrieval mechanism. I call it a query mechanism here, maybe not a very scientific term. But eventually the RAG mechanism is the main goal is to get a more robust response output. So in the next videos, I think I'm going to explore, especially on the RAG part, to share with you some of the journey I just made. But like the right hand side, this is the project I'm going to show you in the upcoming videos. Actually, I want the large language model to intake the document description of LAN chain and also the local LLM Studio code format to help me guide me through the creation of LAN chain strategy, which is to implement a RAG strategy on local environment. So far, I can tell you, based on all these cons, okay, the defects of the GPT and also the other language models, all the models actually direct me to another solution. It's similar to the LAN chain, but it guides me through a journey to actually utilize the local data and the document I have, and to improve my prompt and feed it to the local large language model and get a response. So just to keep it quick, I show you. This is basically the debug report. It actually shows you the steps of the quasi LAN chain workflow. It's not a LAN chain. It's how the large language model guide me to a workflow similar to LAN chain. Basically, the code, the final code, first of all, utilize the data frame that I already have in place, and also the PDF have in place, and stored them into documents. Okay. Basically, the first saved documents is about the legislation. The second one is about the dataset. Okay, the dataset actually transformed to the TXT format for easy processing. And we got the embedding store. The embeddings are stored based on the information we provide. Okay, and we feed the query to a large language model. So here you see the query is only the query I designed to prompt to the system. The actual query to the system, to a large language model, is more complicated like this because it also retrieves from the two embedding stored in the system to get the most relevant information from the law and from the dataset I provide to the query, feed to the large language model, and get the below response. To be honest, when I get this response just 30 minutes ago, it is actually improved version from my previous results. So basically, next time when I share this project in detail with you, I'm going to share also different tests I had and some mistakes I made. But this eventual response I get is, I think I would grade it as 6 to 7 points out of 10. Because first of all, it is not a very robust RAG mechanism, I would expect. Second of all, this code structure and also the embeddings I created are not so robust. I'm going to share with you some of the defects of the project and also this result. You can feel free to replicate it and to try it. Okay, so basically today, just a quick wrap up. Whenever you use large language model for coding for different tasks, always pay attention to its downside. And now we have different models coming out like every week or even every day. Always pay attention to check it if it is suitable for your use case and try different strategy to improve the output to get your desired result. Just one last thing I want to remind you is that this HTML file you see on the left hand side is actually the result of this code. Here is called GPT summary. Here, actually, this summary is generated by ChatGPT. I mean, for this task, it's quite easy. I just ask ChatGPT to make my ideas, the information I want to share with you, into a nice displayed format in HTML. Actually, it did a good job. I think you can also try this. Okay, if you do not want to use PPT, if you want to use PPT or the Google Slides, is another story. Okay, so I wish you like the information I share with you, and I wish you enjoy utilizing large language model. And feel free to make any comment, discuss anything with me. If you like the video, give a thumb up and subscribe. Looking forward to share with you another project in the future. And thank you. Bye-bye. Welcome to my channel again. Today I'm going to show you how to make a chat interface or user interface similar to ChatGPT in local environment. Basically, it requires you to download and install Ollama and OpenWebUI and Docker. So basically, with all these components, with Ollama, you can host your large language model in local environment. Basically, you can directly interact with the large language model via the CMD interface, local command interface. However, if you want to go more advanced, you can link it with a user interface or interact with your Python code, Python environment. Okay, so Ollama, the downloading and installing is very intuitive. This is the first step. Then you should install the Docker application. For me, I'm not an expert of Docker, but it seems like it runs the local server and provides you with a link where you can access the large language model. And the last thing is that you need to install the OpenWebUI. The document is very clear. How you start with Docker. Basically, after you install the Docker, you should run the first installation instruction in your command interface. So just copy this one and go to your prompt. CMD interface is like this one. Where you can type CMD in the search button and you can go in here and just run this line of code, and it should install an image in Docker and make sure you can run it. So basically, after all these steps in the Docker interface, you are going to see this one is an active container and with a port. Okay, you can open here and you are going to be diverted to the interface. Before you chat, you need to choose a model. and you can start chatting. For me, I already already downloaded the models from Olama interface, so I have several in place. The others I don't recommend you because after the testing, I don't think they are good. But the Llama 3, of course, I think is best so far. I've tested in local environments where its size and computational consumption are reasonable. So basically, how to use this Open Web UI? You can go to GitHub or their official website. This is Open Web UI documentation. You can find all types of suggestions. For example, like this one, tutorial. If you go to tutorial, you are going to find a lot of content. You can find the ones that you really want to use. For example, like the RAG section. And for example, how you can chat with a website. Okay. So let's take a look at the real user case. So basically, I take the information or the idea from my previous project where I ask the large language model to generate the GDPR risk mitigation suggestion report. As you see here, I made some typo, but large language model can easily identify what I'm talking about. And as I said, I asked the large language model as a professional GDPR professional, generate a GDPR risk mitigation suggestion report to a new fintech company which plans to start business in Italy soon. Refer to, first of all, is the Wikipedia GDPR fines and notices web URL, and then the GDPR law URL, and also the additional legislative content. So let's open this. Open these pages. As you can see, we have everything ready, and let's see how this model works. So basically, this report is well structured. I'm not going to the details with you, but from my understanding, because I also worked on the GDPR compliance framework design of a company, so I think the general content is useful and insightful. Of course, if you want to add more information, you can always do that. At this moment, I think it's quite comprehensive, and especially it also cited the different sources that I utilized in the prompt. Okay, and you can see it also mentioned the Italian Data Protection Authority, Garante. This is an actual local authority to enforce GDPR and to enforce the Italian local data protection laws. So it's out of my expectation because it actually understands the specific country would require a different legal framework. So let's keep on looking the following content, like the conclusion. Yeah, it actually gives a very clear conclusion. And you see, because it's a suggestion report, it also had the ending showing some of the placeholder to show that this is a report from a GDPR consultant. It's well structured, and as you can see, the result we get requires us to install different software, different packages in local environment, and we can run it. And this is a complete RAG workflow because we provided the context for the large language model to consume and provide such information. And because about the sanction data, I think it did not mention any actual cases, so I asked the model to add some cases. So basically, all these cases are real. I already compared with the data. You can also do the comparison. However, because I asked it to rank the top 5 sanctions from the Wikipedia website, it did not actually make a ranking. And you can see, if we really rank the numbers, I mean, if we only look at the Euro ones, there is a WhatsApp sanction about 225 million. Let's see if we have that. No, it was not included. So there are still some limitations. So either we provide a cleaner ranked reference data for the rank process to reinforce our generated output, or we can do further prompt engineering. There are different ways to resolve this problem, I think. Then I ask a further question. Hypothesize 2 scenarios where company breaches which clause would be sanctioned with which amount or be taken which action, cite the law. It gave some hypothetical scenarios, and although the hypothetical sanction amount, the fine amount, may not be so realistic because it does not apply any model to predict that number, but the general simulation of the scenarios are good. And if you want to check against the law, I think at least from the article general title, it is correct. Okay, so if you keep on asking questions during this the chat, I think we are, first of all, we provide outside third-party source information. Then during this chat, it actually does second round of the RAG output generation, so we can have more comprehensive outputs. Then I ask it to consolidate the report. Of course, the general starting points remain the same, suggestions the same, and the top 5 sanctions listed, and the scenarios. The model kind of reduced the context, the token size of this part, but it is still acceptable if your expected report size is like this. And we have also a conclusion. Yeah, you see, conduct regular data mapping exercise, implement robust consent management procedure, develop comprehensive data protection policy, provide training to employees on GDPR requirements, and best practices for handling personal data. It's way above my expectation, because if you saw my previous video, I tried to do it with local RAG, and either LLM Studio does not work as expected, or we have any other issues. For example, if our local reference data structure is not handled properly, and or our similarity check of the documents behave out of our control. So basically, at this moment, I think it works very well. And furthermore, I tested also the coding part. I have to tell you, I tried both to generate a PDF report based on this information, because I know this model cannot directly provide me with a PDF report to download. At this point, it's not as, for example, ChatGPT can already produce some, for example, if we upload a CSV file, ask ChatGPT to handle it, to modify it, it can provide the result. Or If we ask it to generate a HTML report, it can generate. But I don't expect the local one can do that, so I ask it to generate the Python code for me. Unfortunately, that does not work. Then I tried several times. All of these does not work. Okay, so I guess if we are asking it to provide the code to represent the chat history, it has limited capability. We can have a different alternative. For example, we can ask another model to provide a simpler HTML format structure, so we can insert the information inside, or we can ask another model to provide a full code to embed the content in the HTML code or the PDF Python code. So you may try that, but at this moment, I understand its coding capability is limited, at least for this use case. So I would suggest you to also try out and explore more examples from the official documents, or you can go to different functionality in the local server interface. As you can see here, when you click the documents part, you can actually upload your documents or even import document mapping. As the introduction says, it provides you the capability of local RAG chat GPT capability. And also, as you can see, this prompt, you can also save your prompt, discover prompt, and you can see there are also model files. There are so many more that you can explore here. But as for my very simple user case now, I would stop here and leave you to explore the future use cases. So if you have any doubt, if you think anything is not explained clearly, feel free to leave a comment. If you like this video, give a thumb up, and I really wish you could utilize this amazing tool to start interact with it, or get insight, or get a task done in local environment. In my future videos, I'm going to keep on exploring how to better use large language model on different user cases. So until then, I wish you a good day, and please, if you like the video, don't forget to subscribe. Thank you, and have a nice day. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, welcome to my channel again. Today I'm going to introduce you the tool to help you code faster and to assist you through all the procedure of coding. The name is called CodeGPT. It can be searched from the extension store in VS Code. The one thing I want to mention to you first is that you need to pay attention. There may be some other extensions which share the similar names. I think when you focus on the download amount, like this official extension has over 1.2 million downloads already. So I recommend you to check carefully. And of course, if you want to explore other similar tools, you can do it. But if you want to, first of all, find the most popular one, you can choose it with careful examination. Just do not, for example, like this one, it has the same logo, but it does not mean the same thing. So let's come back. First thing, you need to install it, and it will be ready. Having it installed, on the left hand side you can choose it, CodeGPT chat, and this is the interface. You have many different options. For example, if you choose the provider, you can choose LLM Studio or Groq. These two are the interface or the large language model source I prefer now, because LLM Studio, I can interact with my local models. Groq, I can interact with the Groq interface to leverage the LPU calculation. It is very fast. But if you want to use Groq, you need to get the API key. Get the Groq API keys. It's very intuitive. You just go to their website. If you have not registered yet, just register and go to the API keys section and create one. So copy it, and you will going to use it in the VS Code environment by linking to the GPT code. We are back because I already have both the Groq and also the LLM Studio both set up. So I'm going to show you how they work in practice. Let's just test with a very simple code generation and see if it goes well. Interact with LLM Studio in local environment. The first thing is to open LLM Studio and choose a model that you prefer. For example, for me, now I choose a Meta Llama 3 instruct. And after a while, it will load the model. Yeah. And after starting the server, it is ready to go. Back to the VS Code environment. Let's see here. We choose LLM Studio. And let's try. Okay, write a Python snake game. Okay, so it just starts writing the code. The speed is quite okay because it is a small size model in my local environment. And I just created this Python file. And you see, when you go back to the top, there is an option. You can either copy and paste the code here, or you can directly insert the code. Let's try insert. Okay, the code goes to the right hand side. So let's try it. After installing the Pygame package and run the code, I see this pop-out window. Let's try if it works. Yeah, it works very well. And the speed is okay. You know, some time ago I tried with ChatGPT, and sometimes the result of this Pygame either has very fast speed or the interface is not very well. You know, it's not like this. So I think we have a success with LLM Studio. Let's see. Okay. It cannot just go past the right border and emerge again from the left. Yeah, so let's stop here and let's try Groq. Let's choose the other option. It's called providers. Let's go to Groq. Okay, you can of course choose a model that it now supports. For example, now I choose a Llama 370B. Okay, because I already have my API set up, so it should work. Okay, I just copy the same prompt. Let's try. It's super fast. This is one of the advantage of it. Okay, just to save time, I'm going to directly insert the code to replace the old code. Now let's try again to see if it works. Okay, it is working. Let's see. Okay, let's get it. Yeah, it's okay. Some special case like what I just did. It still has some problem, like when you hit a wall, it does not show a prompt. Yeah, you just restart the game. So in general, both code work. Yeah. And furthermore, if you want to understand the code on the right hand side, or you want to change something, the most direct way is to select the code you want. You want to change, you want to do any action, right click, and then you are going to see Code GPT, explain, refactor document, find the problems, unit test. Okay, there are so many options. For example, let's try the explain Code GPT. Okay, so the code just go to the left-hand side, and you can see the explanation just goes on and on. Okay, so it is very convenient. Let's see if we can do the unit test. Okay, so yeah, it's working, and it shows unit test for state gain initialization, test case 1, test case 2, and so on. Okay, so I rarely do this unit test, but I think it just provides you more flexibility to test the different part of the code. Okay, so just feel free to try any of the function, and wish you find this useful. Just remember you have it on the left hand side, and it can interact with your code interface on the right hand side. And pay attention if you want to use like the interface like Groq or OpenAI. You need to have the API key, and of course you can also choose Llama or LLM Studio. There are so many other options. Yeah, just find one that suits you best. My personal suggestion is to have a paid service like the paid GPT API, and a free local version like Olama or Studio, because it just provides you with more flexibility. And when sometimes, like I met some of the problem before, if you meet a repetitive situation where the large language model cannot help you with the coding, changing different models sometimes may help. Yeah, this is just my suggestion. I wish you find this video useful. If you have any doubt, any question, any issue, anything you want to ask, you want me to explore in the future, feel free to let me know. So until next time, have a nice day, and happy coding. Bye bye. Back to my channel again. Today I'm going to show you one of the example of data analysis, which I did some time ago about analyzing the Melbourne housing market data set. This data set is available in Kaggle. I chose this data set because it was available, directly available, and it is very useful for us either in academic research, data analysis training, or in applying to a real world scenario where you want to determine if the housing price is overpriced or underpriced. So I think this data set is very interesting. So in this video, I'm going to show you the comparison between the GPT-4o and my own project analysis. So on the left hand side, I ask the ChatGPT to process this dataset, and on the right hand side, I'm going to show you what I did. So basically, let's first look at the ChatGPT. First of all, I ask it to analyze this dataset by providing this URL. It cannot directly solve this URL, so it asked me to upload this CSV. Okay, so I uploaded this CSV. It started by showing the head of the dataset and so on. Okay, it starts to process the data, and I did not define the exact models that I wanted to examine to run. So it actually it started thinking about which model is the best model to start the supervised learning process. Eventually, after checking the data set and so on, it started to suggest the three models: linear regression, decision tree, and random forest. If you are not familiarized with all these models, I suggest you to check the information of each model to make sure that you understand how it works. Okay, these are the very popular supervised learning models. So let's see how it does. I really like that the GPT tries to put all the models in a bundle, and it uses a for loop to actually try the different models. It's quite neat, this code structure. My project, when I tried to run different models, I did not have such neat coding structure. I actually write for each supervised learning strategy. I actually write independent code in the R environment. So let's see how it goes. So basically, GPT starts to train these models and found that one of the model took too much time, so it actually stopped. So tried a simplified version, and eventually it manages to train two models, linear regression and decision tree. So this means that if you give ChatGPT a very open, very wide question, it will, of course, try to exhaust some of the possibilities to reach a comprehensive result. But eventually, if it cannot give an immediate result, or the process actually takes too much of the compute, it will reduce the complexity and give you an intermediary or simpler version. So it starts to, because in my prompt I asked it to analyze the overfitting issue. It started to plot and so on. And you see the connection was interrupted. So I really don't know why there was an interruption of the connection, because my internet is always connected. However, let's see, it tried again. But there is still technical issue. So basically, by showing the plot, I do not think it's a very daunting task, very difficult task, but GPT cannot do it. So later, I still do not see any graph. However, it gave me some conclusion. I think just like any internet product, they do not want the user to wait too long. Otherwise, it will be a very, very inconvenient way to lose the user. So just to briefly show you, I don't want to go to the very detail of each line of code and the result, but I can tell you this is it does not consider the complexity of the dataset. It did not show the steps of handling missing value. If you need to scale the variables, if you need to take a log value or not, and for me, this is a very rudimentary and a very basic form of analysis. However, if you are interested, you can try to focus on only one model and see if that one model can be better handled by GPT. Let's look at the right-hand side, my project presentation. So basically, I did both supervised learning and unsupervised learning techniques to analyze this data set. Today, I'm going to focus only on the supervised learning part because I already got some response from GPT. I just want to show you that if you are going to analyze a very complicated data set, I mean, this is not very complicated, but in a sense that GPT find it complicated to implement different learning algorithms. I really suggest you to really get your hand dirty and try to solve the problem yourself. But of course, if you need some coding assistance, you need to clarify some of the concepts, you can use GPT. But remember, always interpret the result from GPT with great caution. So, first of all, I tried to use the most simple one of linear regression, but it also incorporated the feature engineering and the AIC step to find the best models, just to shrink down the independent variable size. all the feature numbers. So basically, first of all, we need to have a clear idea what are the variables, categorical variables and numerical variables. So then, in the analysis, I would suggest you to always have a histogram to see all the variables. For example, even if you directly go to see the price variable, it will be very skewed and have a very concentrated in a specific range. So in that case, you will notice that it is not a very good sign. So you need to have a strategy to actually do the feature engineering, actually to find a better variable to explain the value of the house. So I'm going to show you later. Okay, so here, like you see here, if I take a log value of the price per building area, so the value will be more, how can I say, closer to the normal distribution. It will not just concentrated in a very specific range, and it will give you more, how can I say, a distributed sense. At this moment, I do not go to very technical terms. I just want you to understand. For example, if I, in a daily basis, I want to understand the situation, I try to use some terms that I understand better. But if you are going to write a paper, if you are going to discuss it in some academic situation, I really recommend you to make sure that all the wordings, all the terms are very statistical and really about the essence of the statistical concepts. So here I just try to use some plain language to explain to you. So basically, all the variables, like I said, you try to examine its property and to decide if you like. I do not use a price directly. I use price per building area because I think it makes more sense, and because the distribution was not very dispersed, so I decided to take a log value to make sure that the scale does not impact distribution largely. Then about the other variables, of course, when I actually do the analysis, all of the variables are scaled. So if you are handling this data set, of course, you need to ask some questions. So if you already have some domain knowledge about the housing market, I think you should make some assumptions. You should understand that, for example, like I understand, the property price change over time. So if the data set contains one housing price at the beginning of the year, the other one at the end of the year, this information actually can change drastically. And if I'm only analyzing it using the simple linear regression, of course I'm ignoring this factor, so my result will be biased. And the factors that influence the price may not be easily exhausted, which means that there may be more than the factors that's shown in this dataset. So you need to be prepared that the regression result may not be so accurate. And of course, the factors that influence the price, for example, subjectively, based on the agent and seller and the buyer's judgment and so on, these are many human factors that could impact your analysis. And based on, is like a rule of thumb. If you are going to implement the supervised learning algorithm, or even unsupervised learning algorithms, it is suggested that you scale the data. Do not let the scale of the data to impact your analysis. And also pay attention to the dummy variable, because in one of my analysis, in the following page, you are going to see that if the dummy variable is too many, it actually create more complexity to your interpretation of the models. And always pay attention to the outliers. Outliers may be business opportunity, maybe a bargain, but most of the time it will just make your model derail, just show you more, make your model more impacted by the outliers. So about the methodology and so on, I'm going to go quickly, especially there is the AIC process. The AIC process is actually optimization process to help you to choose the best and most significant independent variable. So linear regression assumptions, they are very intuitive. If you're interested, you can check it. I'm going to go over. So here, I'm going to show you the models. So basically, if you are going to ask a GPT to do all these complicated matrix, I doubt it, because you see, I have different strategies to handle the feature engineering design, to manually select the features or use the AIC procedure, and I can also subjectively implement the outlier treatment methodology. For example, like the first two columns, you can see that I actually set value threshold to actually eliminate some of the outliers. So basically, here I'm trying in different scenarios to see which one is the best situation to do the linear regression. About the selection of the variables, because we also have the choice of a distance or cluster, so there are also different choice. For example, if you calculate the distance of each house from the center, you're going to get an additional variable. It's called distance. Or if you already use a clustering, k-means clustering, to separate these housing these house regions, you are going to get another dummy variable. It's a subjective choice. Okay, you can try. The reason that you introduce additional dummy variable is just to make sure that you understand the distinction between the different regions or different dummy variable, and to actually have a better understanding if your clustering really makes sense. For example, if we are separating in the Melbourne region into 4 regions, sometimes it doesn't make sense because each block has different characteristic, also the different price range. As you can see here, traditionally we use adjusted R-square as the fit, okay, to see if the model is fitting well to the data. So by this sense, 55% of the accuracy on the stepwise regression to use the AIC procedure to choose the best variable. And also I took a log transformation of the price per building area. So here I just want to say either you build the models step by step or you interact with the GPT and so on. Always make sure that eventually you are going to compare all the metrics of the algorithms and to have a better idea to see the trade-off. Because here you see that we have many dummy variables in the stepwise regression, best of our combo log this model. So when you interpret such a complicated model in business scenario, it's very hard. So you need to have a balance. So if you choose, for example, the second column, the distance, and a simpler model, it's easier to interpret. Okay, you can have more direct interpretation. You do not need to say, okay, now we have this house in a specific block, and the price is blah blah blah. Okay, when you are going to describe the general situation of the whole region, a simpler model will give you more flexibility. But if you have a more complicated model, you are going to be more accurate, and of course you need to know which is the reason that gives it such better enhanced precision. For me here, I think the main reason is that we introduced many dummy variables about the different small regions of the city. So there is also always a trade-off. So I really doubt that GPT can grasp such details when you are going to implement different models. So use GPT with caution. Here you can pause to check. These are more detailed descriptions, and also the model itself, which variables were in the regression. And always take one final look back to the model itself, the best model. So eventually, if you still find many of the assumptions of the linear regression was validated, the model itself may not be the best. But from the beginning to the end, you know how to handle your data, you know which choice you made to choose the independent variable, the features, and of course you know exactly which model for which reason is the best, and when necessary how you make a trade-off in a real scenario when you implement these algorithms. So these are the key findings through my analysis. So I will not repeat it. You can check it. It's not comprehensive, but it can give you some idea that always own your data, own your analysis procedure. Do not 100% rely on a large language model. It can help you code. It can help you to organize the data, or even help you improve the data handling process. But always remember to use it carefully. That's all for today. I wish you like this video. So basically, this video just give you some comparison between the new GPT model about data analysis with human lead data analysis results. It may still not be very conclusive and comprehensive. I really suggest you to try for yourself, and remember that tools are tools. Use it carefully, and we may improve ourselves better and faster. If you have any question, any doubt, any video that you want to see in the future, feel free to let me know, and see you next time. Bye bye. Today I'm going to share with you two of the use cases I have tried with Autogen. So basically for the past few days I have been trying to use Llama Index or use Autogen to create the workflow, the pipeline utilizing RAG. But using Llama Index, I found that there are more complicated parameters during the coding I need to configure. But with Autogen, because we already have some successful example of conversible agents interact with each other, so I decided to come back to Autogen, and here I present you two use cases. So number one is based on their case example. It's called perform research with multi-agent group chats. So basically, if you are interested, you can check the official documents. but I'm going to show you the adapted version. So basically, at first, we need to import the relevant package and also set up the large language model configuration. So I'm not using API, so I use LLM Studio. So I need to follow this format to actually set up the local LLM interface parameters. And then we need to actually configure the different roles, different agents. This part actually is the original example from the official website of Autogen. I use this as a template to interact with ChatGPT to help me to modify it to adapt to my user face. I have to say, ChatGPT has the ability to adapt it to a very simple version, so it does not always get to the point of different configuration inside of each agent. Example, if you ask ChatGPT to change this code to adapt to your user case, for example, like here, human input mode never, this kind of very detailed points may be ignored by the large language model. So I encourage you to read carefully of the documentation and make sure that each choice of the configuration is adapted to your use case. So below are the change code. You can see here, first of all, I need to make sure that I imported all the relevant package and the elements inside the package. Then I set up this team. Basically, this is a simulation of a bank, which it has a general manager, chief compliance officer, and compliance manager, chief operational officer, operational manager, and the general. I created this group and let them to interact with each other. So if you want to check how I set up, how ChatGPT helped me set up these roles, you can check here. But again, if you want more in-depth results or more insightful discussion, you should change the parameters like the system setting, like your prompt accordingly. After setting all the roles from on this part, we have all the agents ready. Then we need to set up the group chat part. So it actually defines the group chat, how it interact, how the agents interact with each other. So basically, you need to have the agents, which agents you want to involve in this conversation. And the other important thing is that the max round will actually limit how many rounds the conversation will go, and also to make sure that there is a selection method of which one is the next speaker. Of course, you can also design a very complicated, for example, which agent should speak 2 times or 3 times. You can, of course, define a function which will complicate the situation and provide you with more control. Otherwise, you should follow the speaker selection method, and in the official documentation and also in the description, you are going to find the different ways. This is like a default vocabulary, default dictionary, different types of the selection method. And if you allow the speakers to repeat. Okay. And then let's see, the next part is about, I think is a default setting. So for every initiation of the group chat in Autogen, you need to have a manager. Is a parameter. The manager will hold this talk of the group chat. It is a group chat manager, but the group chat manager is going to hold this parameter. First of all, which is a group chat you have defined, then which is a large language model you have defined. So we just use a simple case. Our large language model is a Mistral or Llama 3 on local environment with a LLM Studio, so it's quite simple. So I will ask the CCO, because the CCO is also the user proxy agent. I did not change this part. Of course, you can try different setting, but usually in the pipeline, you need to have one user proxy agent. So I leave the ChatGPT recommendation here. I do not change it. And the prompt is how to create a suitable AML policy on transactions. So this is based on my work experience. I want to dive deeper in this topic. I'm going to show the result below. Before that, whenever you meet error here, for example, sometimes Autogen website will give you example. For example, it's a string. Okay, so string only have the later part. Sometimes it works, but sometimes it does not. So the strategy is to read the error code carefully. So if it is not passing the information correctly to the different Python functions in the environment file, in environment folder, you need to inspect it carefully. For example, here, if I use only a string, or I use this whole part as a string, both parts does not work. Okay, it may be my local environment problem, it may be the problem of my setting, but eventually I change it to this format, it actually works. Okay, just a reminder. So if you meet a problem, you need to investigate for the reasons and adapt to it. Another thing is that when I see more complicated errors, I try to inspect the environment code. It is super complicated. If you want to change that code, you need to tread with caution. Okay? Otherwise, you may make additional problems. So let's see. Okay, so the chat actually goes on and on. And because I did not say user input is false, so each time the conversation comes back to the CCO as user proxy, I always need to input my my prompt. For example, here I just ask them to go on. So this conversation goes on until I say terminate. Move to the next part. So this part is based on the official documentation of Autogen, introducing group chat with retrieval augmented generation (RAG). So in the official website, it actually introduced the workflow where during the conversation there is a coder to write the code and to execute the code in the environment. And there are many specifications inside. If you are interested, please check the official website. But to my user case, I want to adapt it to my user case. It's called internal audit debugger. To design a internal audit debugger, actually you need to think about different things. First of all, you need to have a existing workflow, you need to have some work results, you need to have the internal audit procedure, you need to have the different teams, right? It's quite a complicated picture. So before I go to that complicated situation, now I only ask it to set up the internal audit policy, procedure, and regressively check its validity with simulations and scenario simulation. Let's see if the agent group can do it. So here is a prompt I show you first, because this is actually the core of the user case. So let's come back up. First of all, we need to install the dependencies. If you're missing something, no problem, come back to pip install. That is quite intuitive. Importing all the dependencies, and also set up the local large language model. I'm using LLM Studio. And also about LLM config, this is a standard setting. Yeah, just make sure that it adapts to your user case. At this moment, I do not change it. It is as the default example. And here there are definition of some functions, to the function of reset all the agents. So to avoid that the agents may store some information. This is my assumption. So each time it's safer to restore all the agents to its original state. And here is also a termination message function, which actually can put inside of the agent as a property, as attributes. So when such conditions meet, for example, if there is already a message generated, and also there is a terminate wording inside of the message, function will provide you with such functionality, and it is optional. If you don't want it, I think you can leave it out. Then in the below part, because I suspected that passing the PDF file to the agent, especially the RAG agent below, I suspected that sometimes it may not interpret the format of the PDF very well. So I add one step here, actually, to first of all install the dependencies and run the code to actually transfer this knowledge that I have to a local markdown file. So in order to let the code to interpret the text string in a easier way. Yeah, but of course, if you try the PDF format, it works. You do not need this step. Okay, this is just a step to transfer the online PDF to a could be easily handled empty file in local environment. Then we define the roles. In here, it's very interesting because actually in this official example of Autogen, I find like the auto reply, it always have a reply terminates if task is done and confirmed by everyone. So originally, I think it was simpler, but I actually make it more complicated. So basically, original example is to terminate. So I say terminate when everybody confirmed that the task is done. And first of all, you need to go on with the discussion. But you can also change this part to different content just to try. The description, of course, is basic description is like a job description. It's quite intuitive. And here the name is not an important variable, but you can set whatever names you want. It will display in the conversation. About human input mode, like I said also before, if you are user proxy, if you don't define it, it will ask you to input a prompt. If it is actually set as never, so it will not ask you to input anything. The boss 8, actually this name I did not change from the original example, okay, but the content I changed. So basically, the default auto reply is working on current task. The important part is here. Retrieve configuration. Retrieve configuration actually defines, for example, the task, the document that it needs to do the retrieval, okay, and the chunk size of the processing of the document, which is a model, and so on. I try to make as much as default because I really want to see, first of all, how this code can run. But during the different tests, I found that, first of all, the task, all the variables, you need to check the environment Python file to see what are the limits, what is the range that you can put here. For example, here the task original example is code, which means that the boss agent will perform the coding retrieve configuration. So you need to be careful. So I choose default because this is one of the options. I do not want it to do coding here. And also pay attention to the doc path. If you do not use my previous code to transfer the online PDF to the markdown file, you can change here directly to the PDF. It can read that. It's no problem. The chunk token size, at this moment I'm still trying for different value. I do not see any difference, any obvious difference here. So when actually the system is doing the RAG pipeline, it will actually retrieve the chunks to the conversation. But here I do not see how that workflow is in detail constructed. But if you evaluate, you try to check the environment file, you may find some clue. At this moment, I want to keep it as simple as possible. About the model, if sometimes you find that the model name is actually checked in the pattern file, in a different pattern file, you need to go to the Python file and to add it to the list. So basically, Autogen originally recognized several models, but some models are not inside yet. If you have sometimes this kind of error, like the model is not found, you can actually add it to the dictionary of the file, because it's all everything you can modify. So just pay attention to that. And one thing to mention is max consecutive auto reply was set to less than 10. I try to set to 10 or cancel. It does not change my use case now. Okay, but you can also try that. So basically, there are so many different parameters you can change, and I would suggest to stick to your use case. If you want a quick result, just make them as simple as possible. Follow the default example. So let's move on. Here about the coder and the reviewer, I leave it here. I do not want to touch it because maybe in the future I can use it. Okay, and I'm not going to quote these two agents in my following code, so I leave them here. Important thing is that now I have the internal auditor and the accountant, so they also have the different roles to play in the conversation. Next, as in the beginning I said, the problem is a prompt that you need to think and then make it ready. Of course, if you want to make it more complicated, of course, you will get a different result. So next part is about the definition of the chat function and also run the chat. Just for our convenience, I already put the calling of the function directly in the same code block. So when I define the chat, I can go on execute it. So in this function, I did not change much of the structure from the official example. First important thing I want to share with you is that here, the LLM config. This part, if you have any error, do like this. I just make the Mistral this model configuration to this LLM config variable again. It will solve the problem. Sometimes it will say, okay, there is a string variable problem on this part, as you see here. In the Autogen group chat manager, in the assigning of the variable, this part, it will show consistent error. So one way to solve it is to attribute to put this bistro or any model you like, this model structure again to the variable. It will solve the problem. This is point number one. Point number two, here about the initiation of the chat. Of course, this is a standard format. Number of result is actually linked to the vector database doc ID. My assumption is that if you use it as 3, it will actually separate your original information to 3 documentation. What happens if you change to 3? I always get error. So my assumption is that it actually changed the structure of the vector database. Okay, because you need to separate the documentation, put it in a vector database so you can query fast. This is a standard rag. I believe Autogen follows the same methodology. But if I'm wrong, please check the official documentation. So at this moment, if you change to 150 or 30, you can get different results. When I change it to 100, the code works. Okay, this is by far what I can tell you. And here you can also see Mistral model not found using CL100K base encoding. So based on different model you select, the backend Python file will choose a different encoding method. About that part is quite complicated. If you want to try, you can also change the default setting. But for me, if I use Mistral and it's not found, it's no problem because eventually there is still one of the encoding method here. Okay, so come back. The group chart definition here. The players, of course, you need to put inside. Pay attention that 2 players are considered as a very limited group. Usually, you will get a prompt in the running of the code and saying that 2 players are too less. You can try to add. Okay, so the other are standard. So if you do not want to implement a very complicated speaker selection method, just like this one, I use round robin. You can check the official documentation to see its detailed meaning. Then here, like you see here, I run the code. It actually goes to separate the document to different chunks. It's very, very long. And here it starts the conversation. So, like you see here, you are retrieving augmented chatbot. This part is nowhere that I have is in no place that I have defined before. So I guess this is system prompt, system definition, because originally this example matches to a situation where there are a group of agents talking with each other, and this boss assistant will write the code and provide the result. But here I have not changed this part because I have not found the place to change it. I believe it is a default setting. Of course, you can change it somewhere. Let's check the output carefully. So I actually copied it to an MD file. You can see here the vector database actually have a lot of docs. I think it's just 100. And this is what I said to you. It should be the default information. And here, user's question is, this is my prompt. Okay, so actually first it actually retrieved the below context. I think is not useful because it's getting the index page of the book. It has nothing specific to be helpful for me to do to implement my idea. It shows the source of the context is this one. Actually, this one is correct. Let's see here. Yes, we do have this markdown file. I think also saved in here. Yeah, internal auditing handbook. Yeah, it's right. So showing this source is okay. And you see, I think this is also system default message. If you can answer the question in the end of your answer, add the format of source 1, source 2, source 3. So my assumption is that if you add more regular resources like different websites, it can also show here. I already put it in local environment as markdown doc, so it's shown like this. Okay, so as we can see here in the previous results, we see a lot of acronyms and a description of the different short names of the entities. And in the later conversation, actually there is only one player talking, internal auditor, actually just said, okay, these are related to the internal auditing. And it is not very useful because it just repeats the answer and stop. So the RAG process here in Autogen or either in Lava Index after some examination, I think is quite complicated. You need to configure it with more careful way. Okay, at this moment, I'm going to stop here. I'm going to show you the non-RAG version. So basically, if we go to the non-RAG version, the format does not change much. The most important thing is that the RAG agent is not included in the agents list. So which means that the group chat will not do the RAG process. So in this sense, it should be more straightforward and less complicated because it does not rely on the outside source to the conversation. So after running the code, I get this file. I already copied it to the markdown file, as you can see. So basically, the boss will start to chat. Okay, is okay. So there will not be the boss assistant, and the internal auditor starts to draft the internal audit policy. It looks fine, makes sense, and here the internal auditor actually continue the simulation and validation and recommendation. So about the simulation, actually this is a quite simple content that is generated. Of course, if you are going to do a real world scenario of the simulation, you should define different attributes. For example, which employees does what, with which system, what is the document flow, what is the data flow, and what is the direct result of this workflow, and how to check this work, how to check the process. Okay, very related to the auditing process. But here, actually, it kind of introduces some of the concepts. And also in here, the validation part, yeah, it's like introducing the concepts. And of course, the recommendations based on these simulations, it can offer you a framework to think further. Okay, but at this moment, I do not think all these results can be used directly. Then the conversation comes to the boss. Bosses go on with the discussion, and so internal auditor actually continues to define the roles of the company. Okay, makes sense. Discussion complete. And then still internal auditor actually terminate. Task is done by everyone. Then the boss said go on with the discussion, and the internal auditor continues. So because there are not many constraints, actually the conversation just starts from the boss, stop at the internal auditor, then come back and forth again. So it also tried to go on with the discussion with chief auditor, but there is no definition of the chief auditor agent. At this moment, I think it actually simulated a situation where many roles, like all the roles defined in the auditing process of the company, are not included in the agents list, but it actually simulated a situation where these imagined agents gave a comment. This is quite interesting, but in a very practical view, the agents should serve to discuss and summarize their own content, but not suppose the third party to give a comment to their conversation. As I said, you can change the parameter actually to improve this part. Before we conclude this video, I want to share with you also the description file. For example, whenever you put the cursor above some of the class, like the group chat, okay, different code parts, it will show the documentation. It's very long. You have many things to configure, and I recommend you always read it carefully because it's not 100% reflected in Autogen website, or it's structured in a different way. You may not consult these contents very easily, but really You can try to find this content in the code, copy it in a markdown file, and you check the details. So just a quick wrap up. Today we have tried 2 examples of Autogen. First one is perform research with multi-agent group chat. We have adapted to our own user case. The other one is group chat with retrieval augmented generation. Both examples we can now execute, but as I said, if you want to further get more insightful information and to interact with third party outside the knowledge base more effectively, do read the documentation and try it in your use case. I wish I could create a more complicated use case in the future and share with you. And by far, I think we can already start using these tools to generate some ideas and to inspire our work, our study, and our daily life. Thank you. If you have any question, any doubt, you want to see any different exploration of different code about AI, about the large language model, and also about finance, and also about the data analysis, feel free to leave a comment. If you like the video, just give it a like. And furthermore, please subscribe. See you next time. Thank you. Bye bye. To change to some easier topics like statistical learning or supervised learning. For most of the cases, I think it will be very useful for our data analysis to prediction or classification different type of the task that we'll meet on daily basis, either for learning, the statistical learning, or to use in a real world scenario. They are quite useful. This is one of the I would say test I would do from every now and then. It's called comparing the models. As you can see, first of all, I showed you a summary that usually when I compare the models, different models, first of all, I need to know the data. Today, I'm going to show you the data set from the Kaggle. Is a credit card default data set. I know it is very intuitive. Most people use such data set to train a model to predict if the client is going to default next month. It's very useful, but the first step, you need to know the data. You need to know every column, what it means. I'm not going to show you here just to keep the content as concise as possible. Second of all, you need to do standardization. You need to separate numerical and categorical data. So numerical data, you can calculate, just standardize to do not let the size or the sheer volume or the amount of a variable impact the model too much. About categorical variable, the common practice is to convert it to dummy variable. During my test this time, as you can see here, in the compute side, first of all, I count mainly the runtime of each model, how much runtime it will cost to train the model. So like the k-means neighbor, decision tree, random forest, and so on, I use a very simplified parameter setting, and most of the code are generated by ChatGPT. I already checked it. It seems good. I suggest you also to do this test because it will help you to understand how much compute each of the model will cost. Then about the complexity and the interpretability. For example, like complexity, ChatGPT gives me complexity. Is like a complexity measure. I have not yet 100% matched them to the very rigorous academic representation. But about the interpretability, I think it's quite accurate. For example, like a linear regression and logistic regression, you can interpret the change of the independent variable to the dependent variable quite easy. But about the neural network, I believe you already know that we have multiple layers of neuron. We have activation function. There are so many changes, so many detailed calculation inside the model. It will make it very hard to explain. And also for the transformers model, like the large language model, the structure is very complicated. We cannot easily interpret such model. And then if we are going to look at the number of parameters, you can see like a neural network has very, very large parameter sets. Of course, you can arbitrarily reduce the size of the number of parameters, but in any way, the runtime to get the similar results will be the highest for neural network. And for random forest and gradient boosting, you're going to have also much higher runtime relative to the simple like linear regression, logistical regression. Then, whenever you want to go deeper to analyze each model, I really suggest to get into the overfitting part first, because when you have this model, your objective is to catch the more generalized pattern to apply to the neural case, to the test data which you have never seen, the model has never seen. So whenever you use the existing data to do the train and the test data, to separate them and to fit them in the model, whenever you see that train accuracy is higher than test accuracy, note that the overfitting is present and you need to address it actively. Today's code, I'm not going to dive very deeper to the overfitting resolving issue. I'm just go through it quickly and show you some of the sample code that ChatGPT gave me. The final point is the solution of overfitting. As I said, you need to check deeply about each model configuration and to see for cross-validation, regularization, and hyperparameter tuning could be suitable for resolve this issue. About cross-validation, it is to get a better estimate of the model's performance. I think the more common approach of the complicated models is to introduce regularization and hyperparameter tuning. Now let's go back to the code. So basically, in order to run code, you need to install some packages. About pandas, numpy, skitlearn, matplotlib, and seaborn. These are very common libraries. Then about Kaggle, I want to mention to you, if you want to use a Kaggle package, you always need to have the active API so you can download directly. I did not put much time to configure this part, but I leave it here just to remind you that there is a possibility to download the dataset directly through your code, but you need API key configuration. Then Plotly is for actively or dynamically display my data, all the different metrics that I need to evaluate the data and model. MP format is actually part of the package that will interact with Plotly, but I did not get a successful result, but I leave it here. So whenever the system says error about this package, try to install it, reinstall it. If it does not work, check documentation. So about the several steps before the final code, of course I interact with the large language model. I try to teach it to find the very detailed problem to refine the model. For example, I already have the structure, I have some code written, but ChatGPT cannot recognize the necessity to transform the numerical data or make certain categorical variables as dummy variable. So it is an iterative process when you talk to large language model to refine the code. But in general, these, I would say, quite simple models regarding the model design, they are quite simple. The zero shots or the accuracy of writing the code with a large language model will actually help you to improve the efficiency of writing the code. Okay, let's go on. So first of all, we need to read the data. Okay, about the first two lines, if you do not have the Kaggle API, usually it does not work. So I actually manually downloaded this dataset and save it in the data folder here. So I use Panda to directly read the dataset, of course. Then I prepare the X variable and a Y variable based on my need, and also to transform the numerical variable, categorical variable as I need. So basically, you need to pay attention to all of these details. You need to understand your dataset so you can work better on it. Then this part about showing the correlation matrix is not 100% necessary, but if you want to visualize the correlation between different variables, I suggest you to do it. But remember here about the sex, education, and marriage, because they are categorical variable, putting them here is not 100% necessary. I suggest you to delete it. But if you put here, just don't refer to it as main issues or the main influence to the dataset or to the model in a numerical sense, I mean. Then we can see here, we actually split the data to training data and test data. Okay, this is a common practice. Then define the evaluate model function. Actually, it will record the runtime, which I personally would like to check every time to see each model consumes how much runtime, which will refer to the compute consumed. And of course, we are going to use a different function to actually to train and to get different metrics which you are going to display later. So each of the functions, each of the equations will actually help me do that. For example, this one is going to help me get the train accuracy matrix so I can display later. And in the later part, of course, ChatGPT was helping me to add such if condition passage to actually capture some of the information I need, like number of parameters, coefficiency number. The size means that how many coefficients used in the model, how many layers, how many features, okay, and to actually summarize these information so I can use later. So eventually it will return all these metrics so I can compare later. So about the model definition part, because we already imported different packages, actually most of the models are ready. I mean ready because we already have these packages, we can easily write in the code to implement them. As I said, like the different parameters in different function, you are free to change them. Or if you want to do further experiments, you can use a function to change it. For example, each time you change it by 10 units or 1 unit of each parameter you are setting here to see the difference. Okay, sometimes I do it just to check the different model performance. Then the results will be will be collected. So for the later comparison, and the results are going to be saved in this data frame. So in the later part about the results data frame, I use different strategy to plot them. For example, this first one is quite intuitive plotting. I observe that for most of the model, they have the overfitting problem because training accuracy is higher than test accuracy. And I can also see that although the neural network has very large parameter count and also consumes the highest local compute resources, but its performance is not very, very high compared to other models. And we can also see here mean squared error is a matrix to see the diversion. I would say the diversion from the actual value to the model value. And we can see that for some models, it does not have such matrix, so the system cannot produce it. But whenever we see if the test MSE is higher than the train MSE, this is also a way to see that the model is overfitting. To the later part, of course, this one was the same graph. Of course, when you try to visualize it, you can change the size of the graph. But at this moment, I cannot resolve the issue of the display because you see gradient boosting. The display of the chart was not very good because you see the I think is the test accuracy bar is quite out of range. But do not worry if you meet some problem like this. I'm going to show you some solution like Plotly library. And here I did introduce the 3D plotting of the results to see the test accuracy, which I care a lot about, and the runtime. And in the z-axis, we see the mean squared error. From here, it's not very easy to observe, so I would recommend you to use Plotly. So first of all, let's try to display the 3D graph of the different metrics. If we run the code, I'm going to see here. Okay, so actually it jumps into this HTML file. I think it's very easy to visualize, and you can change the different data you want to visualize. For example, I want to see train accuracy and test accuracy. Okay, so I have this pair of comparison about the train MSE and the test MSE. Okay, so in a dynamic way, it will help you to visualize better. However, I did not change much of the code. The original code generated by ChatGPT stacked them together. I would suggest you to change them to make them separate because they do not have a stacking relationship. But if you are going to see only pairwise comparison, this version is enough. So let's see here. This is going to show us the runtime, test accuracy, mean square error, the 3D plot. And here we go. You can see here, when we actually rotate the 3D display, You can see the position of different models. Of course, if we only care about runtime, we can see here we have a neural network is way further away than the other models. And here, if we only care about the mean square error, we can see decision tree actually has the highest mean square error. I think this is training mean square error. You can check the code and change a variable to compare. Now about the complexity summary of the models. These are generated by ChatGPT. I think most of them make sense. The only thing I'm not sure about is about the equation for complexity. I think it is utilizing the number of parameters and the different variables to display. But about interpretability, it's intuitive for different model. Of course, we find it easier to interpret or harder to interpret. As I said, the simpler it is the model, the easier you can interpret them. About the last one, let's see the chart. Okay, actually this one is about runtime, number of parameters, test accuracy. Okay, so if we look at here in this way, the test accuracy does not have a significant relationship with number of parameters, because you see here in the group where we have the highest test accuracy, actually most of the models have less number of parameters than neural network. Okay, and we can also see in this way, in the runtime sense, neural network is the slowest one. So this is part of the reason that when we train a huge neural network, it will cost a lot of compute, and most likely they are not suitable to run on local machines. Then about the runtime and test accuracy, see it in this way. Just 1 second. So most of the models has a similar runtime consumption, but about the test accuracy, it don't change much. But you can see here, gradient method, gradient boosting, has the highest test accuracy, and the runtime is quite reasonable. By reasonable, I mean because we have a relatively small data set. When you have a huge data set, you need to introduce different strategy to handle such huge data sets. I wish in the future we could discuss some of the implementation of the methodology to handle large data sets. Now about the final part, as I mentioned before, overfitting is always an issue. I would suggest you to pay attention to it, and if you want to address it, use different methodologies, do more tests to understand which one is better to actually. I think models are like animals which are not contained, because if you are not contained, you may go to a very long range and you are not confined by your target. Regularization is like a way to actually make sure that the animals know their target, know their prey, so they could focus their energy to that target, to that objective. So this part I'm not going to go any deeper. As you can see here, if you interact with a language model or with your domain knowledge, you can design further code to actually test a different modification, either by the hyperparameter or some regularization terms to make the models work better. So today's introduction or a sharing of experience, I'm going to stop here. So just a quick wrap up. I would suggest you to test different models to deeper the understanding of the model's compute consumption, accuracy, overfitting problem, and how to test them repeatedly and to use them in your real world dataset to actually see if they work well. And about the overfitting issue, remember, I'm not introducing you now because I don't want to complicate the focus of this video, but I do recommend you to pay great attention to it. It will make your model more balanced if you address the overfitting issue properly. Okay, so thank you very much for the attention. If you like my video, please share it. Please give it a thumb up. And if you like my channel, please subscribe. If you want to discuss anything you like, you have any suggestion, leave a comment. And I'm going to see you next time. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel again. Today, let's explore the embedding models together. This video, we're going to, first of all, introduce some of the embedding concepts with the help of large language model and cross-check with online resources. Then we're going to the coding part to actually try different embedding models, which I chose for simplicity, just some basic models. And we try to visualize all these models' results. As you can see here, this is a screenshot of Hugging Face. Hugging Face has published many open source embedding models, which you can try. And you can see there are different benchmarks to actually tell you which model is best at which area. So basically, for embedding models, we have word embedding, sentence embedding, and the document embedding. Here, I write document embedding as chunk embedding, but it refers to the document embedding method. So basically, from my understanding, different embedding models in the three categories, they serve for different purpose. Mainly, differentiate between the context window. For example, if we have one word, we have one sentence or chunk of text, the embedding models actually works differently to generate different outputs. So according to this graph of importance of embedding, I think it touches most of the important area which embedding models are working to improve the different performance of different models, I would say. For example, like in machine learning area, natural language processing area, information retrieval, and knowledge representation. But for now, I think for natural language processing, like the large language models, embeddings are really important for us to find the meaning of a specific token of a text chunk to actually make it numerically representing in the workflow of the large language model. From the beginning, it transfers your prompt into the embedding, and also when it processing the large language model, throughout the model, it does all sorts of calculation. Then the output text was also transformed from numerical values. So it is very important for natural language processing. This is what we are going to focus on in this project. But for information retrieval, like the search, also for our RAG, workflow in large language model, it is also very important. Then, from a different angle, if we focus on the large language model related embeddings, as I said, we can see different types of embedding as I introduced in the beginning. We can see the different application of the embedding models, and also we need to understand how to measure, how to see which large language model, embedding model is best. So there are different scores, and as you can see in the beginning, you can also check the Hugging Face leaderboard to understand which embedding model is best for a certain range of use case, or in general, which one performs better than the other one. Then, if we take a look at the mapping of different models to the different categories, we can see that it is not always 100% separate. Like you see, the GPT embedding model has been linked to both document embedding and word embedding. So for this kind of context or concepts, I think I will try to explore and explain in the future in more detail. At this moment, I do not give a conclusive comment because I still need to learn about it. Now, let's see how these embedding models can work. So basically, with the help of large language model, I refine my code and present you as below. First of all, we install the different dependencies and we import different modules and also the embedding models. The first one is called Spacey. The second one is Universal Sentence Encoder. So the first one will be used to embed the information or transform the individual token to the numerical representation, and the second one is going to transform the sentence text chunk or a specific length of the text chunk to numerical representation. Here I try to get the Google News. For example, I get the news with a topic with AI, and I'm going to compare this news, or I'm going to process this news single word by single word, or sentence by sentence, or chunk by chunk. So basically here, I'm using the package of GNews, which I find it very convenient to do a lot of exploration of the dataset, which is readily stored by Google. So here, I fetch 4 news from the package and for the further analysis. Then, by introducing different functions, we actually vectorize, or in another way, to transform different text lengths to numerical representation. As you can see, the first one is to actually embed each token. The second one is to embed each sentence. The last one is to embed different chunk. So after defining these functions, it will make a summary or an all-in-one process more structured. In this part, we are going to visualize different embedding results. So basically, we are going to check how they are represented in numeric field. But pay attention, I'm not using the vectorized visualization. Here we can see after choosing the one article as a sample article, we actually have the embedding numerical values in a 2-dimension graph to visualize the situation here. So like the first one is by each token, you can see the words are quite scattered around the range, but you can see some words are very close, some words are very distant. But to actually understand which words are close or far away, you need to have different ways to measure similarity. The very famous cosine similarity, or I think other distance calculation, could be implemented for you to understand a more exact value of the distance between the different tokens. Then, by stepping into the sentence embedding and text chunk embedding, like this is 100 word chunk, this is 200 word chunk, we can see the text are put into a more bigger chunks, so we can see the scatter plots, the scatter points are less each step ahead. Then after visualizing all the results, I think it's better to cluster the results to have a better visual. So here, I actually implement the cluster methodology like a k-means cluster to see how many groups or a certain number of groups, how are they represented in the graph, and to sample some of the grouped words, grouped sentences to see if the models work well. So as you can see, the first one is about the function to apply clustering, and the second one is about visualize the clusters, and there is also the function to sample similar items. And we're going to both show the sample and to visualize the results of the embedding models. Here in the first graph, as you can see, because we are condensing the multi-dimension numerical values to a two-dimension range, you do not observe a very good representation by the cluster, but I want to say that if you choose k-means cluster, you choose other cluster methodology, you are going to have different results. But here you can see some of the clusters, they actually intertwine with each other or intersect with each other. So what does it mean? It means in a two-dimension visualization, it will project the multi-dimension numerical value to the two-dimension visual. So it is inevitable where you cannot capture all the characteristic of all the embedding numerical values. Let's see here some of the examples. Like cluster 2, we have both words and non-words value. And when you check like a move, motto, hunt, for me personally, these words do not make much sense in the same cluster. I would say they are quite distinct, they are quite different. Then if you check cluster 3, fast, break, things, that, too. For me, they are not very obvious to me that this cluster is a good cluster. Then if you check the other one, and is a continuous. For this one, I think more or less it makes sense. Like and is these words do not hold a very important meaning, or I mean in a word space or in a sentence space. So I think they can be grouped together. But as you can see, The understanding of the embedding models, when you sample a certain clusters, some words, or even some sentences, you are going to see some of the understanding of the different model is not very intuitive. So you need to do more tests, do more experiments, and to read the description of each model to understand how it does its job and how it is being implemented in different use cases. Now, when we turn our eyes to the sentence embedding results, of course, they are also clustered into 5 different clusters. As you can see, for example, cluster 1, for me, it seems like these sentences are from the same news piece, because in general, it is step-by-step explaining a central concept or a central idea or central opinion. But as I say, you can examine by yourself to give your subjective opinion based on your understanding to see if this is a good embedding result, which lead to such clusters. Then, about different text chunks and their cluster representation, I really suggest you to increase the sample size because I only have 4 news from Groq Genius package, and as you can see, the data points are not many. So if you want to check in a greater sense, to check if the embedded model could work on a increasing number of the articles of text chunks, you should increase the sample size and try another way to systematically decipher the results. Because if you manually read each of the news, you cannot decipher so many information in a short amount of time. And I believe you cannot, or in general, people do not have much time to check every detail. This, my personal opinion, would say that it is hard to examine a large language model, embedding model, by yourself. You always need a systematic way to try to measure the results in a benchmark or in a visualization, and also to refer to like the Hugging Face leader chat and so on to really understand how these models work. And now let's see what the GPT interprets the results I presented before. For example, like the word embedding results, you can see it comments that the words like model, hunt, move, which could indicate a thing around a significant quote or phrase. Then let's look at the sentence. The sentence embedding, like cluster 1, contains sentences discussing models and their historical context, which seem coherent. So you need to understand in one way or another to see if such cluster resulted from the embedding value makes sense. About the 100-word chunk embedding and 200-word chunk embedding, if you are interested, of course, you can check both the results or with the ChatGPT to better understand the result. Then, since we may visualize the maximum 3D space, I would recommend you to always visualize any result in a 3D space. Either you use 3PCA to actually divide the features into 3 axes, And here, because when I iterate my code, I actually get an error with MB format, so I actually change the result of the 3D representation to a local HTML file. So later, I'm going to share with you. So basically, the code structure is similar. Import library, function to apply PCA. It is a principal component analysis. I think it's very useful. It's like projecting the features of the numerical values to a condensed dimensions, like two dimensions, three dimensions. Then we also set the function to visualize in 3D HTML and eventually write this file in local environment. Of course, you can choose the different directory as you want in the code level, or after you generate the HTML file, you can save it as you like in your folders. Then there is function to cluster the embeddings. Of course, this is similar like we did before, but I want to say that to you, the cluster and the PCA, they are not the same things, so they don't interact with each other. As you can see here, I did some experiment to do PCA 6 principal components, or 3. It is just for my curiosity to check if the code works, but in reality, you don't need to do that. Then we also have the function to sample similar items from the cluster to visualize, and there is also the implementation of the word embedding and the display and the sample to actually call these functions to perform their purpose. As you can see here, this is a screenshot of the 3D representation. Actually, from here, we can see that in a 3D space, actually, you can see the difference from the 2D display I shared with you before, because you can see now the clusters are more grouped, better grouped than before. So this is because whenever you increase one dimension, you are going to see additional characteristic. It's like when you look at this group of data from the top surface, let's say, and you view them as a two-dimensional space, some of them are going to overlap. But if you increase the dimension, you're going to see a different result. The same, when you apply the 3D visualization to different embedding results, like the sentence, or even a 100-word chunk, 200-word chunk, you're going to see different results. I really do encourage you to try them and also check the results and make sure that you understand the embedding on the different contextual sequence to better understand if the embedding models work well. And here, as you can see, if we see the two-dimension representation of all the data points, it actually gives you a different sense. So I encourage you to do different experiments to actually see for yourself the cluster, the embedding results, and to see if it can help you to improve your model, improve like your processing of the information retrieval or the processing of different steps of large language model. Now let's come back to this graph in the beginning. So in this video, you see that I have introduced some embedding models for different embedding tasks. Then I tried to examine the embedding results, visualize the embedding results, and I would say the choosing of the model or the examination of the model in this video all the contents are only a small group of the every possible models and every possible ways to examine the models. So I really do encourage you to try the different open source models or closed source models as well, and to apply to your use case to see if they can really perform very well. So I wish you like this video. If you have any comments, please leave below the video. If you want to subscribe, please do subscribe. And I wish this is useful for you. If you have any doubt, feel free to leave a comment and we can discuss anytime. So see you next time. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel again. Today I'm going to show you one of the exploration of the datasets that I have done yesterday. It's about the SMS spam collection dataset, which you can check in Kaggle website. This dataset is about a bunch of labeled SMS message, and it's a good dataset that you can try different algorithm to analyze the spam SMS message. Here you can see the first step is to load the dataset and to check some of the statistical property of the dataset. I want to say it to you first that or the methodology or the check of the different metrics may not be exhaustive. So if you are interested, please use your preferred tool to explore the dataset first. As you can see here, the first thing I want to explore is about its distribution property. So I choose the histogram. But from the histogram, I think I lack some of the information, so I would like to make them together and to see in the later part. As you can see here, when I put them together, it is very obvious that the non-spam, which is called ham message group, is much larger than the spam message group. I do not have the percentage count here. You can try it. But only from here, I think the spam message is a small group and by nature is quite difficult to detect. If we took a look at the density distribution histogram, you can see that basically the non-spam group is very dispersed in a very wide range of the word count, but the spam message are quite concentrated in a relatively small range. Starting from here, I'm going to try different ways to analyze this dataset and to find the best way to classify the spam message from the non-spam message. The first methodology is totally invented by me, which is not based on very rigorous reasoning, but I think the word count would have some meanings for us to categorize these different type of messages. In the process, the key point is to assign several integer values to each word of each message. So give that frequency meaning to the message. So as you can see in the code here, especially this part, actually I'm getting the frequency of the specific word in the specific message and also in the specific group. For example, one word is in the ham message group, and what is the frequency of such word in the ham group. In the end, I'm going to have a so-called 3D data. Is like a vector space that I designed for each single word, which will have 3 dimensions. So I call it 3D data. The 3D data, as you can see in the below part, for each word, I know its position in this specific message. I know the frequency of this word in this message, and I know the frequency of this word in its group. For example, if it's in the spam group, it means the frequency in the spam group. As you can see here, this is a GPT generated summary of this code. If you're interested, you can pause here and check the sequence of this code. So getting to the next stop, we are here to actually further explore the vector space that I created. So basically the idea here is to standardize, to limit the range, the dispersed range of the vector space so that we can have a more standardized calculation. I used the min-max scalar method to actually contain this vector space. So as you can see, the message 1, the first word go, is in position 0 with a frequency in this message as 1. In total specific group, for example, it's a group as a ham or as spam, the count is 10. So these 3 integers are standardized to these float numbers. As you can see here, there are some descriptions for the code above. If you're interested, you can pause here to check. Then let's go to the next part. So basically now I'm going to cluster the message with the k-means cluster methodology and to check if I can correctly cluster the different groups of spam and non-spam messages. And here, as you can see, first of all, we vectorize the message using the standard 3D data, which you have already seen. And then we actually utilize the similarity matrix based on the cosine similarity methodology to actually find the similarity between different messages. So the basic idea is to assume that the spam messages will be very similar and the non-spam messages will be also similar. So it will be easy to separate these groups. So as you can see in the k-means cluster methodology, I set them as two groups and it will fit into this similarity matrix. Then in the end, I have also created this confusion matrix, which you can see the accuracy value is 87%, as you can see before, because we have a huge percentage of the non-spam group. So basically 87% is more or less, as I assume here, is more or less the general percentage of the non-spam message. Because the confusion matrix already shows some problem, I think until this point, the methodology I am trying to apply to this use case is not suitable. In the confusion matrix, the most important part is about the true positive and the true negative. These two parts are very crucial to actually measure if the classification methodology is accurate or not. And of course, we're going to calculate of the recall, precision, and different metrics to compare. In the later models, we're going to see. The same as the previous parts, I show a diagram here about the cosine similarity calculation part and clustering part. And you can also see the print results of some of the vectorized data, and also this is a description of the code I ran before. Then it is also useful to check the distribution of the predicted and also the original label of different data points in a 3D format. Since this methodology already has a very obvious error, I'm not going to go too much detail to it, but just to show you, use Plotly to display in 3D way. In each step, I really suggest you to also check the data frame from time to time to see if the new columns is added correctly and what is the current status of the data frame. So now let's move to the next part. Here I'm trying a logistic regression method to actually redo the classification of the spam and non-spam message using the already vectorized data. And as you can see below, the test precision is 0%, although the train accuracy is 86%, test accuracy is 86%, they are very close. However, you can see that there is no test precision, there is no test recall, and test effort score is 0. So usually these numbers should not be 0. And I also tried to display these prediction results in 3D. As you can see, this predicted a non-spam message and a spam message. So the spam message seems very distinct and very far away from the main group. However, let's see the later part. In here, I try to actually condense the data into 2 dimensions, which I used the PCA method to make sure that the display of the data will be more easier to be accepted. This general idea is from one of the paper about machine learning in recent days, machine learning and also large language model, and it actually used the PCA to reduce the dimension and to show the data and to see if they are separated. The first graph is about the true spam message group. The second part is about the true non-spam message group. As you can see, if we are in the true spam message group, my intuition is to predict the spam to be a spam. But as you can see here, in this group, most of the messages are identified as non-spam, and only one message is determined as spam. In the later part, of course, I wish all of my prediction will show that the messages are not spam. As you can see here, yes, of course, most of the messages are not spam, but the spam messages, we still have several, which means that these messages are incorrectly identified as spam messages. So let's see, until here, the previous self-made embedding model was not working very well. So now we are going to try 2 more tests. Both tests are going to be based on the embedding model already existed, and we are going to try both the logistic and the neural network to predict the correct label of the messages. So basically, first of all, we need to install the dependencies and check the data frame and so on. And then we are going to introduce the sentence transformer as embedding model. I use this paraphrase mini LLM L6 V2. This is one of the free sentence transformer that I find via ChatGPT. I think it is much sufficient or sufficient enough for us to explore the current topic. Of course, you can change to a different transformer or embedding model in the future. And basically now we're going to transfer the whole message body to this vector space, which is determined by the embedding model, and we're going to implement a different algorithm. Like this one here is a logistical regression, and the later one is neural network to predict the correct label. So I'm going to skip to the result parts. As you can see now, all the metrics are non-zero value, which makes much more sense. And let's go through the graphic way to see if the labels are assigned correctly. For example, now if we are going to check the true spam message, we have all these data points in 2 PCA dimension, and you can see the spam message are these blue dots, and the non-spam message are these red dots. So basically the precision is quite well. As you can see here, the training accuracy and also test accuracy are both 98%, which means that the red dot is only around 2% or 1.6, 1.1% of the spam group. Now let's look at the ham group. So basically the non-spam group, we would expect that most of them are identified as non-spam. And as you can see here, there are only, I think, around 10 different data points are not correctly labeled as non-spam, but they are labeled as spam. So basically the precision of this model is very obvious, it's much better. And as you can see here, when we compare these two models, first of all, I call it a naive model, which the model I just invented or tried, and the improved model is more robust. As you can see here, first of all the metrics are not zero, and the training accuracy, test accuracy are both at a very high level, and for other metrics, I think they're acceptable. Now, I do not further dig into the overfitting or fitting problem, but at this moment, training and test accuracy are quite close. Okay, it might have some overfitting problem because the training accuracy is higher than test accuracy, but this is not our point today. I'm not going to go deeper in it. So below the code description, if you want to check the different step, just pause here and check. So in the next part, I'm going to use the embedding model plus neural network model to predict the correct label. And here I'm using the PyTorch library. The reason I'm using it because our TensorFlow sometimes has different problems. So just to avoid repeating the problem, I choose PyTorch. As you can see, the basic idea are almost the same. We actually separate the train and test data and then implement the different algorithm. And all these parameters are quite standard. So we configure just a very basic neural network and to try it and train it to see if it can get better prediction capability. So as you can see in the later part, I'm going to use also the PCA, 2 PCA dimensions to plot the data points for us to see the result. As you can see during the training, in each epoch, actually the loss value actually change every now and then, and sometimes it can be quite large, but in the end, it's always around zero value. As you can see here, most of the values are close to zero. Then let's take a look at the graphical information. So it's quite obvious that in a spam message group, we have these messages not correctly assigned as a span, and in the non-span group, we have only these, I think 6 messages not correctly assigned as non-span. And if we check back to the training metrics of the model, the train accuracy of this model is 100%, test accuracy is around 98.74%. I think it's already showing the improvement from the previous model. As you can see here, the model performance comparison, I put them all in the same graph, and you can see the later two models both have much improvements related to the naive vector clustering. So basically, the different embedding models, if you try them, I think you are going to see a different result. From a different point of view, now you can see that embedding models is quite convenient and important to analyze the text information because it gives you more robust or more accurate information about the different text message in our case, and the numerical representation has more statistical meaning than the manually or DIY designed embedding models. I really wish you enjoyed the video today. I wish I have made myself and also made the project very clear, so you do not feel confused. If you have any question, feel free to leave a comment. The video, please do share or like. If you really like the content I create, please subscribe to the channel. So until next time, have a nice day or nice evening, and see you again. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel again. Today I'm going to share with you one of the test projects I have done recently, which is designed to prompt a large language model with the same question several times and to see how the questions disperse in the space. So basically this idea came to me when, like months ago, in different social media platform, people are discussing about the accuracy of the large language model and about if the RAG flow or some additional design would actually make the large language model more reliable. So I guess this will be a start point to test the large language model. Of course, this is a very basic format, so it cannot match to a very specific use case. But I just wish that this kind of test would give you some idea or inspiration to do further tests on large language model. Basically, the first thing is to install the different packages needed for this test. So I'm not going to go over everything. You can just check by yourself. And the most important thing is that I use Groq because it has very fast inference response, inference efficiency, and can save a lot of time. And I also leverage the Google Cloud, the Colab environment to implement this test. Okay, so basically installing all the dependencies using Colab. I also saved my Groq API key here. The Groq API key actually you can get from the Cloud Groq platform. It's very intuitive. You can get it and use it. Then I start by defining, first of all, is calling the Groq model. This is a function. Then there's getting embedding. So it's not very complicated, right? We just prompt the same thing to the model for several times and to see how the response is getting feedback. But you already noticed that here, I did not specify the temperature. I do not have a RAG flow to actually do a test to compare two groups of the different model design and the different answers. So this is a basic model, like I said. I just want to fast test and see if some of the visuals and the general design works. So we also come down here, you see, to initialize the tokenizer and the model for embeddings. So basically, these models are useful for me to transfer the text information to vectors. Okay, just simply put like this. Then about the main part of the code, first of all, I have the different prompts ready. Okay, these prompts are not designed by me. Okay, so basically, for my personal use case, I never would like to write a short story, like some sci-fi story using LLM. I would like to read somebody's book or or watch a movie or watch a TV series, but not to talk with a large language model. But I let ChatGPT to design these questions, just to see how it goes. And the number of repetitions, I want to see 10 times of the different responses. So I 10 will be the threshold of the for loop. And then you can see we're going to save our embeddings and also the responses, because I also want to see the embeddings. These like the vectorized information for each response, of course we can do further work on it. But to be honest, if the dimension is very high, to actually capture the essence of this information, the best way is to do the dimension reduction, like use principal component analysis, PCA. So when I use PCA as 2, it crushed the vector space to get 2 dimensions. When I crush it with PCA 3, actually all the information is condensed to a 3D space. So in both way, I'm going to see how the distance, how they are dispersed. But now I only get a graphical idea. I do not have a measurement of the different distance between these dots. So to actually see a more complex result, more numerical and more robust result analysis, this test is not enough. Okay, we can do many more things. But here, I just prompt, get responses, transfer responses to vector space, show it in 2D space, 3D space. That's it. Okay, so basically in here, the inside for loop is actually to call the model and get a response. Okay, and also append the embeddings, those responses. And eventually, I also print some of the information for me to check. But to be honest, if the response is very long and not, let's say, it's not well designed or contained, for example, you want every response to be limited to 500 words, something like this, it's very hard to see the difference. Because it takes, if you use your human judgment to evaluate a 500 words long paragraph or a story, one from another, it's really hard. So in that case, I think the embedding results, the vector value results, could be a way for me to understand the distance between the two results. But let's see, it only gives you a general idea and nothing more. But I think this could be a good start. So in the later part, you can see there are 2D data and 3D data to actually print them in 2D and 3D space. For me, really, generally speaking, I think because our limitation of understanding the graphical information, 2D and 3D space are the maximum, because visually we cannot, for me at least, I do not understand how to represent this 4D space. Maybe from a sequential 3D space, or from some other representations that requires more profound understanding of data and machine learning and so on. So let's see. So basically, the first question is to ask the large language model to write a short story about time-traveling cat who visits ancient Egypt and befriends a pharaoh. It's very nice prompt, I see. And you can see the large language model without setting any parameters. It's very creative, and it actually created a short story. So I'm not going to go to the detail. If you want, you can check and get a sense of it. But to really understand and interpret it by human for several chunks, documents with very long length, it's really time consuming. So I'm going to jump to the second part of the embedding. And you see, to transfer this whole passage to embedding to the vector space, it's very complicated. See, it's very long, a long list of numbers. And for a response, so I print only 5. So let's see. For the first question, we get all this response. We can see that some of the responses are very close to each other. So, which means that, let's see, the general pattern large language model, we can actually summarize to different categories. It's like this one is the main part in the middle, and the others are outliers. But you see, if you do not contain the large language model, either using RAG, either using chain of thoughts, there are many different tools to implement the tool calling and different methods to make sure large language model is more reliable. Without those tools, the results you see from a large language model are very dispersed in the vector representation, or in the 2D space, in the 3D space. So as you can see, just intuitively we'll understand that there are some outliers and some of the responses are very concentrated, right? So if you change the temperature, if you change how the large language model is getting the response, results are going to change. So based on my understanding now in the market, there are some people who like to use large language model for enterprise use case. So even for query, like a large language model to query language like a SQL, its reliability is key. So in a very specific use case, the accuracy should be 100% because you don't want a large language model to go play with the whole workflow and generate a very simple query, with error. Like I want to query company A 2022 net profit. It should be a fixed number because that's it. It should not be ambiguous. So in this case, after seeing these results, I think with or without a very robust RAG flow, I think no matter what is your use case, first of all, you need to identify the accuracy requirements. For example, if you just want to get inspired, of course, you can let the answers fly. But if you want a specific query, like a SQL query, the results should be very accurate. So this kind of test, I think, could give us some idea. So basically, based on this 2D representation, you can do clustering, you can analyze dispersion, and if you really have large computer resources, you can actually test many times to see the dispersion. So this idea is actually partially inspired by one of the paper to discuss the different response. I think malicious response from large language model and their dispersion. So basically in that paper, eventually it has to crush this huge list of number to 2 dimensions, 3 dimension, to let us understand, to better get a sense of how the responses are dispersed in the space. And following the PCA 2-dimension graph, I also simulated randomly some of the number to give you a sense that if the results are really random, actually the dispersion in the 2-dimensional space is more dispersed through the space. This is only for showing the idea, but it's not related to the test data. Then here, this is a 3D vector graph that is simulated by the random number. So as we can see, if we are seeing a really random result distribution, the points are very different and dispersed in the 3D space. So based on this, we have an expectation that the large language model should have a not so well clustered results. So let's see the next part. For the other question and response, of course, you can check. But the general idea is that we get a response to the vector, map it to 2D space, and to get 2 random vector sets to let you get the idea how the really random numbers could be. So now we go to the dynamic 3D display part. Of course, we use Plotly package, and we now crush our data to a 3D space. So in this part, I do not show the textual results because I think the 3D graph should give us the idea. So basically, each question has got 10 responses for large language model. This is the first one, and this is the second prompt, and this is the third prompt. as we can see, if we actually make our space into another dimension, the distribution is how can I say, is more dispersed through the space. You see, there are nodes. Yeah, you see in the middle, maybe there are some points that's very close for specific prompts, but in general, it is more dispersed in the 3D space. And we can see that for a different prompt, which got generated different responses, they could potentially get very close. So this is very interesting. It really encourages me to do more tests about a specific use case to actually understand how these responses are dispersed. So basically, without dig deeper to the training, to the building of large language model, or fine-tuning to make it more accurate, or to add additional workflow to it. After this test, one thing is for sure, I think to understand the large language model's answer distribution, the best way is to test with a very specific question and see how they dispersed. But I think only relying on the embeddings, there are maybe some of the semantic information or meanings, different textual information you cannot capture. So I also doubt that if the distance is this far away, does it really mean these two answers are really different? So we need to find more ways to actually get the insight of the differences of the different data points. Okay, that's all for today. So today I have showed you test I have done is to actually prompt a large language model to get a series of responses and use the embedding model to transfer them to high dimension vector space vector and to crush it to 2-dimension or 3-dimension. Okay, so you can see the difference of different response. So based on this, it will give you a good start to get deeper understanding of large language model, especially if you are like me, who is very interested to understand how the large language model perform. I think this is most intuitive way. When you actually go deeper to go to like the fine tuning and different workflow design, it will create more, the more chance for you to better utilize large language model, but you need to test it. Even with RAG, with like one of the products is called Perplexity, I remember. It is actually very famous for its RAG flow. I think it actually falsely puts all the citations to each answer generated by the platform. But even that kind of software can hallucinate. One day I just asked a very simple coding question. It actually gets to a very simple loop. So this really makes me think, if a large language model cannot be always 100%, using different combination of tools, we always need to understand, to test, and also to, if you are using it in your production case, always make a good ledger of all the results generated. That's very important for you to keep track of the performance, how you choose a model, how you fine-tune the model, how you build a RAG flow. And so recommendation to all the audience, do some tests and see how the large language model works. See you next time. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel again. Today I'm going to share with you 4 very frequent or very popular cases for the machine learning. And these 4 cases can be easily linked to the scale-up case, which means if you successfully handles a small portion of the data set, it is optional, and it is also encouraged that you utilize a more advanced algorithm, like with the Spark handling of the data set, to actually calculate a larger portion of the data set. So basically today I'm going to show you some basic steps to analyze these documents and the possible solutions for the next step. Okay, so today is a quick overview over the 4 cases that you might meet in the machine learning study process. So the first one is finding similar item. The setup of the Kaggle API and also the secret in the Colab, you can check a relevant instructions. I think in Colab web page, it is also clear that you can set up the different parameter to facilitate your quoting of such a resource. So you don't need to type into the information every time you utilize this functionality of Kaggle API. And the dataset we're going to use is this one, LinkedIn jobs and skills. So basically, we're going to use two parts. One file is called LinkedIn job, and let's go to see it. This first one is called job summary. So basically, this one is about a job link and a job summary. I do not print the data frame details or statistical information here. If you are interested, you can do so. So I'm going to focus on the very shortened process. So basically, since this data set is very large, I sample 1,000 data points from this data set. So basically, they have two columns. The first column is links, the second column is job summary. And then we may utilize the vectorization method of the summaries. Basically, it just transfer these textual information into the vector space, the vector values for your further processing. If you want to go to more details, make a comment, let me know. I can go to details to explain to you. And then we can calculate the cosine similarity. So basically, this is one of the way to calculate the similarity of the different text information after they are vectorized. Okay, so you can also find the different ways, like Euclidean distance. So like Euclidean distance, you can somewhat transfer it to a similarity case, because the longer the distance, you are going to say these values are largely different. The closer they are, the less the value of the distance. You can see they are more similar. And of course, you can also use some of the other algorithm to see the overlapping of the shingles or the tokens that you set for the textual information. You can use that also to compare. Of course, that one is called a Jacquard similarity. So you have so many options here. So if you want to expand this part, you can use different algorithm and compare their difference. But to be honest, at this moment, a pure numerical comparison sometimes cannot catch up the semantic information contained inside. So later, I'll show you some of the print results to explain you what I mean. Then about finding the similar job summaries. Usually you can set a threshold, right? A threshold like 0.8 is what I think is a threshold to say they are similar pairs. Okay, this is to find the similar pairs of jobs and save the similar pairs information. And eventually the print of the similar pairs is just to print the similar jobs. So I'm going to show you several. Show you just one. Okay, so to save the time, the first one is job 4 and job 48 are similar with score 1.0. So basically it says that these two jobs are largely similar or a potential duplication. Let's just see. This says love your job at Texas Roadhouse. Okay, and to be a grill master. Okay, I guess these are the two most important information for me to read this text at this point. Then let's see what it says. Job 84. Let's see. Yeah, it's job 84. Job Texas Roadhouse, right? Grill master. Okay, so after this quick check, I get an idea. This is potentially a correct answer. It has found some duplication, and of course you can go on and on to check the others. So basically, the similar job search, you can use it in many ways. For example, if you want to detect the duplication or similarity pairs of the dataset, or whenever a user of the LinkedIn, the user uses this platform to search for a job. On the other side of the page, it can show a similar job. So just to guide this user to another potential candidacy possibility. So these are the ways that they can be used. Of course, you can also implement and improvise many other use to use these pairs of jobs that you found. So there are also other examples. If you're interested, you can check. And then let's check about the cosine similarity distribution. I think the pairwise similarity, the best way to visualize is by the heat map. Right? So you just use a heat map to see which pairs are less similar and which pairs are highly similar or even duplication. As you can see, we see very few red dots, so which means that red dot or orange dots, so which means that the duplication or the largely similar pairs are less than the blue ones, the less similar ones. The other way to go into this visualization is to partition or set a section-wise partition to investigate in more details. So here we just see a very macro level summary, and if like here, I actually separate them to different ranges. You can see this is from 0 to 0.25. So you can see this is one part of the similarity information, and then we go to 0.25 to 0.5 and so on. So by separating them to different range, you can see basically if we are going to find a high similarity pairs, actually the data set has been shrinked to a much smaller subset, so you can work on. By these visuals, it can give you some idea how you can move to the next step. Then let's check the second project. It's called Market Basket Analysis. So basically, the project is to find, let me show the result first, to find the specific rules to interpret the different keywords, let's say. For example, like this rule number 1 is saying that if a job requires leadership, there is a 62% chance it also requires communication. Okay, so this is a way to find the possible information connections between the different data points and give you a sense, like in this case, where some of the keywords are highly relevant to each other. And you can also see here communication is 2.13 times more likely to occur with leadership. Okay, so these are kind of information that you need to use to analyze the data set. So here, as I said, this data frame could be potentially very large. The best way for you to start with a Panda data frame, Panda package to analyze the data. It can offer you many versatile tools to calculate, to visualize. But the most important thing is that to remember, you don't want it to explode your memory budget. Like in Colab, your memory is fixed. Your local machine can handle a fixed size of the data simultaneously. So without using additional large scale calculation package or methods or database methodologies, the best way now is to sample. Okay, always recommend this. So you can also do some data clean that is optional, but if you want to do more, you can clean also the special character and so on, right? And here is to convert job skills column to a list of unique values. Then we use one-hot encoding method to create the data frame. And there is also a step to apply a priori algorithm. So basically, after implementing this algorithm, you can print out the association rules. Okay. And of course, if you want to go more detail, you can adjust the parameter, check the documentation, check the methodology description to understand it better. Okay, and eventually we see here are the rules, right? The rules are printed with numerical values. this is one thing that I like about most of the outputs of any algorithm, because you can interpret the numbers in a more direct way. So let's see some of the explanation here. It actually explains each column if, okay, the first column says if, like this one, if leadership, then communication. Okay, and then the proportion of transactions that contain the if part, okay, antecedent supports and also consequent supports. Okay, you can check the details here. But eventually, if you map it to each detail case, it actually means that if a piece of information requires a keyword, there is how much chance that it would also require, okay, another keyword, okay, about the coincidence. And about the lift is like odd ratio, I guess, about how many times more likely. Okay, so this is a second project. The third one is about the link analysis. Actually, I wanted to utilize a data frame where we can have the different links of a art piece and to analyze the link relationship there. However, that data set in Kaggle is not working very well, and I have not been successfully downloading that data. So now I choose another data. So this one is called Karate Club graph. Okay, so just worth mentioning, for either you want to analyze a bunch of URL link and their relationship, or this one, the basic thing is that you need to understand the data frame should have nodes and edges. Okay, these are two most basic ones. Basically, each node has some representation. Like this one is representing a member of the karate club, and the edge representing a friendship between the club members or relationships, right? An edge between two nodes indicate that the two members are friends, or even you can define a different type of edges. Okay. And there is also a split. I think it's in default for this specific data set because it's for test purpose. Yeah, they are actually split to factions, right? So you can check the different rules of different data sets. Then let's go to the analysis of the different methodologies. First one is the function to implement PageRank. Okay, so the PageRank is actually utilizing this algorithm, calculate, and eventually return there's some nodes and the page rank information okay, back to the function. So basically we actually use PageRank, this function, directly on this data set. Okay, and we need to convert these data frame, because the original data frame is not like a table, to put it simple. And here we actually transfer it to a data frame. It's like a table, so we can better analyze it. If we display the first 10 nodes, we can see here. Okay, so one node with one node is PageRank as how much value, right? So basically, you can view it as kind of importance of this page. Then visualize the PageRank as node size. Okay, so just to show its importance, and here we have the graph. So basically we can see 0, 33, 32 are the biggest nodes, and it actually connected to all the other nodes in different ways. And all the edges, all the lines are showing a relationship. Okay, so how can we interpret this? So PageRank values output PageRank values in the output represent the importance of influence of each node in the network. Higher PageRank values indicate more influential nodes. Okay, so basically node 33 has the highest influence with the PageRank over this value, and so on. So in summary, node 33 is the most central and influential node in the node in the club. So we can interpret in different ways. For example, like in the social network, okay, in a social network platform. If they find using this type of way to find several people in a hypothetical group of people, users, and this center person is very important, we can actually implement some algorithm. For example, your strategy of of the advertisements, your strategy of marketing could potentially change, because once you get the attention of the single person, this single person can share or can spread this information in a faster way than the other persons. So they are kind of identify the key personnel in your user base. Okay, this is one type of the interpretation. It may not be very robust, but it can give you some initial idea. And we can also see here, okay, node influence, node with higher rank page scores are considered more influential, more important in the network. Okay, and also we can see the network centrality. To find the most important node, you can have different ways to handle such information. The last one is about the plant leaf recognizer. To put it simply, it is an image recognizer problem. So for image recognition, I think we have so many existing tools in TensorFlow. And also to classify these photos, I think is always a very interesting task, because classifying the photo, I believe it can also extend to other calculation or algorithm about images. Okay, it's like object detection, different ways in machine learning, automatic driving, and so on. I suppose I have not yet touched the automatic driving part, but yeah, here we are. Let's see how it goes. So basically, this is the data frame I found. It's like the flower photos. Okay, so basically, the first thing you need to do is to extract this data, right? So basically, it extract this data and create a generator. Okay, this image data generator is actually directly using the TensorFlow package. Okay, so if you want to go to more details, I can also do another video to explain you how this in detail works. So basically, it actually needs you to set up different parameters, okay, according to your needs. Then you can set up the train data generator, okay, and also the validation data generator. So basically, it's like any machine learning model. You can set training set, validation set, test set, and so on. So here I do not set the test set, but I have the training and the validation. Okay, to do the basic calculation and to see how the loss and also the accuracy evolves. Then I build the model with the mobile net v2. This is a specific model for image classification. And the model use here the base model, then like the global average pooling 2D. Okay, these are different parameters set to model. Okay, so basically, if you are using a neural net, is a different story. You need to set different types of parameters, function names inside. Okay, so here is also the layer. Okay, and the activation function is value, and also there is also a dense layer about generating the number of classes, and the activation function is softmax. Because in general, the eventual target is to classify, to tell you if this flower is this flower or another type of flower. And when we come to the compilation of this model, like the optimizer, loss function, matrix, these are all parameters we need to set here to determine how you run this model and get the result you want. And I also add some optional steps here. It is an iterative process when I use them to facilitate my debugging, or stop some of the unexpected problem of the training. Then about 1 hour, I'm using Colab free version about 1 hour to actually run this code. So if you are running the previous three projects, I think the first project took about 20 to 30 minutes. It depends. But this one is about image. It takes the longest. It's almost 1 hour. And here we can plot, right? Plot the process of the whole training process. We can see that the model accuracy, about the training part, it goes higher and higher. But the validation part is going down and rebounds a little bit, but still not as we expected, right? So the model loss actually in the validation datasets, the validation partition, it actually goes very high, higher and higher. So we understand this, and let's try to use this model, to test, to generate the classification results, and we can see how it goes. Okay, I'm not going to go to the details here. If you have any question, you want to go more detail with them, you can do it in future videos. So here, after the training, we get these results, right? We test for, like here we show 9 images. We see the first one is wrong, right, wrong. So basically we have 2 images classified as wrong category, the others are correct. Okay, not so bad, but always be cautious. If we have such problem in the machine learning area, always try to regularize the model, to add a penalty term to actually at least make sure that the validation set or the test set, that the loss will not explode higher and higher, and accuracy could be guaranteed. So later I'm going to show you additional ways to make this work. Basically it's just one single regularization method. So here we can see we have different steps summary here. This one just stops here. I'm going to show you some further improvement. So here, let's see how we can improve this model. So the first part is still the normal training, and we got the mapping or the graphical information of the model accuracy and the model loss. Right, so accuracy during training is very high, and the validation part is very low, relatively low. And the model loss about the validation part actually explode somewhat. And let's see. So using this initial model, let's see the first two are the first 3, 4, 5, 6 images out of 9 are only classified. But remember, this does not represent the whole dataset or the dataset that you sampled. Okay, this is just some quick example. So after checking the original training and validation results, let's see here, we're actually doing some tests to see the prediction, if the prediction is correct or not. As you see here, we have many images wrongly classified. Okay, again, if you want to investigate the statistical property and go deeper, always stop and go deeper of the algorithm, calculation method, and the theory behind. And here we come to the final part. In the final part, we actually add the regularization term in here, in the model part, and for the first dense layer setting, we get the L2, regularization. So in my other projects, like when I did the neural network project, I did some tests about L1 and L2 and the mix of them, different regularization methodology. Basically, you can see different results. Here, it started with 0.01, the regularization value. It actually already improved the model. And if you want to try the other parameter, please use a for loop or other methodology to test it. Okay, so the other part does not change. Let's see how the graph change. So as you can see now, the train and the validation accuracy, it actually improve, and they have some synchronization here. They don't diverge from each other very much. Then we can see the model loss, both the train and the validation drops, okay, after the epoch. So this is a improvement for my project. Of course, if you are not satisfied with this one, try different regularization or even change the overall prediction model structure. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, luckily, the some of the predictions see here are all correct, but we cannot say this model is 100% correct, because as you can see, the train and the validation accuracy is around 85% to 87.5%. Okay, although the training accuracy could even go higher, but it does not actually have a real impact like on the validation set, or even if you set another test set, either with new images or the existing images, but you partition them, you're going to see some variation from the current version that you see. Okay, but the general principle is that we need some convergence. We need the improvement of accuracy and also the dropping of the loss. Okay, so here we finished the final one. And remember about the regularization, it is very important. You use L1, L2, or a combination of them. Do some tests to get some visual understanding of them, and then you can better implement in the future projects. Okay, so today I have finished all the project introduction. So basically, these are very fast without going to every detail introduction. I wish you enjoy it. If you have any question, feel free to let me know, and we can discuss. If you want to go deeper to some concepts, we can also do that. There is no problem, but really, I need your feedback. So basically today, all the projects, I think on the small data set range, we sampled 1,000 data and so on for different occasions. If in the future you want to do these analysis on a huge data set, it will require like the Spark and the different ways to handle them. In the future, if we got a chance, we can share, we can also discuss some of the parts. But at this moment, for a small, limited data frame, try different algorithm, try different models, visualize them, and then get more insight. So you can move to the next part. Machine learning at this moment, for all the courses I learned, I checked about generative AI, AI agents, about machine learning. I think one thing are in common is that no matter how you change different machine learning algorithms and so on, always you need to focus on the accuracy and loss. You need to check if the different parameters are set well. You also need to make sure that you could better understand a problem and its solution. For example, like years ago, CNN was used for image classification, but maybe now it is too antique. But if you are going to adopt a new algorithm, it's better that you see the difference between the different types of algorithm. So when you implement them, you can see sometimes the different results. Why? Okay, these are just my quick suggestions. So wish you enjoy this video. If you like my video, give it a like, leave a comment, we can discuss. And if you like more updates like this, feel free to subscribe. So see you next time. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel again. This time I'm going to share